bibigyan ng amnesty kung hindi ako nag-comply sa mga requirements. Sumumpa ako kay former Secretary of Defense Volter Gasmin at mapapatutuhanan yan ng mga DND officials. So, absolutely complied lahat yan. Yung mga kaso sa civilian courts, na-dismiss yan. So ngayon, ano ang ngayon ang magiging basis ng pag-aresto?
Sir, nandun sa executive order.
Lahat. Hindi ka naman bibigyan ng amnesty kung wala kang application. Okay, maliwanag 'yon. Kaya nga ito ay it's a clear case of political persecution dahil wala silang mahanap na kaso sa akin. So kailangan mag-imbento.
Sabi dito po ay wala daw kayong application form, hindi kayo nag-apply for amnesty and hindi kayo nag-express ng guilt.
Hindi po totoo yan. Sinasabi ko nga, lahat yon may form yan pinipirmahan namin yun lahat. In-apply namin yun. Hindi ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung wala akong application. Kung hindi ko na-fulfill yung requirements, hindi ako bibigyan.
You admit
yes, definitely. Definitely. At ganito yan, itong amnesty is an act of Congress. So, hindi siya masusupersede ng isang executive order. Di ba? Alam nyo, ito si Mr. Calide yung gumawa nito At syempre, gustong-gusto nitong amo niya ni Duterte. Kaya, they've been trying everything to stop this hearing na ikakada ko, against kay Mr. Calida. Pero ito na yan. Sa akin dito, makita nyo kung gaano kaduwag din si Duterte, napirmahan na pala niya ito. Kailangan pa niyang pumunta sa Israel kunyari, para may busy siya kunyari, at wala siyang pakialam. Pero tawag dito yung tirang na takot. Yan. So,
acknowledge yung naka-publish. Yung expiration.
Wala yon, bogus lahat yon. Parang yung kaso kay Senator De Lima, bogus yan. So, sinasabi ko nga, ano ngayon ang kaso ko? Na-dismiss na yung mga kaso sa civilian courts. Pero ganito yan. Itong pangyayari na to should be clear to everyone na itong si Mr. Duterte isang diktador. Hindi siya rumerespeto sa mga institusyon, so kaya ganito tayo. So, kung yung mga ordinaryong tao pinapatay, yung mga kritiko niya ikukulong, so ganyan ang kalakaran sa Pilipinas ngayon.
So, paano kung ipa-aresto na kayo?
Kung papa-aresto, di sasama ko. At mag-iimpake.
Sir, will you be asking the Senate leadership na mag-extend ng protection sa inyo?
Ganito yan, I will abide by the wisdom of the Senate leadership, and my lawyers are exhausting all legal remedies to void this stupid executive order. Awan ko kung abogado ang gumawa nito, malamang si Calida yan. Kaya at si Duterte na baka nag-areglo lang ito sa bar kaya naging abogado. Kasi talagang walang basis at all.
So, sir, hindi kayo magtatago?
Yes, hindi kayo pwede
Hindi mo pwedeng bawiin ng amnesty. Ano ba yun? Di ba? Tapos may double jeopardy. I was already subjected to that nung nag-try ako, tapos nung na-dismiss. Ano ngayon, uulitin yon? So ano ba yan? Magpaturo nga sila sa mga law students.
Senator, pag dumating yung arresting officer, sasama ba kayo o hintay niyo pa ba yun? Magtatago ba kayo or what? Hindi ako magtatago, definitely. Sa akin lang, my lawyers are exhausting all legal remedies. I will abide by the Senate leadership. Kung darating sa punto na kailangan pumunta, mag-walk-in ako mismo. I will not resist. I will not resist arrest. I will not escape. So, haharapin ko to. Pero ang tanongin ni Mr. Duterte sa utak niya, pag dumating yung panahon niya, haharapin ba niya?
So yun ang sa akin dito.
Sir, nakausap niyo na CSP, sir?
Hindi pa.
So sir, tuloy ang investigation kay Kalida today?
Oo. As soon as matapos tong press con, i-expose ko yung mga corruption ni Mr. Kalida.
So ano initial reaction mo nung nalaman mo yung revocation daw ng amnesty?
Alam nyo na, we have been expecting this, kasi ang informasyon sa Office of the Solicitor General, pinag-aaralan nila to since last year pa. So palagay ko, dahil dito sa hearing na to, na provoke sila, at si Mr. Duterte talagang napoprostrate na sa akin kung anong gagawin niya sa akin. So ito na lang. Ngayon nung nakita ko, parang hindi ko maisip na talagang they would go to great lengths, even make themselves look stupid para lang to get rid of me. Sabi ko nga, isa lang ang hamon ko eh. Matatapos na ako sa buhay ni Mr. Duterte. Pumirma siya ng waiver para magkaalaman. Diba? Kung mali ako, magre-resign ako. Sabi ko, papasok pa ako sa kulungan eh. Hindi mo na kailangan gumawa ng ganitong mga kalokohan. Diba?
For the record, anong year kayo nag-file ng form yung sinasabi hindi nyo denial?
Nung 2010 yan. Alam niyo, ano yan eh, imagine niyo, bakit ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung hindi ako nag-apply? That is a very, very clear requirement kasi yun yung tatanggapin mo yung conditions nung nag-grant ng amnesty. So yun.
Pero sabi dun sir sa report, wala daw sa files, walang na-file.
Hindi yan. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, maraming pwede magpatotoo niyan. At hindi pwedeng ang question mo yung application form. Hindi. Ito na nag-grant na eh. Di ba? Inusisa na yan.
Pero wala,
Sir, you will not resist arrest, pero sabi ninyo, sir, hindi naman pinaniniwalaan yung basis. Pero hindi.
Anong gagawin ko? Alanganin man, di ba, yung mga utusan na sundalo dyan, ginagawa lang nila yung trabaho nila.
pero Senator, you'll be able to show ng application form. Siyempre,
Hindi kailangan. Ang meron ako yung amnesty certificate. Yun ang importante. Ikaw, tatanungin kita. Pag may passport ka, sasabihin nila, hindi, void yung passport mo kasi yung application po. Meron ka ba application ng passport? Wala, di ba?
So sir, hindi mag-grant yun kung wala ka application?
Precisely. Yung pinakang proof mo, yung mismong dokumento. Kaya, anyway, I will not dignify yung kalokohan na yan. They know it, I know it, na walang basis yan, invento nila yan. Pero sabi ko nga, we'll see. Di ba kung anong gagawin?
So patahimikin kayo?
Yes, kasi hindi ako titahimik. Lalo kong gaganahan, sabi ko nga, hindi ako matatakot, hindi ako aalis. Kundi gaganahan ako at hopefully naman yung mga kababayan natin, maliwanag na sa inyo to. Di ba? Bakit ako ayaw harapin ni Mr. Duterte?
so regular pa rin kayong a-attend ng mga hearings, sessions dito sa Senate.
Hanggang hindi pa ako na-aresto.
But the arrest could happen today, sir.
I don't know. Alam nyo naman.
Immediately, sir.
I don't know. Sabi ko nga, bahala na. Yung legal remedies, sabi ko nga, exhaust namin. Pero hindi ko iwasan yan. Mr. Duterte, hindi ako takot sa'yo. Pero ba't kailangan mo pa pumunta ang Israel? Di ba? Para magdrama ng ganito. So, anyway, basta't darating din yung araw mo, Mr. Duterte. Darating din yung araw.
Threaten sa inyo ang Pangulo kaya ginagawa yun?
Oo naman, nanginginig nga eh. Di ba? Duwag tong mga taong ito eh.
So yung timing ng paglabas ngayon, right before magkaroon ng hearing kay Kalida, I think planned talaga.
Precisely. Yan yun. Anyway, sisimulan ko na para ganun pa rin ang epekto. Thank you.
All right, breaking news here on CNN Philippines. Senator Antonio Trillanes there answering questions from the media. Because of this, this all stems from a proclamation number 572 issued by Malacanang. This is really basically revoking the Department of National Defense Ad Hoc Committee resolution, which was dated January 31, 2011, insofar as it granted amnesty to Senator Antonio Trillanes IV. What we were able to speak to the OIC, the officer in charge, DOJ Secretary Menardo Guevara, and really what this means is that he's telling CNN Philippines that the senator can be arrested anytime for two reasons. One is that he did not apply for an application for the amnesty, and number two is that he refused to guilt. These two reasons that Secretary Guevara told CNN Philippines is being denied by Senator Antonio Trillanes. He's saying he has the paper to prove this, and in fact, he will not get amnesty if he never applied for this. To add to that, Senator Trillanes was being asked what happens if he gets arrested at any time. He said that he will go with the arresting officers, in his words, sasama ako at mag-iimpake ako. Also that he will not hide, but he also tells media that his lawyers are exhausting all efforts to find some sort of solution on this executive order. Again, also the senator calling this executive order stupid. As I mentioned a while ago, CNN Philippines was able to speak to the officer in charge, DOJ Secretary Menardo Guevara. We asked him about this proclamation number 572 and the circumstances surrounding this proclamation. Let's go back to that interview. Can you tell us more about proclamation number 572 revoking the amnesty granted to Senator Antonio Trillanes, sir?
Yes, Pinky, this was signed by the President on August 31, 2018, a couple of days before he left for Israel and Jordan. And this was attested by the Executive Secretary, and I got a certified copy of this proclamation yesterday, a hard copy at least. And my understanding is that this proclamation was published in a newspaper of general circulation today.
Yes.
So this proclamation is entitled Revocation of the Department of National Defense Ad Hoc Committee Resolution Number 2, dated January 31, 2011, insofar as it granted amnesty to former Lieutenant Senior Grade Antonio Trillanes IV. And it was the grant of amnesty was declared void ab initio because it did not comply, according to the proclamation, with the minimum requirements to qualify under the amnesty proclamation.
Okay. Sir, sa madaling salita, ano ho ibig sabihin nito?
Ang ibig sabihin nito ay walang visa in the first place ang pagkakabigay ng amnesty kay insofar as Senator Trillanes is concerned dahil hindi siya nag-comply sa minimum requirements ng na-issue ng Department of National Defense at that time. More particularly, you need to apply to be entitled, to be considered for amnesty. First of all, you must apply because that application will entail an admission of guilt for the offenses charged.
So hindi po niya, he didn't fulfill the minimum requirements, sir. That's why the amnesty is being revoked. And the minimum requirement is what again, sir?
The minimum requirements are, first, you must apply for amnesty formally. There are certain documents that needed to be filled up at that time so that one could be eligible for the grant of amnesty. And more importantly, there is a requirement that you admit
Guilt.
your guilt for the crime committed. More particularly, during the Oakwood Mutiny, the Marines standoff, and the Manila Peninsula
Siege.
incident.
Apo.
All right, so you must admit your guilt for the acts committed during those events or those incidents before you may even be considered for the grant of amnesty, which in this particular case, Senator Trillanes, based on the proclamation, did not do at all.
Okay.
He did not show any remorse for what he did.
Can he still apply for the amnesty, sir, and submit whatever documents are needed?
Well, he's always at liberty to do that, but he has to go through the entire process altogether because amnesty is something that will need the concurrence of the Senate as well.
So if he has to go through the process altogether, sir, that will obviously take time. Ano ho mangyayari sa kanya ngayon? Will he be arrested at any time now, sir?
The effects of the revocation or declaration of nullity of the amnesty, insofar as Senator Trillanes is concerned, are spelled out in the proclamation under Section 2 thereof. So this means to say that he will be recommitted because in the first place he was not entitled to leave the place of his commitment at the time.
Ibig sabihin,
At
sir,
that
ibabalik
time,
siya
yes.
sa Bonifacio? Because that...
Well, wherever he was committed, I'm not sure because there are criminal cases pending for coup d'etat against him at the time, being tried at the Regional Trial Court in Makati City. So if these proceedings will continue, as the Department of Justice has been ordered to continue, then that means to say that the court will issue a commitment order so that he might be apprehended and brought to where he was before.
Okay.
So wherever that may be.
Sir, para lang malinaw, no, pwede na siyang arestuhin anytime?
Yes, the
Okay.
answer is yes.
Hinahanap na ho ba siya ngayon?
Well, hinahanap siya para ibigay sa kanya yung kopya noong proclamation, at least a hard copy delivered to him in person. Kasi yung na-publish sa dyaryo, no, ay constructive notice lamang yon eh. So it's notice, from a legal point of view na parang na-serve to everyone na concerned doon sa proclamation na yon.
Like-
More particularly si Senator Trillanes.
Of like general circulation, sir. That's what you're saying.
Yes, so
Parang ganun, sir.
constructive notice yun eh. But in addition to what we call constructive notice, there should also be, in fairness to Senator Trillanes, a hard copy personally delivered to him.
Yes.
And I understand that yun ang ginagawa sa ngayon. At hinahanap si Senator Trillanes para mabigay sa kanya yung kopya noong proclamation revoking his amnesty.
Sir, so he can be arrested anytime. Isn't he immune from suit, being a senator?
While Congress is in session, is that what you're trying to drive at,
Yes, sir.
Pinky? That immunity from suit, while Congress is in session, pertains only to offenses where the imposable penalty does not exceed 6 years. So
Hindi po
if the
ito.
offense charge, carries a penalty which is more than 6 years, then not immunity
It's not
from
immune
suit,
from suit.
while Congress is in session, will not apply.
Sir, just a couple of more questions. You were the OJ Undersecretary, sir, during the time of President Aquino. Bakit ho hindi to nakita before? Why now, I guess is the question.
Pinky, first of all, I was not the OJ Secretary at the time of President Noynoy Aquino. No?
Okay,
I
sorry
was
about that, sir.
Deputy Executive Secretary
Okay.
at that time. Yes, but going back to the second part of your question.
Oh, but ngayon, sir, why this? Why
yeah.
now? Why not then? If he did not apply for amnesty back then, sir.
My understanding is that this matter of reviewing yung amnesty granted to Senator Senator
Trillanes.
Trillanes has been in the pipeline for quite some time. No? Noon pa ito parang plano na reviewin. Hindi lang siguro talaga pinursu ng gusto. But my understanding is that there have been moves in the past, way back in the past, to review whether the grant of amnesty in favor of Senator Trillanes was in fact valid and in order. So, ngayon lang nangyari, ngayon lang nagtuloy, no? So, I cannot add anything as to the matter of timing. But what I can say is, if something is void, the government may attack that act or event at any time. It does not prescribe. There is no time limit to it, because it's an act which is declared void, as if it never existed.
Secretary, I'm just thinking, once the media is able to speak to Senator Trillanes, I can imagine him saying this is a form of harassment. Ano ho kaya ang reaction ng government to a possible statement by the senator that he will say this is pure harassment? Being the biggest
he's
critic of the
entitled to his own
president.
opinion. No, I'm sorry to say that if that is his opinion, then so be it. But government is doing what it believes should be done under the circumstances. So if he thinks it's an act of harassment on the part of government, well, we will respect that opinion.
Okay. Sir, may mga kasama pa ho din kasi si Senator Trillanes dito sa kasong to eh. I'm not updated, sir. Pero meron ho bang mga susunod pa aside from Senator Trillanes who may not have applied yung ginawa po yung tamang proseso for amnesty, sir?
I'm not sure whether other people who were, in those events like the mutiny at Oakwood, the Manila Peninsula, I'm not too sure whether the records of their amnesty are also being reviewed. But I'm not discounting that possibility.
Kasi hindi ho ba, sir, kasama din niya si Danny Lim? At least sa Peninsula
I'm not
Siege.
sure. Parang, no, but I'm not too sure about that, Pinky. So for now, I just will say that perhaps the other people involved there, their records with respect to the amnesty may also be under review.
Okay, pero so far, ang meron lang po...
Hindi naman siguro siya lang ang pinili ng records ng pertaining to the amnesty grant.
So there are more. That's what you're saying, sir?
I'm just thinking aloud. I'm not sure, Pinky, if the others are also under review, but that is a possibility.
Sir, a last question. The timing of this all, the president is away, you're the man in charge, tapos parang a senator, there is an imminent arrest of a senator, sir.
So, what is your question?
Just a
Pinky?
reaction on that, the timing na wala po si Presidente dito, Senator Trillanes being his biggest critic.
Well, I don't have any comment about that. The first time I acted as officer in charge, martial law was declared in Mindanao. So what is this compared to martial law in Mindanao the first time I was OIC?
Sir, last
Purely
question.
coincidence, I guess.
Is there such a thing as a motion for reconsideration on this, sir?
No, because this is not a court matter. This is something that pertains to the President's power of executive clemency. All right, if he wants to write, nothing prevents him from doing so. But as far as formal pleadings like, motions for reconsideration as if we are in court, that does not apply because this is not a judicial matter. This
Yes,
is
sir.
an executive matter because it pertains to executive clemency.
So it's final and executory for now, sir.
For now, my answer to that is yes.
Secretary, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you,
Sir,
Pinky.
maraming
Thank you very
salamat.
much. All right, have a good day. Bye-bye.
That is our interview with DOJ Secretary Menardo Guevara, who is now the officer in charge while the president is abroad. Just to recap our interview with the secretary, he says that Senator Antonio Trillanes can be arrested anytime, that authorities will just have to serve this notice of this revocation of his amnesty. Again, this is Proclamation number 572 revoking. It's a revocation of the Department of National Defense Ad Hoc Committee resolution dated January 31, 2011 insofar as granted amnesty to Senator Antonio Trillanes IV. Again, the secretary telling us that the senator can be arrested anytime. Why? Because he did not fulfill, apparently, the minimum requirements for his amnesty. There are two issues being raised by the secretary, is that he did not apply for his amnesty and that he did not admit guilt to the various offenses. These are the Oakwood Mutiny, the Marine Standoff, and also the Peninsula Siege. We asked him if there's such a thing as a motion for reconsideration by the senator, the secretary telling us no, because this is not a court matter. We therefore asked him also if this is final and executory, to which the secretary told us yes. Also, what you're seeing right now is a press Senator Antonio Trillanes asking or answering questions from the media just a little while back on his impending arrest. The senator there a while ago telling the reporters that he applied for amnesty, that this executive order, to his word, is stupid, and that if the arresting officers come, hindi siya tatakas, mag-iimpake siya, and sasama siya. But of course, he said that his legal team is also looking at all their possible options. So now let's go to our correspondent, Ina Andalong. We'll try to get a reaction also from Malacanang after the break. We will be taking a short break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Breaking news here on CNN Philippines. It's a proclamation number 572 coming from Malacanang, confirmed by Secretary Minardo Guevara to CNN Philippines. It's a revocation of the Department of National Defense Ad Hoc Committee Resolution number 2, dated January 31, 2011, insofar as the amnesty to Antonio Trillanes IV, the Secretary of the Department of Justice, telling CNN Philippines that Senator Antonio Trillanes can be arrested anytime because he violated the amnesty given to him on 2 grounds. Number 1 is that he did not apply for this amnesty, and number 2, that he refused to admit guilt, to which Senator Antonio Trillanes says he did apply, he has a certificate, and that this is bogus. Let's now speak to our senior correspondent, Ina Andalong. Let's get the latest from the palace. Ina.
Well, thank you. Right now, we're still trying to reach out to different Malacanang officials, most of whom are actually with the president now in Israel. Now, as we've been reporting, President Duterte has signed Proclamation 572, ordering the revocation of the amnesty given to Senator Antonio Trillanes, one of his most vocal critics. This proclamation, again, has been published in major broadsheets today. What I can tell you is that this is something that's not been talked about, not been discussed in any press briefing in Malacanang. The president also has not mentioned this in any of his speeches, this possibility of revoking the amnesty given to Senator Trillanes. Now, again, the proclamation says that the amnesty for Trillanes was void from the start because it didn't comply with minimal requirements to qualify under the amnesty proclamation, and that the senator also never expressed guilt. This was given in relation to charges of coup d'etat in the Oakwood Mutiny in 2003 and the Manila Peninsula Siege in 2007. Now, just for a bit of background, this rift between the president and Antonio Trillanes heated up in the 2016 campaign when the senator claimed that the president had hundreds of millions of pesos in bank deposits, something which President Duterte had repeatedly denied. Trillanes had also been calling on the president to sign a waiver to open his bank records, but the president has yet to give in to this as well. And more recently, the senator had also dared President Duterte and his family to undergo drug tests, something which have not, of course, happened. Also, another issue raised by Trillanes previously is that presidential son, former Davao City Vice Mayor Paulo Duterte, is involved in the illegal drug trade. And Trillanes is a complainant in the first communication filed before the International Criminal Court over allegations of human rights violations in the Duterte drug war. That communication eventually led to President Duterte deciding to pull out the Philippines' membership in the Roman Statute, which formed the ICC. Again, President Duterte is currently in Israel today, scheduled to meet with President Rivlin. We're uncertain if there will be opportunities for the president to speak. So for now, again, we're still waiting to hear from some Malacanang officials who are there with him. Thank you.
Ina, giving us a rundown of this rift between the president and Senator Antonio Trillanes. As Ina, you mentioned a while ago, is this bank account to which Senator Trillanes just earlier again issued the same challenge, the same dare to the president to sign a waiver to open their bank accounts. Senator Trillanes saying if he is proven wrong, he will resign, not just resign, but he will go straight to jail. That's again a challenge posed by Senator Trillanes during his media interview just a little while back. So Ina, thank you. We'll get more information from you a little later on. Let's again listen to the answers of Senator Antonio Trillanes when he spoke to the media just a little while back.
ito is isang malaking kalokohan, ano? Alam niyo po, hindi naman ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung hindi ako nag-comply sa mga requirements. Sumumpa ako kay former Secretary of Defense Volter Gasmin at mapapatotohanan yan ng mga DND officials. So, absolutely complied lahat yan. Yung mga kaso sa civilian courts, na-dismiss yan. So ngayon, ano ang ngayon ang magiging basis ng pag-aresto?
Sir, nandun sa executive order.
Lahat. Hindi ka naman bibigyan hindi ka bibigyan ng amnesty kung wala kang application. Okay, maliwanag 'yon. Kaya nga ito ay it's a clear case of political persecution dahil wala silang mahanap na kaso sa akin. So kailangan mag-imbento.
Sabi dito po ay wala daw kayong application form, hindi kayo nag-apply for amnesty and hindi kayo nag-express ng guilt.
Hindi po totoo yan. Sinasabi ko nga, lahat yon may form yan pinipirmahan namin yun lahat. In-apply namin yun. Hindi ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung wala akong application. Kung hindi ko na-fulfill yung requirements, hindi ako bibigyan.
You admit
Yes, definitely. Definitely. At ganito yan, ano? Itong amnesty is an act of Congress. So, ano to? Hindi siya masusupersede ng isang executive order. Di ba? Alam nyo, ito si Mr. Calide yung gumawa nito eh. At syempre, gustong-gusto nitong amo niya ni Duterte. Kaya, they've been trying everything to stop this hearing na ikakada ko, no? Against kay Mr. Calida. Pero ito na yan. Sa akin dito, makita nyo kung gaano kaduwag din si Duterte, ano? Napirmahan na pala niya ito. Kailangan pa niyang pumunta sa Israel kunyari para may busy siya kunyari at wala siyang pakialam. Pero tawag dito yung tirang na takot. No? Yan. So,
I-acknowledge yung naka-publish. Yung
na?
expiration. Hindi niyo
Wala yon, bogus lahat yon. Parang yung kaso kay Senator De Lima, bogus yan. So, sinasabi ko nga, ano ngayon ang kaso ko? Na-dismiss na yung mga kaso sa civilian courts. Pero ganito yan. Itong pangyari na to should be clear to everyone na itong si Mr. Duterte isang diktador. Hindi siya rumerespeto sa mga institusyon, so kaya ganito tayo. So, kung yung mga ordinaryong tao pinapatay, yung mga kritiko niya ikukulong, so ganyan ang kalakaran sa Pilipinas ngayon.
So, paano kung iparesto na kayo?
Kung paparesto, di sasama ko. At mag-iimpake.
Oo. Sir, are you will you be asking the Senate leadership na mag-extend ng protection sa inyo?
Ganito yan, ano? I will abide by the wisdom of the Senate leadership, and my lawyers are exhausting all legal remedies to void this stupid executive order. Awan ko kung abogado ang gumawa nito, no? Malamang si Calida yan. Kaya at si Duterte na baka nag-areglo lang ito sa bar kaya naging abogado kasi talagang walang basis at all.
So, hindi kayo magtatago?
Yes, go. Hindi kayo pwede mag-take.
Hindi mo pwedeng bawiin ng amnesty. Ano ba yun? Di ba? Tapos may double jeopardy. I was already subjected to that nung nag-try ako, tapos nung na-dismiss, ano ngayon, uulitin yon? So, ano ba yan? Magpaturo nga sila sa mga law students?
Senator, pag dumating yung arresting officer, sasama ba kayo? O hintay niyo pa ba yun? Magtatago ba kayo or what?
Hindi ako magtatago, definitely. Sa akin lang, my lawyers are exhausting all legal remedies. I will abide by the Senate leadership. Kung darating sa punto na kailangan pumunta, mag-walk-in ako mismo. I will not resist. I will not resist arrest. I will not escape. So, haharapin ko to.
Sir, you will not...
Pero ang tanongin ni Mr. Duterte sa utak niya, pag dumating yung panahon niya, haharapin ba niya? So, yan ang sa akin dito.
Sir, nakausap niyo na CSP, sir?
Hindi pa.
So sir, tuloy ang investigation kay Kalida Trillanes?
Oo. As soon as matapos tong press con, i-expose ko yung mga corruption ni Mr. Kalida.
So, ano initial reaction mo nung nalaman mo yung revocation daw ng amnesty?
Alam nyo na, we have been expecting this, kasi ang impormasyon sa Office of the Solicitor General, pinag-aaralan nila to since last year pa. So palagay ko, dahil dito sa hearing na to, na provoke sila, at si Mr. Duterte talagang napofrustrate na sa akin kung anong gagawin niya sa akin. So ito na lang. Ngayon nung nakita ko, parang hindi ko maisip na talagang they would go to great lengths, even make themselves look stupid, para lang to get rid of me. Sabi ko nga, isa lang ang hamon ko eh. Matatapos na ako sa buhay ni Mr. Duterte. Pumirma siya ng waiver. Diba? Kung mali ako, magre-resign ako. Sabi ko, papasok pa ako sa kulungan eh. Hindi mo na kailangan gumawa ng ganitong mga kalokohan. Diba?
Sir, for the record, anong year kayo nag-file ng form yung sinasabi hindi nyo denial?
Nung 2010 yan. Alam niyo, ano yan eh, imagine niyo, bakit ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung hindi ako nag-apply? That is a very, very clear requirement kasi yun yung tatanggapin mo yung conditions nung nag-grant ng amnesty. So yun.
Pero sabi dun sir sa report, wala daw sa files, walang na-file.
Hindi yan. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, maraming pwede magpatotoo niyan. At hindi pwedeng ang question mo yung application form. Hindi. Ito na nag-grant na eh. Di ba? Inusisa na yan.
Sir, you will not resist arrest, pero sabi niyo, sir, hindi daw pinaniniwalaan yung basis. Pero hindi.
Anong gagawin ko? Alanganin man, di ba, yung mga utusan na sundalo dyan, ginagawa lang nila yung trabaho nila.
Pero Senator, you'll be able to show that application form. Siyempre,
Hindi kailangan. Ang meron ako yung amnesty certificate. Yun ang importante. Ikaw, tatanungin kita. Pag may passport ka, sasabihin nila, hindi, void yung passport mo kasi yung application po. Meron ka ba application ng passport? Wala, di ba?
So hindi mag-grant yan kung wala application?
Precisely. Yung pinakang proof mo, yung mismong dokumento. Kaya, anyway, I will not dignify yung kalokohan na yan. They know it, I know it, na walang basis yan, invento nila yan. Pero sabi ko nga, we'll see. Di ba kung anong gagawin?
Ito patahimikin kaya?
Yes, kasi hindi ako tahimik. Lalo kong gaganahan. Sabi ko nga, hindi ako matatakot, hindi ako aalis. Kundi gaganahan ako at hopefully naman yung mga kababayan natin, maliwanag na sa inyo to. Di ba? Bakit ako ayaw harapin ni Mr. Duterte?
So regular pa rin kayong a-attend ng mga hearings, sessions dito sa Senate?
Hanggang hindi pa ako na-aresto.
But the arrest could happen today, sir.
I don't know. Alam nyo naman.
Immediately, sir.
I don't know. Sabi ko nga, bahala na. Yung legal remedies, sabi ko nga, exhaust namin. Pero hindi ko iwasan yan. Mr. Duterte, hindi ako takot sa'yo. Pero ba't kailangan mo pa pumunta ng Israel? Di ba? Para magdrama ng ganito. So, anyway, darating din yung araw mo, Mr. Duterte. Darating din araw.
Threaten sa inyo ang Pangulo kaya ginagawa niyo?
Oo naman, nanginginig nga eh. Di ba? Duwag tong mga taong ito eh.
So yung timing ng paglabas ngayon, right before magkaroon ng delegate candidate, I think planned talaga.
Precisely. Yan yun. Anyway, sisimulan ko na para ganun pa rin ang epekto. Thank you.
All right, right after that briefing, the senator went inside the session hall for a budget hearing. Our senior correspondent, Cecil Lardizaval, is there at the Senate. Cecil, what's going on? Nakita ko pumasok siya sa, we had live pictures a while ago that he was attending a hearing.
Yes, Pinky. Senator Trillanes is the chairman of the Civil Service right now conducting hearing on the bill amending RA 6713 or the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and employees, particularly on the conflict of interest provision, citing the case of Solicitor General Kalida, and was also saying possible corruption of the Solgen. Before that, we heard Senator Trillanes calling the proclamation decision of the president stupid. He mentioned in that ambush interview that he did file for an amnesty sometime in 2010, and it was Defense Secretary Walter Gazmin who received his application for amnesty. Senator Trillanes also said that all his cases filed in the civilian courts were already dismissed. He said that you will not be able to be given an amnesty if you didn't apply for one. And in such application, he said that he admitted guilt. And this decision of the president, I was saying, is a case of political persecution. He's saying that amnesty is an act of Congress and it will not supersede an executive order. And he suspects that the Solgen, Solicitor General Calida, is behind this. And he's saying that he will do everything just to stop the hearing, not to continue with the hearing. He's calling the decision or the proclamation a bogus. And he said that the president is a dictator, and he's trying all his means, all his power to arrest all the opposition. But when asked if he will evade arrest, he says, I will not, quote, I will not resist arrest. Sasama ako at he will pack his bags, mag-i-impake daw siya. And he said that he will abide by the wisdom of the Senate leadership. But right now, all his lawyers are doing everything, trying to look for legal remedies to void the proclamation, because he's saying that it has no legal basis and hindi na nga pwedeng bawiin yung amnesty that he applied in 2010. Thank you.
That's the thing. We're hearing, obviously, two different points of view. You have Secretary Menardo Guevara, who is the officer in charge right now, saying that the senator violated his amnesty. And you have, for two issues, there are two issues raised, no, Cecil, that he didn't apply, and number two, that he did not admit guilt. And then you have Senator Trillanes answering that how can he be granted amnesty if he never applied? Yun naman ang sagot niya doon sa punto ni Secretary Guevara, at sinabi nga niya na papaano daw to? You can't revoke it, number one. At pangalawa, there is such a thing as the double jeopardy case, no? So you can't try him again. Para bang ganun ang sinasabi ni Senator Antonio Trillanes?
Pinky, alam mo kanina, we were also talking to Senator Onasan, is the Defense Chairman Committee, and he's saying that it's the first time that has heard and encountered such revocation of an amnesty, because when you apply for an amnesty and then it needs a congressional inquiry before you're given an amnesty, but he's not really so definite as to the revocation, the process of the revocation of an amnesty. Does it also need a congressional hearing or an inquiry? So that's a question sent to Onasan. But of course, we will be trying to ask some experts here at the Senate on what the real process is. But, well, just like what Senator Onasan said, that is the first time that he has heard and encountered such revocation of amnesty.
A point raised by Senator Antonio Trillanes. Sinabi niya that it also needs parang the concurrence of Congress. Yun yung kaninang sinabi niya during his press conference dyan sa Senado. Pero Secretary Guevara, on the other hand, was saying that this is the prerogative of the president, because this is final and executory, and in fact there's no such thing as a motion for reconsideration when we were able to speak to him a while ago. So again, as we are discussing, Cecil, there are different points of view and different ways of understanding this revocation of the amnesty that was granted to Senator Antonio Trillanes. But you know what's also important, Cecil, is that he says that he will abide by the wisdom of the leadership of the Senate. So, nakikita na ba dyan si Senate President Tito Soto?
Kanina, Pinky, he gave us a message through Viber. Ang sabi niya, I will await an official copy of the presidential proclamation, and then the Senate will make a collegial reaction, but he has no personal comment on that. But one thing to note about what also Senator Onasan said in his ambush interview was that the Senate was not informed about the decision. The senators are always saying that the Senate as an institution, as a collegial body, should be given information or be informed about any proclamation or any decision of the President. Because, syempre, kahit pa paano, Senator Trillanes is a member of the Senate.
Oh,
And as
it
much as
affects
possible,
one of them. Oh.
Yes, his colleagues would want to protect him.
Yeah.
Diba? As much as they would want to protect the other members of the Senate. So, yun, malalaman natin if what will be the official statement of the Senate as an institution.
Right, because it seems that if you ask Senator Trillanes, sinasabi na nga niya that he will abide by the leadership or the wisdom of the leadership there at the Senate. And, you know, it's also good to keep getting more reactions, because if you have Senator Honasan saying he's never heard of something like this before, but, you know, that could be another point of view also. From other resource people, di ba, Cecil, Del, parang, to my mind, wala na rin ako naalalang very recent na pangyayari na ganito. So, what's happening right now, Cecil, is that there is a budget hearing, tama, no? And the Senator Antonio Trillanes, is presiding over that budget hearing?
Actually, ibang separate to, Pinky, doon sa magkakaiba kasi to na magkakasunod, magkakasabay budget hearing, pero itong yung kay Senator Trillanes, siya kasi yung chairman of civil service, and he's conducting a hearing on the bill amending yung RA 6713, or yung Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees.
Okay.
And in this particular hearing, actually, si Soljan Kalida is invited.
Is he there?
But then again, the Soljan is not here, and he was supposed to attend because he was given an invitation, so wala siya dito. And Senator Trillanes is saying about, you know, there's something about the timing. And he was saying that Senator Soljan Kalida would know that he will be grilled, and so that the timing of the proclamation, yun naman inilabas na yung proclamation, yun nga, yung revocation ng kanyang amnesty. So Senator Trillanes is saying na talagang ito ay, he thinks, no, he believes that this Soljan Kalida is behind this proclamation 572.
Yeah, and then sinabi pa niya that, you know, he will expose the Soljan. All right, so Cecil will continue to get more information and updates from you kung ano mangyayari dyan sa Senado. Cecil Lardizabal, thank you so much for that. Again, for those who may have just joined us, an arrest warrant is imminent. Senator Antonio Trillanes can be arrested anytime. That's according to Justice Secretary Minardo Guevara. What we're talking about is the revocation of the amnesty granted to Senator Antonio Trillanes for two reasons. That he was not able to fulfill the minimum requirement of his amnesty, which is to apply, number one, and to admit guilt, to which Senator Antonio Trillanes was saying that he could not have been given amnesty first and foremost if he did not apply for this. CNN Philippines was able to speak to Justice Secretary Minardo Guevara regarding this proclamation number 572. And let's listen to a portion of our interview with Secretary Guevara.
Walang visa in the first place ang pagkakabigay ng amnesty kay insofar as Senator Trillanes is concerned, dahil hindi siya nag-comply sa minimum requirements, no, ng na-issue ng Department of National Defense at that time. More particularly, you need to apply to be entitled to be considered for amnesty. First of all, you must apply, because that application will entail an admission of guilt for the offenses charged.
All right, again, our interview. That was just a portion of our interview with the Secretary Minardo Guevara. And of course, we're trying to get more reactions from fellow senators. Senator Antonio Trillanes, you know, a question we posed Secretary Minardo Guevara is that I asked him a while ago, isn't the senator immune from suit while Congress is in session? To which Secretary Guevara rather said that this is only if the offense is below 6 years, to which this offense of Senator Trillanes does not form part of that offense of 6 years and under. So what he's trying to say is that no, Senator Antonio Trillanes is not immune from suit. So it's also good to get more reactions from the fellow senators, what they will do. As Senator Trillanes said, he will abide by the wisdom and the judgment of the leadership at the Senate. Our Cecil Lardizabal earlier had a text message, a Viber text message from the Senate President, and he did say that he will wait to look into this proclamation number 572. We will continue to monitor this developing story. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back. CNN Philippines continues to monitor the developments on the impending arrest of Senator Antonio Trillanes. This was confirmed to us by Justice Secretary Minardo Guevara, telling CNN Philippines that Proclamation 572 issued by Malacanang revokes the amnesty granted to the senator because he did not fulfill the minimum requirements of his amnesty. We were able to speak to Secretary Guevara a while back, and thereafter, Senator Antonio Trillanes, he's at the Senate right now, and the Senate reporters were able to speak to him. He answered their questions, and he said that this is a bogus case. In fact, the word he used was stupid. There's no basis for this. The senator is saying that he applied for amnesty. He would not have been given amnesty, first and foremost, if he did not apply. However, the story really right now is that the senator continues to be at the Senate, and we will find out more what will happen there. Will he be arrested in the Senate? We're going to show you live pictures of the Department of Justice. We are awaiting a possible press briefing by Secretary Minardo Guevara. He is, of course, the officer in charge right now. CNN Philippines was able to speak to him at length a while ago, and he gave us more information on this proclamation 572 number 1, obviously confirming this to CNN Philippines and telling us also that the senator can be arrested anytime. What's happening is that authorities will have to, according to the secretary, personally hand over this revocation of the amnesty granted to the senator. And as we have been reporting, the senator is in the Senate right now, so we will continue to monitor the developments there. Apart from that, apart from the press conference at the Department of Justice, which we are awaiting, is also presidential spokesperson Harry Roque. He's also expected to hold a press briefing anytime soon. So we continue to monitor those developments. Stay with us here on CNN Philippines. We'll keep you updated. Balitaan is coming your way. Stay tuned. Narito ang balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Senador Antonio Trillanes maaaring arestuhin anumang oras matapos bawiin ng Malacanang ang amnesty na ibinigay sa kanya, ayon kay Justice Secretary Minardo Guevara. Senador Trillanes wala umanong balak tumakas at hindi man lalaban kapag siya'y naaresto. At Magdalo Party List Representative Gary Alejano hindi raw takot na bawiin ng Malacanang ang kanyang amnestiya. Magandang tanghali, ako po si Pinky Webb. Breaking news pa rin po dito sa CNN Philippines. Maaari na kasing arestuhin si Senador Antonio Trillanes. Ito'y matapos bawiin ng Malacanang ang amnestiyang ibinigay sa kanya. Inalathala ang ad sa pahayagang Manila Times. Yan po yung proclamation. Ang proclamation number 572 na nagpapahayag ng pagbawi ng Malacanang sa amnesty ng senador. Kausapin po natin ngayon si Magdalo Party List Representative Gary Alejano. Isa siya sa mga nabigyan din ng amnestiya tulad ni Senador Antonio Trillanes. Congressman, magandang tanghali po sa inyo.
Magandang tanghali, Pinky, at sa inyong mga taga-subaybay, magandang tanghali po sa inyo lahat.
Sir, unang-una, ano ho ang reaksyon ninyo sa pagbawi ng Malacanang dito nga sa amnesty na ibinigay kay Senador Antonio Trillanes?
Well, ang ating reaction dyan ay kitang-kita na ito ay political persecution, na darating sila sa punto na babaliin ang lahat para lamang mapatahimik ang kanilang mga kritiko. No, nangyari na yan sa mga nakaraang mga kritiko katulad ni Senator De Lima, kahit kay Chief Justice Sereno, ay ginawa nila yan. Ngayon ang sa akin ay it's a preposterous initiative on their part na yung amnestiya na binigay na nakarang administrasyon ay babawiin ng mga sumusunod na administrasyon. Pag sinabi ho nating amnestiya ay nakalimutan na o walang nangyari, kaya binabasura yung mga kaso. Ang sa akin, yung pagbawi ng amnestiya dahil hindi nag-comply, paano naman bibigyan si Senator Trillanes o kami ng amnestiya kung hindi kami nag-comply ng mga requirements? Ang liwanag po yan, actually nagkaroon kami ng diskusyon bago nag-avail ng amnesty noon. At pinag-usapan po namin ang application dahil para siyang checklist at pipirmahan mo, no? Yung sinasabing admission of guilt of the violation of laws, it's very general na alam mo na mayroon kang kasalanan sa batas at inaamin mo kaya ka binibigyan ng amnestiya. Ngayon ho, as to the records, sino na ba ang humahawak ng mga records? Ang gobyerno po ang humahawak ng records, ay hindi po sa amin yan. So kung sinasabi ho nilang hindi mahanap, pwede ho nilang sadyang di hanapin o iwala yung mga records na ito. Dahil sa amin, pag binigyan ka na ng amnestiya, may certificate of the amnesty, ibig sabihin you complied with the requirements.
Kong, meron ho kayo, kasi sinasabi ni Senator Trillanes, meron daw siya nung certificate. Meron ho ba kayo? Kayo?
Yes, lahat ho kami ay mayroong certificate of amnesty nakalagay ho dyan. At ibibigay lamang sa iyo yan pag nag-comply ka ng requirements. Kaya naalala ko nga noon, dahil may nakalagay doon admission of guilt. Nagkaroon ho kaming debate. Ngayon, as far as I can remember, mayroong general admission of guilt of violation of laws. Hindi naman kailangan specific na sabihin mo yan. So parang nag-hesitate nga kami noon, bakit natin ina-admit? Ngayon ho, alam naman natin ang proseso ay amnestiya at hindi naman ito korte. Kaya ho, nag-apply ho kami dyan at pinirmahan ho namin.
So, nag-apply, ang sinasabi niyo ho kasi, merong parang checklist, ano po, Congressman. Tapos, dalawa ho kasi yung sinasabi ni Secretary Menardo Guevara para po sa kaalam. Gusto ko pong maintindihan ito. Number 1, wala nga daw yung application at number 2, wala daw admission of guilt. Sinasabi niyo ho ba sa amin na merong admission of guilt, sir?
Yes, dahil sabi ko nga ho, merong pag-uusap yan bago namin ginawa. Ngayon ho, it is a general admission of guilt. Yung previous pronouncement namin, no, even by Senator Trillanes, ay hindi naman nakalagay doon na specific sa mga violation of laws. So yun po yung kinaklarify. But it doesn't mean na hindi ho ina-admit yung guilt.
Hindi, ang tanong ko,
sa akin ho,
Kong, ang tanong ko, sinabing nag-admit ho ba kayo ng guilt? Kasi yun ang sinasabi ni Secretary Menardo Guevara, there was no admission of guilt.
yes,
Was there?
Yes, there was an admission of guilt dahil kasama yan sa checklist na pipirmahan mo.
Okay.
Otherwise, hindi ka mabibigyan ng amnestiya.
So parang sinasabi niyo, hindi kayo mabibigyan kung hindi niyo finulfill. Kung hindi niyo po ginawa
Tama ho,
kung ano
kasi
yung mga dapat niyong gawin. O i-admit.
Tama ho, kaya yes. Actually, ang amnestiya na yan ay hindi lamang sa mga magdalo. Yung sumama sa Oakwood at Manila Pen. In fact, kasama rin yan yung standoff and other related uprising. Kaya yung iba na hindi naman namin kasama talaga ay nag-avail din ng amnestiya. Kaya ang iniisip ng iba ay hindi ako pipirma dyan dahil mag-a-admit ako ng guilt. Pero yun nga, hindi naman ito korte ang pagsasubmita mo ng application. It is the government, no, through the application of amnesty.
Sir, this is my question. Nung pinag-uusapan po yung inyong amnesty at binigyan po kayo ng certification, nasabi ho ba sa inyo at any time that this could be revoked? I mean, meron
Wala
ho bang pagkakataon?
Hindi sinabi ho sa amin yan. At saka sa akin pagkakaintindi ko, kaya nga ho amnestiya dahil amnesia ho, sa root word na amnesia, nakalimutan ng lahat. It is as if nothing happened. It is as if no offense was committed. Kaya nga ho, mayroong concurrence ng Kongreso, ng House of Representatives and by the Senate, no? Kaya nga naging na-strengthen yung proclamation na yan. Kaya no, sa akin ho, kung yan ang basihan ho natin na any proclamation of amnesty could be revoked by the President, then therefore yung mga nakaraang pang-amnestiya dahil galit ka lamang doon sa taong iyan, ay kaya mong i-revoke. Sa tingin ko ay hindi po tama yan.
Pero ang sinasabi pong dahilan, kung gagamitin po natin yung linya, that kind of argument that if the President, may kaaway po ang Presidente at pwedeng i-revoke anytime. Pero ang sinasabi po ng gobyerno, ni-revoke dahil nga, again, I just want to repeat what Secretary Guevara said, hindi finulfill yung minimum requirements of the amnesty. So meron po silang sinasabing dahilan.
Well, I don't agree with that. I believe that we have complied with the requirements, and you will not be given the certificate of amnesty if you have not complied with the requirements in the first place.
Kayo ho ba, sir, kasi nangyari to kay Senator Antonio Trillanes, posible din, sa palagay niyo ho ba, posible ding ma-revoke yung inyong amnesty?
Posible. Kahit sino pong nag-avail ng amnesty, kung ganon ang kanilang pag-interpret, ay talagang pwede dahil yung records ay nasa kanila.
Opo.
Ngayon sasabihin ho nila na walang application kahit nag-submit kami ng applications dati, it's their words against our words.
Yeah.
No? Ang sa akin lang dito, we have the certificate and it we complied with the requirements.
And you can produce your certificate, sir. Natago niyo ho ba yung certificate niyo?
Yes.
Opo. Parang,
Yes, we have the certificate.
gaano ho ba ka-importante ngayon yung certificate na yan?
Well, unang-una ho sa mga application ng passport, ng visa, ay kailangan po yan. So hindi ka rin magbibigyan ng mga ganon mga government permits, no, or travel authority kung walang amnestia dahil tatanungin niyo kung involved ka ba sa kaso mga ganito. So you have to prove na hindi dahil nabigyan ka ng amnestia. So kailangan ho siya. Ang punto lang dito, bakit tayo hahantong sa ganito? Maliwanag na ang kritiko ay pinapatahimik ng administrasyong ito. No? At kung ganoon ang kaparaanan, we are weakening our democracy. Dahil ang ginagawa lamang ng Magdalo, ni Senator Trillanes, ay punahin yung mga kamalian at kakulang ng administrasyon na ito. So kung tayo lahat ay tatahimik at matakot, anong klaseng demokrasyang meron tayo? We are a democracy in name, but in reality, we're under a dictatorship.
Congressman, ano ho ang pwedeng gawin o what can you do sa House of Representatives regarding this, sir?
Well, tayo ay mag-avail pa rin kung ano ang legal na kaparaanan na nandyan. No? Kaya nga ang rason kung bakit kami nag-join sa politika ay upang maging bahagi sa pag-influence ng pulisiya ng ating bansa. Hindi ho tayo gumawa sa labas ng konstitusyon. In fact, when I filed impeachment complaint against the President, ang sinabi ho natin, ito yung legal na kaparaanan upang ilagay sa konkretong complaint kung anong nakikita natin sa administrasyon ito. Hindi ho tayo lumabas sa extra-constitutional means na maghahanap tayo ng kaparaanan like magre-recruit ho tayo ng destabilization. Hindi na ho natin ginagawa. In fact, we continue to communicate with the armed forces na sinasabi natin na we are assuring them that we will not go out of the Constitution dahil demokrasya ho tayo.
Congressman, sakali pong arestuhin si Senador Antonio Trillanes, what's next?
Well, that would be very unfortunate pag kanila pong gagawin yan. We will discuss this with Senator Trillanes. Titingnan ho natin yung mga hakbang na susunod. Ang iniiwasan lang ho natin dahil kung ito ay wala na hong remedy. Ibig sabihin, pag nakikita ho natin na lahat ng kaparanang legal at tahasang binilalabag ho ito, ayaw ho nating mahantong tayo sa labas ng legal. Kaya nga, even those na nakakilala ho natin, ay sinasabi ho natin huwag tayong humantong sa illegal na pamaraan. Dahil sa frustration ng iilan, ay talagang galit na galit sa administrasyon, ay sinasabi ho natin, huwag ho tayong pumasok dyan dahil gusto ho natin gamitin kung anong legal na kaparaanan.
Alright, Congressman Gary Alejano, maraming salamat po sa inyong oras, sir. So, patuloy naman po natin minomonitor ang kaganapan dyan po sa Senado. Thank you, sir. In the meantime, maraming salamat po sa inyo, si Congressman Gary Alejano. Kasama ho siya ni Senador Antonio Trillanes dyan po sa Oakwood Mutiny, gayon din sa Manila Peninsula Siege. However, nung nakausap po natin kanina si Secretary Menardo Guevara, tatlo po ang kanyang minention na yung Oakwood Mutiny. Kung babalikan po natin yung kung saan nasangkot supposedly si Senator Trillanes hinggil nga dito sa nabigyan siya ng amnesty. Tatlo po ang sinabi ni Secretary Menardo Guevara. Yan po yung Oakwood. Ito po yung, may pangalawa ho kasi yung Marine standoff. Gaya nga po nung sinabi ni Congressman Gary Alejano, wala ho sila nun. At ito po nga Manila Peninsula Siege. According to Congressman Alejano, ganun din po yung kanyang argumento na ginamit na kaparehong argumento ni Senador Antonio Trillanes sa kanyang press briefing kanina. Hindi naman daw sila mabibigyan ng amnesty, plain and simple, kung hindi daw sila nag-apply. Ngayon, ang sabi ni Congressman Alejano, kung nawawala daw yung papel na yon, ay hindi daw nila kasalanan yon. Pero ang meron sila, according to him, is a certificate na sila po ay nakapag-comply. At sinabi niya, number 1, they applied. At number 2, sinabi nilang umuo sila doon sa admission of guilt. Patuloy po ang kaganapan nga sa Senado dahil kanina nung nakausap natin si Secretary Menardo Guevara, sinabi nga niya po sa CNN Philippines at anytime Senator Antonio Trillanes can be arrested. So again, balikan lang po natin si Congressman Alejano ay kasama ho yan ni Senador Antonio Trillanes. Kapwa nabigyan din po ng amnestiya si Congressman Gary Alejano. Samantala, nakatutok naman ang ating correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal dyan sa Senado para malaman ang pinakahuling kaganapan doon at we will bring her to you live or just even on the phone a little later on kapag meron na pong panibagong kaganapan dyan. Pwede na nga daw pong hulihin si Senador Antonio Trillanes dahil sa pagbawi ng amnestiya sa kanya. At ngayon, meron na daw mga pulis sa Senado. Naroon ang aming correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil, andyan pa ba si Senador Trillanes? Cecil? Alright, we'll try to have siguro, tawagan natin ulit si Cecil Lardizabal. Siya po ang ating correspondent dyan sa Senado. Nakaantabay po siya dyan para ibigay sa atin ng pinakahuling kaganapan. Kung makikita po natin medyo masyado pong malapit ang anggulo ng ating camera, no? Pero kung di po ako nagkakamali, ito po yung harap ng Senado, no? It seems like this is the, I'm sure we'll get a better view a little later on. So, ang nangyari po kanina, about at least an hour ago, nandun po si Senador Antonio Trillanes, kinausap nga niya ho ang media hinggil dito, at ano ho ang kanyang reaksyon dito sa Proclamation number 572. Well, puntahan muna natin si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil?
Pinky, dito sa may entrance mismo ng Senate of the Philippines sa baba, nandito na yung ibang tinatawag na composite team ng PNP, CIDG o Criminal Investigation and Detection Group. Alam mo, medyo hindi sila nagsasalita dahil ayon sa kanilang utos ay wala silang dapat sabihin, ang instruction sa kanila, pero meron tayong nakausap kanina na isang miyembro ng CIDG arresting team. At nasabi niyan, ang hepe daw nila ay si Police Senior Superintendent Vicente Danao, at sinasabi niya na ang instruction ay magbigay ng legal order.
Cecil, babalikan ka namin mamaya. Meron lang nagsasagawa na kasi ngayon ng press briefing si Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara hinggil nga sa pagwawi ng Malacanang sa amnestiya ni Senador Antonio Trillanes. Ayan na po siya, pakinggan natin.
Stations at radio and radio. I think it would be best, sir, if we start with an opening statement regarding this particular
opening statement pa?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. All right. Okay, go na? Magandang tanghali po sa lahat ng nanonood at sa kanilang mga television sets at mga nakikinig sa radyo. Pinatawag po namin ang press conference na ito para masagot ang maraming katanungan na may kinalaman sa proclamation na inisyu ng Presidente na sa pagbaliwala ng amnesty proclamation insofar as Senator Trillanes is concerned. So we are here to answer questions from the media. So may we have the first question, please?
Can you just identify yourself?
Yeah, please identify yourself before you ask. Right. Thank you.
Sir, Andrew Martin,
So you're Anjo. All right,
Sir, can you walk us through the process? What went behind this proclamation? Kailan ito nag-start, sir, yung process of the...
All right. Yeah, we are talking about proclamation number 572, signed by the President on August 31, 2018. Just a couple of days before he departed with many members of the cabinet for Israel and Jordan. All right, this was also attested by Executive Secretary Major Dea. And I was informed about it on the day of the departure of the President, verbally at least. And I got a hard copy of the proclamation, a certified copy, only yesterday. I understand that the proclamation was published in a newspaper of general circulation today, this morning. So I do not have any personal knowledge as to when the review of the amnesty given to Senator Trillanes actually began. But what I know is that this matter of review has been there for quite some time. It's not as if this happened only 5 days ago or nothing of that sort. I think this has been being discussed a couple of years ago, as far back as 2013, I guess. But it just so happened that now it was only recently that the proclamation was issued by the President. Take note that the title of the proclamation is Revocation of DND Ad Hoc Committee Resolution Number 2, dated January 31, 2011, insofar as it granted amnesty to former LTSG Antonio Trillanes IV. All right, so while the title indicates that it's a revocation, the contents of the proclamation, if you have read a copy of that proclamation, would show that it actually nullified or declared void ab initio, all right, the issuance of the amnesty to Senator Trillanes, as if it never existed, never been valid for non-compliance with certain mandatory requirements for the availment of that amnesty. So, binaliwala ito as if it never existed. It's not, something that was given and being taken back, all right? It's a declaration that it was void from the moment that it was issued. Next question.
What makes it,
Yes, Ina.
Sir, what makes it different from the amnesty granted to the other Magdalo officers? Basically, entirely the same circumstances.
Well, the proclamation speaks of certain non-compliance on the part of Senator Trillanes with requirements for the grant of the amnesty. You will take note that there is mention of proclamation number 75, series of 2010. So that is the general proclamation of amnesty to those who were involved in the Oakwood Mutiny, the Manila Peninsula siege, and Marine standoff, on various dates, several dates yon. But to be able to implement that grant of amnesty, merong kinreate yung proclamation na yon na ad hoc committee sa Department of National Defense to accept yung applications, individual applications for amnesty. So may mga basic requirements. Two of the most notable requirements, and this is apparently were not complied by Senator Trillanes, ay yung formal pag-fill up in person under oath of an official application for amnesty. And the other major requirement is that he should have admitted fault, all right, or guilt doon sa mga charges na filed against him. There must be an express admission of guilt. All right, before you can be eligible for amnesty. All right, so apparently based on the review undertaken, ay hindi siya nag-comply dito. As a matter of fact, there are allegations that to the media he said na he does not admit any guilt of the offenses charged. No? Take note that for purposes of amnesty, we are talking about high crimes, political crimes, such as rebellion, sedition, mutiny, coup d'etat. And he was in fact charged with coup d'etat in a regular court of law. Yes, please. Please identify yourself. For now, the proclamation only covers him, no. But I believe that maybe others who might be similarly situated are also yung kanilang applications might have are also being reviewed. No?
Excuse me, sir.
Not too sure about that, but I suppose that since there is a review ongoing, it might include not only Senator Trillanes but also the others. So, okay. Hi, Jeff.
May sabihin yata si Trillanes kanina. Parang sabi niya, meron daw siyang certificate. So, ibig sabihin, nabigyan siya ng amnesty. Wala siyang parang nag-comply siya sa mga requirements.
Well, let him just show it. No, what we're saying is yung requirement of an application under oath does not exist in the records, and that there are no records either of any admission of guilt on his part, no, for the charges filed against him.
Sir, Lian Buana, Traveler.
Hi, Lian.
Sir, does the proclamation have an effect of a warrant or kailangan pong mag-apply ng DOJ ng warrant of arrest sa isang warrant?
By itself, no, the proclamation directs the Department of Justice as well as the Armed Forces of the Philippines, no, to take the necessary action in order to continue the proceedings. Why AFP? Because apart from the criminal complaint for coup d'etat pending with the Makati Regional Trial Court, at the time of the issuance of the amnesty or of the proclamation granting the amnesty, ay meron ding court-martial proceedings ongoing before the Department of National Defense, no, or Armed Forces on the matter of the mutiny, conduct unbecoming of an officer, and so forth and so on. So meron ding parallel proceedings happening before the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya meron ding directive addressed to the AFP to continue the proceedings against Senator Trillanes. So that will probably entail the issuance of more detailed orders, no? Like on the part of the prosecution, we will probably have to reopen the case that was filed before the RTC.
So he cannot be arrested now without a warrant?
The proclamation has directed all enforcement agencies to apprehend him. So he will be placed in custody. As to where that will be, that is a matter that we need to await a little. And maybe for now, if he's attending sessions at the Senate can probably put him under its custody in the meantime.
The issue on legislative immunity does not rise in this case.
It's not applicable. You know, there is a provision under the Constitution that provides or gives members of Congress the privilege of not being arrested while Congress is in session. But take note that that will apply only if the offense charge is punishable by an imprisonment of not more than 6 years. So yun lang ang applicable yung privilege na yun. If the offense carries a penalty not exceeding 6 years. But coup d'etat carries the penalty of life imprisonment, and for that reason is non-bailable. Yes, Joseph.
So who conducted the review?
I am not sure who exactly conducted the review, but I suppose this might have been studied in the past by the Office of the Solicitor General.
Sir, okay. Does this have to satisfy the two requirements, the application and the admission of guilt? to be qualified for amnesty?
You mean if he will redo the whole thing? No.
Yung sa status nun, dapat
At that time, if he complied with those requirements, would he have been entitled? I guess the answer to that question is a definite yes. If he was given amnesty, notwithstanding that the requirements were not, strictly met, with more reason that amnesty would have given to him if such requirements were actually met.
So kasi in 2011, we had a report, we had video showing that he did apply, at least in first requirement. He applied for an amnesty.
Then let him show it. But that is really beside the point, because there is this more important requirement of admitting one's fault, before one can be entitled to an amnesty. You must first admit your guilt for rebellion, sedition, or coup d'etat, as the case may be. Now, show proof that he actually, admitted guilt for such offenses.
Without that, sir, valid yung 570, no? Without that proof that he did admit to the crime.
That's what the proclamation says. And, upon review, and these basic requirements, mandatory requirements, were not met. That was the basis for a declaration by the President that amnesty granted to him at that time was actually void ab initio.
Why only specific to Senator Trillanes?
I am not saying that it's specific only to him. As a matter of fact, I said earlier that I have reasons to believe that maybe people similarly situated like as Senator Trillanes, the grant of amnesty to them might also be under review.
You talked about reopening the case on the part of the Department of Justice, which was prosecuted this case before the Makati RTC, if I'm not mistaken. So from here on, what are we looking at, sir? How are we going to do about it? That reopening, and because the revocation so far only pertains to them, does that also mean that if we reopen that particular case, it will only apply to Senator Trillanes?
First, we have to check our records first, okay? Because that case was filed and prosecuted way back in 2003. All right, so 15 years ago, and we really have to look at the records of the case, if the proceedings were merely suspended, or if there was an order of dismissal and stuff like that. So we need to find that out first. Maybe, all right, Prosecutor General OIC Fadulyon may be able to answer the question. Submitted or what?
The decision was about to be promulgated way back in 2010. However, the decision was about to be promulgated in 2010. However, because of the manifestation of the defense that there was an application for amnesty, or amnesty was being offered, the court suspended the promulgation. And it was supposed to have been subject to the compliance with all the requirements for application for amnesty. Now, as far as our records, the records that we've seen so far, there are among the accused who were actually, there was a decision which was rendered by an acting presiding judge who took over, Judge Pimentel, and she approved the amnesty which was granted to some of the accused. But when I looked at the records, it did not include Senator Trillanes. So we're still in the process of looking at all other decisions of Regional Trial Court Branch 148 as to other decisions that may have been rendered as far as the other accused are concerned, sir.
So the applications are presented to the court pala, sir?
No, manifestations were filed with the court saying that the accused who had filed or availed of amnesty had complied with the requirements. These were filed by their respective counsel. So on the basis of that, the acting presiding judge at that time approved the said applications. As far as the order that I have reviewed so far this morning, it did not include the name of Senator Trillanes. But again, we're having our prosecutors in Makati check with Regional Trial Court Branch 148, check with the records to find out if there were other orders or decisions that were rendered pursuant to approving the amnesty applied for.
As for promulgation of the law, in this case, it was already up for the prosecution and defense were already completed, and it was already up for promulgation.
Yes, the decision, the case was already submitted for decision. In fact, if I recall, Judge Pimentel already came out, scheduled it for promulgation, and he had with him a copy of the decision. He was just about to promulgate the decision when there was a manifestation from the defense counsel stating that there was amnesty that was supposed to be granted to all of the accused.
Sir, ibig sabihin nun na kanina wala dun yung application ni Trillanes sa RTC?
Kasi there are, if you look at the case, there are about 31. There are about 31 accused in this case. Now, if all of them availed of amnesty, then naturally there would have to be a manifestation to the court informing the court that they had complied with all the requirements. Apparently, not all of them were represented by one counsel. So, depending on who filed the manifestation, the orders would come out. Now, what I'm saying is that based on what I have checked so far, it did not include the name of Senator Trillanes.
So walang application?
Well, not in that order. It would appear that in that particular order, it would appear that as far as Senator Trillanes is concerned, wala pang approval. So we're checking other orders of the court.
If mabubuhay ulit yung kaso, sir, ibig sabihin, desisyon na lang yung ulang. Judge Pimentel, andyan pa ba, sir?
Wala na po. Judge Pimentel retired already, I think, in 2010. Okay, so there's another judge, Judge Soriano, if I'm not mistaken, who is the acting presiding judge of RTC Branch 148. And you are correct, if the case will be reopened, it is only for the purposes of, one, asking for the issuance of an alias warrant of arrest, and second, for asking the court to promulgate the decision, considering that the court had already previously acquired jurisdiction over the person of the accused.
Okay, sir. Do you need to apply for a warrant? Or do you mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, warrant.
Ayusin mo na. Alias warrant.
Alias warrant.
All right. After the proper review of the records of this case, and we have determined that it's something that is ripe for reopening, all right, that there are grounds to reopen the case, then first order of the day will be simply to ask the court for the issuance of an alias warrant so that the person of the accused will be brought into custody of the court.
Sir, how soon yan?
We'll do it as soon as we can, as soon as we find all the records pertaining to this case. You will please note that this case happened 15 years ago, so we'll just have to look into archives and other, case records on file.
Sir, yan yung sinasabi natin sa Senko, parang i-discuss muna ng Senate kung hindi aalaw.
Well, that's a matter for the Senate to discuss. No, I think the issue there is on the matter of custody in the meantime. All right, but as I have explained, the matter of privilege from arrest while Congress is in session, which it is right now, does not apply if the offense charge is punishable by more than 6 years, as in this case, because this is coup d'etat.
Sir, should the AFP and PNP arrest you now?
I'm sorry?
Should the PNP and the AFP...
There is a directive coming from the President himself as Commander-in-Chief, and I guess it's something that has to be obeyed.
That has to be...
Obeyed.
Obeyed.
Right.
Sir, pwede mangyari kung nangyari kay Senator De Lima?
Magkaiba yata yung situation. No? Yung kay Senator De Lima ay charges for regular criminal offense. No? But this one is amnesty being set aside. And of course, nandun yung charge naman ng coup d'etat, no? Violation of the law on coup d'etats, no? Prohibiting coup d'etats. So I cannot really say whether the two cases are, squarely on the same footing. Yes, sir.
Dexter po sa DZM.
Hi, Dexter.
You mentioned nag-usap kayo ng Pangulo noong September 2 bago siya umalis ng Israel. Ano po yung direktang utos niya po sa inyo regarding this case?
No, it was only the Executive Secretary who gave notice to me about a proclamation that had been signed by the President a couple of days before their departure date. And so, being the designated officer in charge, I guess it was his duty really to inform me about this very important proclamation.
Being the OIC or the Office of the President, ano po ang utos niyo po ngayong araw?
Well, it's simply for the concerned agencies to implement what the President has directed. In Section 2 of the proclamation, he made two specific directives, and that one is addressed to the Department of Justice and to the Armed Forces to continue with the proceedings that were suspended, if at all suspended, at the time that the amnesty was granted to Senator Trillanes. And also another directive, this time addressed to law enforcement agencies, to cause the apprehension of Senator Trillanes so that he might be brought into custody.
May timeline po ba kayo binigay sa PNP or AFP for the arrest of...
No specific timeline, but this is in effect, and as soon as it is feasible to do it, then so be it.
So yung court-martial, sir, if at all suspended, will then proceed. And then second, the prosecution before Makati 148 will also proceed. But sir, since Judge Pimentel already resigned, there's a new presiding judge. What will happen to the decision written by Pimentel? It will not be the one that will be understood. It will be an entirely new appreciation by the presiding judge, sir.
It will not be the same because the decision that was rendered already for so if this is going to be a promulgation, it will be as far as
All right. Okay, so yung kasing decision about to be promulgated apparently pertains to all of the accused, no? So dahil itong development na ito is something that pertains only to Senator Trillanes, then probably there might be some need to review yung decision that has been prepared before but not promulgated.
But based on the proceedings na lang, sir, there will not be a new trial, sir, para review na lang on the proceedings as to the alleged participation.
In my opinion, since a full-blown trial, assuming that a full-blown trial has already been conducted, then I guess there will be no need to repeat. All of these are made of record by our courts, which are courts of record. And so any judge who will take over and promulgate the judgment need only go through the transcripts, the pleadings, the case files, and so forth and so on, without need to conduct a new trial altogether.
Sir, kasi may CIDG personnel na kayo sa Senate, so they can already effect the order.
They can actually. So, and I think Senator Trillanes says he's ready. He's ready. So, so be it. All right.
Sir, again,
Yes.
as long, sir, people are quite surprised with this development because there is such a jurisprudence when it comes to revocation of amnesty.
Well, as I said, this is not a matter of revocation. When you say you revoke, there's something that was actually given validly and you are taking it back for some reasons. But that does not seem to be the case here. This proclamation declares that the grant was invalid and void ab initio, right from the beginning. So you're not taking back something. You're declaring that something never actually validly existed.
Sir, Lawrence Tanaw, Radyo Sir.
Yes.
Radyo Pilipinas, Sir Lawrence Tanaw. Sir,
Yes,
kaya makapag-comply po si Senator Trillanes ng mga requirements, pwede bang ibigay ulit sa kanya yung amnesty? Or
I guess that's a different matter altogether. You know, we're talking about executive clemency, and that pertains to the person who is the chief executive at the time that the application will be granted. No, so he'll be dealing with President Duterte this time if he applies, assuming that he will be willing to do that.
So, syempre, sir, perception nito, sir, ginahabol yung kalaban, di ba, sir, ng Pangulo. Sir, yun yung magiging political persecution. That would be the line, definitely.
Well, we cannot really prevent people or Senator Trillanes from thinking that way. But from the point of view of government, if there is something that needs to be done, then it should be done regardless of the timing. Especially if an act is deemed void from the beginning. We're not talking about any prescriptive period here. The government is not stopped by a mistake that was done by its own officers. And a matter that is void or an act which is void from the beginning can be challenged and attacked at any time, no matter the amount of time that has elapsed.
So what prompted the review of OSCE?
Can't really answer that, but I guess this is really a matter of making sure that all necessary legal requirements in so far as important matters like this have been complied with. Now, as to what other reasons there might have been, I'm not privy to that. I'm sorry to say.
So earlier you said, sir, you assumed, di ba, sir, na baka meron ding review doon sa iba. Is that, sir, the others were granted amnesty, among the officers, some of them are supporters of the president, di ba, sir? So, but to your knowledge, sir, wala kang specific knowledge na meron ng ongoing? Parang you just assume.
No, I have no personal knowledge. I don't have any specific knowledge that such a review covering other people is ongoing, but I just surmise that in as much as something like this was reopened, then probably the same thing is also being done insofar as people who are similarly situated are concerned.
Sir, Daniel po from
Yes, Daniel.
Sir, sakali man, saan po ipupunong si Senator Trillanes?
Well, the proclamation says he will be committed to where he was before at the time that the amnesty was granted, so wherever he may be. If he was at the Makati City Jail at the time, then if the case is reopened and a warrant, alias warrant, is issued against him, then he goes there. If he was under detention within the premises of the armed forces because of the martial law proceedings then ongoing, then he will be restored or detained in the same location. It all depends on where he was at the time that the amnesty was issued.
Sir, while waiting for an alias warrant, pwede bang sa Senate muna?
That's what I said. Maybe that's the reason why Senator Tito Soto would like to discuss this with the rest of his colleagues. So we believe that's a fair and reasonable arrangement. In the meantime, that the prosecution, the DOJ, and the armed forces are still, reviewing their records. But there's already a directive to put him under custody. So I guess that's the best possible arrangement in the meantime. But he is not immune from arrest, as I would like to emphasize. All right, that's just for convenience.
Should the custody being spoken of in the proclamation is in terms of immediate custody, but since subsequently you'll be applying for the issuance of an alias warrant, then there has to be a return of the warrant, and therefore we will follow the same procedure that the court will now determine where via commitment order siya.
Yes, very true. Once the court acquires jurisdiction over the person of the accused, then his place of detention will also be determined by the court which acquired jurisdiction.
Secretary, nakapag-request na po ba ang DOJ ng alias warrant?
Hindi pa, kasi nga yung mga records, halukayin pa namin yan 2003 case pa, and we got this proclamation only yesterday, so we need to take a look at the records first.
So sir, it's now na meron na hindi na comply na requirements sa Senator Trillanes. So can we say na yung grant sa kanya by the previous administration is irregular?
Void nga not only irregular but void, So I cannot really answer for those for the people who granted the amnesty at that time. Remember that there was an ad hoc committee under Proclamation number 75 during the time of President Noynoy Aquino, which created this ad hoc committee for the grant of amnesty to those involved in the mutiny, in the Oakwood mutiny and the other incidents, And it was, I think, the approval of the applications for amnesty at that time was given by the DND secretary at that time, Secretary Voltaire Gasmin, all right, as mentioned in the proclamation. So, if there was non-compliance with some requirements, but nonetheless, amnesty was granted, I think it would be for Secretary Voltaire to explain that. It's not for us to dwell into that matter because that happened many years ago.
Going back to the requirements, so he has to satisfy both or just one?
Yeah, both. Because I guess now I've not seen the form, but I suppose that form would contain a section where he would expressly admit that he's guilty of the offense charge, no? Because I would surmise na kasama yun because that form, application form, is under oath. All right? So such an important requirement like admission of guilt is something that should be contained in that form under oath. So to me, that is the more important requirement rather than the form. All right? It's the admission of guilt and that you are pleading for executive clemency.
Ibig sabihin, sir, even if he can prove that he did apply in 2011, pero wala namang admission, wala rin valid.
Yeah, that would seem to be the case. Ang problema rito, parang meron yatang certain media statements si Senator Trillanes na parang sinasabi niya na dinidisclaim niya expressly yung kanyang guilt for any wrongdoing and that apparently according to the proclamation, hindi yan ang dapat na charge sa kanya but something else, no? Kung ano yung something else na yun, hindi niya sinabi. Pero apparently based on the proclamation again, ay meron siya mga statements to the media before na sinasabi niya na hindi ito ang charges to which I will plead guilty. Something to that effect.
Sir, walang attachment ng admission of guilt dun sa application? Or affidavit of...
Ang tingin ko nga, it might be in the form of an affidavit, all right, under oath, attached to the form, or incorporated in the form itself.
As long as under oath, sec, no?
Yes, yun ang mahalaga dun eh. For something like that, it's got to be under oath.
Sir, this was his interview in 2011, right? Quote, we admit guilt as far as rising up against the most corrupt president, referring to who this country has ever had proudly. Does this qualify as an admission to the crime?
The crime charge is coup d'etat. All right, so there must be an express admission of guilt to the offense of coup d'etat.
You may mention of coup d'etat.
Yes, of course.
Not just the mere uprising against the most.
Yes, because the elements may be different.
All right.
Sir, for those who are saying that this will create a chilling effect on not only the opposition but those who are regular tao who may be opposing this administration, that they can no longer verbalize their opposition and then things like this happen. What is the message?
No, it's not a question of political opposition. It's a matter of compliance with the law. All right, this is a matter which is provided in the Constitution itself. When the chief executive grants clemency, all right, all the requirements must be naturally complied with. So we're just following the rule of law here. If something was not followed before, then the government is not barred from making the proper rectification to such a mistake. All right, so that's how we view these matters, no? And this may happen again in the future, not to scare anyone, but just to ensure that all the laws are followed and obeyed.
Secretary, any comment? This is the third decision daw na nakalagay ab initio from the beginning. First is Sereno, second is the land resource with the, and the third is for Trillanes.
So what is your question?
Ab initio sa...
No, it just so happened that all of these matters seem to be invalid right from the beginning. Nakakataon lang yun. It's not a fad. I'm telling you, it's not a fad. It just so happened that all of these events, these acts happen to be declared up after a serious review as void from a legal standpoint. Walang pattern yun. Ano lang yun? Nakakataon lang yun. Yeah. It's up to him. It's up to him. I will not teach him what to do. His lawyers are are very capable of thinking what the legal remedies are available to him.
Secretary, clarification lang. If he can prove na from the very start meron naman talaga siyang requirement, can the amnesty be restored without him having to apply to the for...
Let's cross the bridge when we get there.
But the repositories of all these documents are saying, sir, that they do not exist.
That's what the DND says. They have no records of such an official application. So if...
missing lang, sir.
Sorry?
Missing.
Well, we don't know. We presume that duties are regularly performed not only in the civil government but also in the military organization.
So itong declaration of initial, where can he challenge it?
Well, as I said, it's up to him. I will not teach him. You know, he has plenty of lawyers. Plenty of lawyers.
First impression.
Supreme Court, sir.
Well, I guess this is, any act on the part of government is subject to judicial review to determine whether there has been grave abuse of discretion. So that's in the Constitution. So be it. So bahala na sila. Pick it up from there.
Judicial review by...
Judicial review in general. So depending on the hierarchy of courts, no, kung saan nila tingin na proper, depending on the importance of the issue, then they will have to decide where to go.
What is the first venue for him? I think it's the office of the president, sir, for exhaustion of remedies, sir. He has to...
No, this is not an administrative case. All right, this is a matter of executive prerogative. This is executive clemency that we're talking about. This is an act of grace. All right, so we're not talking about a simple administrative case where you have to exhaust administrative remedies before you go to courts. All right, so this pertains to something that is purely personal to the president because it involves his discretion. All right, in the case of amnesty, of course, that's subject to concurrence by majority vote of the Congress. All right, in the case of amnesty.
Amnesty?
Yes, exactly. I'm saying executive clemency in general is a matter of grace on the part of the president. But with respect to amnesty, which involves political crimes, all right, the concurrence of a majority of Congress is a requirement.
This one it does not.
There was an issue, I remember, before it was presented to Congress, there was no admission of guilt. Even way back, there was an issue raised.
No admission of guilt. So.
Yes, because before you present it to Congress, all the requirements have to be complied.
Okay, all right.
Sir, this one does not need the concurrence of Congress.
Amnesty requires congressional concurrence. Yeah, but what will Congress concur to if in the beginning it was invalid?
Sir, has there been an amnesty before na void, declared na void?
I'm sorry, again?
Has there been an amnesty before that was declared valid? Or is this really the first?
I do not recall of any that has happened in the past, but I'm not sure about that. We're talking about decades of executive clemency. There might have been, but I don't recall any where an amnesty given was set aside for being void ab initio.
So since this was presented to Congress, sir, this does not cure whatever it is.
That is a legal issue that it's a legal issue that perhaps will have to be resolved in due time.
Sir, clarification after state pattern from Tesla. Sir, clarification po, the review was done by Office of the Solicitor General. Is it under Solzen Calita or dahil sabi 2013 from the previous Solzen po?
I don't have personal knowledge exactly as to who initiated the review and the exact time where it was commenced. No? But what I know is that this is something that did not happen last week or a month ago, but it's something that is in the pipeline for quite some time. I'm talking about maybe a couple of years back.
But unbelievable.
I can't say. I'm not sure because I don't have personal
So
knowledge.
you're not sure if it's the OSG or if it's just the legal staff of the palace. For there, sir, medyo hindi pa clear sa yung
Not clear exactly because I just got a copy of this proclamation yesterday, and I did not have an opportunity to trace it back. How did it start? Who commenced it? By for what reason? Those details I do not have personal knowledge of.
Sir, which agency made the parang final recommendation to the President na ito yung result ng review namin?
Office of the President din mismo ang magbibigay ng go signal doon, no? Because it has to be signed by the President. Then I suppose before it gets signed by the President, it will have to be reviewed by the lawyers at the Office of the President.
Categorically, we can't say right now, sir, kung OSG ba to or under Malacanang solely, wala pa tayo ganun.
I would say that probably both, no? OSG lawyers and Malacanang lawyers have reviewed this matter, no? Because this is a matter that pertains to the chief executive. So the Solgen would necessarily be consulted or involved, as well as lawyers working at the office of the president, where I used to be or work.
Sir,
Yes, Tech.
Sir, sabi ni Congressman Alejano, susunod na daw siya, sir. May other pa ba kayong nire-review, sir?
I don't know about that. Really, I don't know about that.
Maybe tomorrow.
Any further questions, gentlemen and ladies? Okay na? I have submitted the report of the DOJ in consultation with the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel to the President. And meron kasing recommendations in that report. The evaluation report by the DOJ on the validity of the Nayong Filipino transaction with landing. No? So meron recommendations, but I understand that the President was unable to approve the recommendations before he left for Israel and Jordan. So I beg your indulgence that I cannot disclose further details or conclusions and findings, and more so the recommendations, until they have been actually approved by the President. When he returns and he approves the recommendations, then probably we can call another briefing like this, if you please. All right, so if there are no further questions, all right. Thank you very much to all of you. And I'll see you on September 11, all right, for fellowship.
Yan po si Secretary Menardo Guevara. Puntahan po natin si spokesperson Harry Roque.
We're talking of 3 incidents po, Oakwood, Fort Bonifacio, and the Peninsula incidents. No? Importante po yung pag-aamin dahil ang amnesty po is an act of beneficence on the part of the state. Buburahin po ang mga pangyayari para walang krimen nangyari, pero kinakailangan umamin po, no? At walang ganyang pag-amin na ginawa po si Senator Trillanes. Questions, please.
So, sir, what happened? Sir, may posibilidad po na may kasunod pa po si Senator Trillanes based sa review ng AFP sa mga amnesty na ibinigay sa mga soldiers ni dating President Aquino, like Congressman Alejano.
Well, sa ngayon po, ang proclamation ay laban lamang kay Senator Trillanes, no? At ang epekto nga, sang-ayon dito sa Proclamation 572 mismo, ay mabubuhay lahat yung mga kaso na nakabinbin laban kay Senator Trillanes. So far po, si Senator Trillanes, but this is without prejudice. Kasi nangyari po talaga, and I had experience also representing some of them in the past, no? Talagang ayaw nila umamin at that time. Kasi hindi nila alam talaga kung magkakaroon sila ng amnesty, no? At saka yung ramifications pagdating dun sa careers nila, no? Marami sa kanila gusto magkaroon ng honorable discharge, at yung pag-amin may not be a reason for honorable discharge, no? So, well, the past finally caught up with Senator Trillanes. He is responsible for his current state ngayon. Kung hindi sana niya ginawa yung Oakwood, kung hindi sana niya ginawa yung Manila Peninsula, wala po siyang ganito mga kaso ngayon.
Sir, follow-up lang po. Sir, AFP po yung tawag dito, nag-recommend sa Palasyo for the review ng amnesty?
Well, I just confirmed with several individuals. This has been in the offing na matagal na, no? And it is a combination of both the legal teams and the military establishment reviewing the records of Senator Trillanes. Now, talaga naman pong, again, no, I've had experience defending some of them, talaga naman pong issue sa maraming Oakwood yung pag-amin. At I guess yung mga panahon na yon, no, naswerte lang siya na kakampi niya yung dating presidente at hindi na nag-insist doon sa literal compliance with the provisions provided for an amnesty. No? Pero yun na po, no? As an act of beneficence, it has to be construed strictly. At saka yung kaso po na cited naman dito ng People versus Vera explains why yung admission of guilt is very important. No? Because without admission of guilt, hindi naman sisipa yung act of beneficence na buburahin yung mga pangyayari na nakalipas.
Sir, what prompted the review? Maricel Halili.
Sir, sinasabi, of course, Senator Trillanes is claiming this is all about politics na you want to get back.
Well, unang-una po, siya ang gumawa ng Oakwood, siya ang gumawa ng Manila Peninsula. So, there's nothing political, these are all his acts, and dapat lang naman no, na panagutan ang mga ginawa ng kahit sino. No? Hindi naman po pwede na magbabalot ka ng bomba sa Oakwood na take over mo ang Manila Peninsula at wala ka ng pananagutan. It doesn't work that way.
Pero sir, kasi yung concept na yung mga opposition legislators, yung mga nasasampahan ng kaso after the lima, ito naman po si Trillanes.
Siyempre po, masasapahan ng kaso kung mayroong ginawang paglabag sa batas. Kung meron naman pong administration ng mga mambabatas na may ginawa silang batas, isumbong niyo po sa amin at kakasuhan din yan. No? Pero sa tingin ko naman, walang kaduda-duda na lumabag sa batas itong si Senator Trillanes nung ginawa niya yung Oakwood at yung Manila Peninsula.
But sir, how will it affect po yung Senate considering that dalawa na yung possible na committee makulong?
Wala naman po epekto dahil alam naman po natin, independenteng sa ngayon ng gobyerno ang Senado. No? At ang desisyon naman po ng Senado ay adopted as a collegial body, meaning habang naririyan po yung 23 na senador, majority of those present in any meeting, provided there is a quorum, will result in a Senate decision.
Sir, what prompted the review of the case of Trillanes?
Alam mo, dati na po ito talaga. 2 years na ito in the offing. And unang-una, hinahanap yung mga records. They had to make sure na talagang walang application at walang pag-amin itong si Trillanes. No? Pangalawa, there was also, kumbaga, maximum tolerance being showed to Senator Trillanes. No? But in the end, it is the job of the President to implement the laws. And when a grant of amnesty is void ab initio, it's part of the role of the President to rescind it or declare it as void ab initio. Of course, pwede naman pumunta sa hukuman si Senator Trillanes kung sa tingin niya mali ang appreciation ng Presidente. No? Pero dun sa issue na hindi siya nag-apply, sa issue na hindi siya umamin, tingin ko malinaw na talagang hindi naman niya pinukaya.
Sir, is the review for the purpose of getting Trillanes jailed? Kasi what is the reason kung bakit bigla na lang na or may plano talaga na kalkalin yung kaso niya?
Una po, sinasabi ko hindi nga po biglaan to. No? It's 2 years in the offing. No? There was maximum tolerance shown, but when it was confirmed na talagang walang compliance with the requirements set forth for the amnesty, wala pong alternatibo naman ng Presidente but to execute the laws. No? So, trabaho lang po.
Raymond.
Sir, the question is, why only Senator Trillanes, considering there are a lot of them being granted amnesty during the Aquino presidency?
Well, siguro po ang na-confirm pa lang natin ay si Senator Trillanes. No? Pero babalikan po natin yan kasi titignan po natin kung yung mga kasama niya ay similarly situated. No? And this is without prejudice.
Sir, retroactive ba yung years in jail? Considering he was out already by 6 years. So pagka nakulong ulit siya, may dadagdag ba yung 6 years or 7 years na nasa labas siya doon sa kanya na supposed to be ay term or jail term?
Well, you will be credited only for actual time spent in jail since hindi naman siya nakulong ng 7 years. So wala siyang benefit of the 7 years. Pero we're jumping naman one step ahead. Kinakailangan muna hatulan siya ng hukuman. No? We will give him his day in court dahil wala pa naman siyang conviction.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, hindi po ba kailangan na concurrence ng House at Senate dun sa revocation kasi ang bilang yung amnesty, inatubahan ng Senado?
Well, our position is hindi po kinakailangan yan dahil unang-una, it is the job of the President to implement the law. So nung nakumpirma po na talagang yung mga preconditions for legal amnesty are not present in the case of Senator Trillanes, it is the role and obligation of the executive na i-declare ang void ab initio. Pero gaya ng sinabi ko, Senator Trillanes will have his day in court not only to prove his innocence on the charges of coup d'etat against him, but also on the revocation of the amnesty. I'm sure he will go running to court.
Pero kakailanganin pa rin po ba yun?
Alin? Sa tingin po, hindi. In the same way na yung sa tratado ng ICC, sa tingin namin ay tama na yung decision executive pagdating po dito. Kasi naman, ang kinakailangan lang po sa amnesty is concurrence, not consent. No? So it is still an executive determination whether a person should be given amnesty at magko-concur lang ang Kongreso.
Okay, Christine. Sir, just to clarify, so the palace denying that the order was issued because si Trillanes is the biggest critic of the president right now.
We're saying he was given amnesty by President Aquino because of politics, and the declaration of void ab initio is based on law and on facts.
So legally, can you undo the amnesty granted by a former president?
We're not undoing. It never was effective kasi hindi naman niya kinumply yung mga requirements. Yun po ibig sabihin ng void ab initio. There is nothing to undo because hindi naman siya naging valid from the very beginning.
Ace?
So, Secretary, sa clarification, does it mean we are opening all cases of amnesty? We are opening it to scrutiny?
Well, we will review the records and we will determine who else did not comply. No? I know for a fact that many of them complied. Ang nangyari kasi dyan, marami sila sa OCUD, yung mga umamin were ostracized heavily by the leadership. No? Kasi ang kanilang decision noon walang aminan. No? Pero nasa sa kanila po yan. No? Titignan natin kung ilan talaga yung dapat. At it's up to the President to also decide kung ano mangyari dyan.
So the Defense Department will review all?
Well, sa tingin ko po, there will be a review and because this is a President. No? So it will be reviewed and we will find out kung sino pa yung dapat na ideklara na void ab initio.
Cedric, birthday boy.
Sir, morning sir. Sir, just to be clear, parang may nabanggit si SOJ kanina na 2013 nag-start yung review. Pero yung review ay nag-start under the Duterte administration.
Well, of course, the review of the Duterte administration started during his term. But make no mistake about it, no? Mula pa po nung time na in-offer sila ng amnesty, controversial na po yung pag-amin at yung pag-file. Actually, nagulat ako na pati application wala si Senator Trillanes. Ang alam ko lang na controversial mga panahon na yon kung aamin o hindi, no? And they did not want na umamin. In fact, yan yung dahilan kung bakit ilan sa mga Magdalo fell, yung kumaga nahiwalay dun sa mainstream leadership dahil yung iba nauna na umamin. I'm talking of Maestre Campo, I'm talking of Bolo, I'm talking of Gambala, no? Kasi ayaw nila yung umaamin. No? Pero that's a precondition of an amnesty.
So, sir, yung review was initiated during the previous administration?
Well, let's just say that even the previous administration should have known that an application and the admission of guilt are prerequisites, no, for an effective amnesty.
Sir, what prompted the Duterte administration to review yung amnesty and individually lang po ba yung pagkaka-review sa case or the whole lot?
Well, as I said earlier, no, the President's task is to implement the law. The review has been ongoing. I think even the individuals in the military establishment na nagbigay ng amnesty knew that they were lacking requirements. No? So it was really only a matter of time before the issue would come out.
Okay. Sir, ano yung naging basihan ng palasyo in saying that Senator Trillanes never filed his application because there were...
Tinignan po talaga nila yung record.
But there were numerous media reports or there was... For us, there was video in 2011 that Trillanes filed his application and that he said that in filing his application form, he signed the sections that stated that they were agreeing to their general admission of guilt.
Well, ito po, no, nandito na rin sa proclamation na na-issue, meron pong certification si Lieutenant Colonel Thea Juan Andrade, Chief Discipline Law and Order Division of the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel, stating that there is no available copy of his application for amnesty in the records.
So nawawala sa yung copy or?
Well, ang alam po namin wala. Hindi siya nawawala.
So how would you explain itong video ng mga media because media networks are unearthing yung kanilang mga file na and there are indeed videos of Trillanes filing his application form?
Hindi ko po alam yan. Basta we're relying on official records and there's no substitute for that. No? And importante rin yung pag-amin. Ha? I think until now, hindi naman naamin talaga si Senator Trillanes na ginawa siyang paglabag sa batas.
Christine, so are you saying that the previous administration is at fault here because they just gave him amnesty that would allow him not to apologize?
Let's say that the amnesty granted to him was political. he was friendly with the previous administration. That's why he was granted amnesty without compliance with the requirements set by law.
So they were aware that hindi na-comply na, sir?
I believe so. I think it was a political accommodation on the part of the previous administration.
Question no more? Other issue? Thank.
Will there be an arrest warrant?
In due course, because the case will have to be revived. There is no double jeopardy dahil wala pa naman trial on the merits, no? And there was no decision on guilt or innocence, no? So the information has to be refiled, and the whole thing has to proceed again, no? There has to be a determination na tuloy na naman ang kaso, and a warrant of arrest would have to be issued again by a court. It is the court. In our scheme of government, it is only the courts that can issue warrant of arrest for the crime of coup d'etat. Now, although Proclamation 572 also says that this will revive administrative charges as well, no? I'm not too knowledgeable about court-martial proceedings, but it is very clear under existing rules that liability for coup d'etat is separate and distinct from court-martial proceedings, no? So it is without prejudice to military tribunals asserting their jurisdiction over the person of Senator Trillanes.
Sir, kailangan po ba mag-issue pa ang DOJ ng whole departure order o ng watchlist order para po papigilan kung sakaling umalis si Trillanes?
Well, kinakailangan po na mag-issue ng yung sa rules, no? Meron na po ngayong bagong rules na inaproba ng ating Korte Suprema. Pero in the case of Trillanes, nakasampa naman po yan sa kaso. It will have to be revived, no? So pending actual revival po pwede pong mag-apply yung ating mga piskalya ng order sa korte, no? Yung under the new rules of the Supreme Court na they can petition a court now to yung preventive hold departure order na tinatawag.
Sir, in case po din ma-arresto si Senator Trillanes, ano po yung pinaghahandaan ba ng palasyo yung maaaring maging setback nito o magiging epekto nito sa political climate po ng bansa?
Wala pong epekto ito because this is just enforcing the law.
Halimbawa po ay yung halimbawa may mga pagkilos laban sa gagawing pag-aresto kay Trillanes, mapaghahandaan po ba ito ng pamahalaan?
Hindi naman po kailangang paghandaan yan. Talaga naman pong handa ang ating administrasyon na ipatupad ang ating batas. No one is above the law. And just because someone became senator cannot remove the fact that he committed serious breaches, capital offenses of our penal laws.
Sir, yung mga halimbawa pong kilos protesta po, halimbawa may mga grupong maglunsad bilang pagtutol dun sa napipintong pag-aresto kay Senator Trillanes.
Wala pong problema yan. Maximum tolerance naman po si Presidente pagdating sa freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly, and he's proven that.
Sir, kino-question ni Senator Trillanes yung timing ng release ng proclamation ngayong nasa Israel daw si Presidente. Sinadya po ba ito, sir?
Hindi po. Mas maganda nga sana nasa Pilipinas dahil nakakadepensa ang gobyerno, no? Eh, ngayon na pong nandito kami sa Israel, limited po ang nasasabi namin sa bagay nito, no? Dahil we have to attend to pending matters in connection with the ongoing visit here in Israel. So, sa akin po, it's just coincidence, no? Pero it would have been better na nasa Pilipinas para kung todo depensa naman ng ang Estado, no? Ngayon, ang nagsasalita lang sa Pilipinas si Senator Trillanes.
Sir, what did the President say when he was informed na faulty na yung amnesty na binigyan?
He did not bat an eyelash. He is a former prosecutor, and he knows that anyone who commits a capital offense should be held accountable, no, to the full extent of the law.
Hindi naman siya a concern na this could be in a backlash to him because, as I said, si Senator Trillanes is known to be his biggest critic.
Absolutely no such concern. Tingin po namin limitado naman ang suporta ng taong bayan ang pinapakita kay Senator Trillanes. Ang dami niyang kasunungalingan na sinasabi na wala naman naniniwala sa kanya. So ito, malinaw po sa taong bayan, pinapatupad lang po natin ang ating mga batas.
Ito na lang last. So, did the executive have parang prior information about the amnesty being faulty kaya it was reviewed?
Gaya ng sinabi ko kanina po, I'm sure pati po yung nagbigay ng amnesty sa kanya, alam nilang depektibo. Kasi kulang nga po, niwala man lang application at niwalang pag-amin ng pagkakasala.
Ace.
Okay. Sir, Was Senator Trillanes, given the due course, the due process, was he made to answer or give his side, considering that his case or his amnesty is or was under review?
Well, in the first place, he did not ask for the amnesty. It was given to him in a silver platter by the previous administration. So when you did not ask for amnesty, you're not entitled to it. When you did not admit to your guilt, which is a precondition for amnesty, then you're not entitled to amnesty. So what's there to be heard? Amnesty is not a matter of right. It's an act of beneficence, it's an act of generosity on behalf of the executive.
Last question on Trillanes. Other issue. Okay na?
Okay na?
Secretary, okay na?
Wala na?
May announcement na kayo.
Well, inaasahan po natin na mapipirmahan ang isang kasunduan, no, para po sa exploration, no, sa panig po ng Pilipinas at ng isang kumpanya dito sa Israel, no. Ito po ay with Ratio Petroleum Limited, and this is in connection with round number 5 PECR5 with an area for east of Palawan base, no. So inaasahan po natin mapipirmahan itong exploration agreement sa araw nito, no. At ito po inaatupag ni Energy Secretary Al-Kusi, no, for the past 2 days here in Israel.
Thank you, Secretary.
Well, it's another foreign investor helping us explore for energy, no, in an effort to provide energy security.
What sa Palawan?
I understand it is in Palawan, no. The area to be granted, no, the franchise, no, in effect, no, will be an area somewhere in Palawan as well.
Sir, there are businessmen here in Israel who have signified that they will boycott the business forum later because of President Duterte's previous remark on Hitler. Can you comment on that?
That's truly regrettable because we think the Philippines is one of the best investment destinations. Pero makikita naman po natin mamaya, it will be a standing room only for the business forum. We will miss those who will not attend, but I'm sure interest amongst investors to invest in the Philippines remains at an all-time high.
How much are we talking about?
Exploration.
Wala pa siyempre dahil exploration pa lang ito. But anyway, siguro po in Jordan, when it's signed, we will issue copies of the signed document.
So how about arms deal?
I cannot confirm until it actually happens because it's not in the schedule. But if it does happen, I'll have to tell you because that's the essence of freedom of information.
Sir, yung po bang arms deal ay government to government?
Hindi ko po alam because it's not even in the schedule. So I'm reiterating, I cannot confirm something that is not in the schedule. But if it happens, I'm bound by rules of the law on ethical conduct to make it public, no?
Cedric, last
Sir, sa better business law, sir, yung perennial persistent rumors na meron siya medical checks dito sa Israel.
Well, nakikita nyo naman si Presidente, no? Nakikita nyo naman ang schedule. Medyo busy yung ating schedule. Ngayong araw nito, whole day na naman siya. Merong pag-uusap sa Presidente ng Israel. Tapos mamayang hapon ay meron ng visit with the counterpart of the Diamond, movement, no, the Red Diamond movement, and then mamaya ay meron pa rin isang schedule, no. So we have 2 schedules in the afternoon and 1 schedule in the morning. So it's been a hectic schedule for the President. Hindi ko alam kung kailan siya pupunta nung di umano ng medical consultation. At hindi ko na alam why he would come here, no, for medical reasons.
Sir, could you explain, especially for those who are not familiar with how the President works, yung massive holds daw dun sa schedule ni President, like he's free in the morning and all the activities are in the afternoon?
Well, I think it's, just to enable him to have sufficient time to rest, no? And for the delegation also, no, sufficient time to rest and have a little time to see some of the Holy Land. Para naman ang media makaikot din. O, di ba?
Thank you, Secretary.
Maraming salamat po.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yan po si Presidential Spokesperson Harry Roque. Malinaw po para kay Secretary Harry Roque, gayon din sa Secretary ng Department of Justice na si Secretary Menardo Guevara ang kanilang pagka-clarify dito sa amnesty na ibinigay kay Senador Antonio Trillanes. Kapwa po nilang sinasabi na invalid ang amnesty na ibinigay kay Senator Trillanes, null and void from the time it was issued. Muli, invalid daw po ito at ang kanila pong sinasabi, hindi na kailangan ng concurrence ng Congress hinggil dito dahil nga daw null and void from the time it was issued. Kapwa po yan ang paliwanag ni Secretary Harry Roque, gayon din ni Secretary Menardo Guevara. Bago po itong press briefing ni Secretary Harry Roque, nagsalita nga po si Secretary Menardo Guevara hinggil dito sa Proclamation number 572. Ang tawag po dito, ang kanyang titulo, Revocation of the Department of National Defense Ad Hoc Committee Resolution number 2, dated 31/2011, insofar as it granted amnesty to former LTSG Antonio Trillanes IV. Kanila pong nililinaw na hindi daw ito revocation. Ito po ay invalid from the time it was issued. Kanina po nagsalita na rin si Senator Antonio Trillanes at kung kayo po ay napanood niyo po kanina habang nagsasalita si Secretary Roque ay meron po kaming pinakita sa inyo, pinagkakaguluhan syempre ng media si Senator Trillanes at hanggang pumasok siya sa opisina ni Senate Minority Leader Franklin Drilon. Kasalukuyan pa rin po siyang andyan at syempre nakantabay ang media sa labas po ng opisina ng Minority Leader na si Senator Franklin Drilon. Kanina po nung in-interview si Senator Trillanes, sinabi niya that he will abide by whatever wisdom or decision of the Senate leadership will be. At sa isang text message galing po kay Senator Ping Lacson, nakasama si Senate President Tito Soto, ang sinasabi po nila, in the meantime, sabi po to ni Senator Ping Lacson, the Senate leadership will not allow Senator Trillanes to be arrested while inside the premises of the Senate. The Senate Sergeant at Arms has been directed to convey that message to the apprehending officers. Dahil gaya po ng ibinalita sa atin kanina ni Cecil Lardezabal na patuloy na nariyan sa Senado, dumating na po ang ilang membro ng CIDG dyan sa Senado. Pero wala po silang sinasabi sa mga miyembro ng media, hindi po sila nagbibigay ng interview. Nandyan lang po sila at muli po ang naging desisyon ng Senate leadership ay the Senate leadership will not allow Senator Trillanes to be arrested while inside the premises of the Senate. So patuloy po tayong nakaantabay sa pinakahuling kaganapan dyan sa Senado. Kasalukuyan pong nasa loob ng opisina ni Senate Minority Leader Franklin Drilon, si Senator Antonio Trillanes. So tayo po ay magpapatuloy. All right, we'll be pausing for a quick break. Magbabalik po kami. All right, we continue breaking news here on CNN Philippines. We're following the developments over there at the Senate. Senator Antonio Trillanes is there, and according to Secretary Menardo Guevara, the senator can be arrested anytime because of this proclamation number 572 released by Malacanang. Its title is the Revocation of the Department of National Defense Ad Hoc Committee Resolution number 2, dated January 31, 2011, insofar as it granted amnesty to former LTSG Antonio Trillanes IV. Simply said, the amnesty that Senator Trillanes had enjoyed is being taken away from him. In fact, the DOJ is saying, and presidential spokesperson Harry Roque is saying that amnesty is null and void, it's invalid, and it should not have been given because Senator Antonio Trillanes allegedly did not fulfill the minimum requirements needed to be granted that amnesty. What are these requirements? Secretary Guevara and Secretary Harry Roque telling the media that there is no application of the amnesty that they found under oath. Again, there is no application found under oath, and that there is no record of admission of guilt. Two prerequisites to be given an amnesty. Senator Antonio Trillanes saying he did apply and that he does have a certification on this amnesty. He spoke to the media a while back. The senator still at the Senate right now, but let's go back to his media briefing a while ago.
Ito ay isang malaking kalokohan, ano? Alam niyo po, hindi naman ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung hindi ako nag-comply sa mga requirements. Sumumpa ako kay former Secretary of Defense Volter Basmin at mapapatotohanan yan ng mga DND officials. So, absolutely complied lahat yan. Yung mga kaso sa civilian courts, na-dismiss yan. So ngayon, ano ang ngayon ang magiging basis ng pag-aresto?
So, nandun sa executive order.
Lahat. Hindi ka naman bibigyan ng amnesty kung wala kang application. Okay? Maliwanag yun. Kaya nga ito ay it's a clear case of political persecution dahil wala silang mahanap na kaso sa akin. So kailangan mag-imbento.
Sabi dito po ay wala daw kayong application form, hindi kayo nag-apply for amnesty and hindi kayo nag-express ng guilt.
Hindi po totoo yan. Sinasabi ko nga, lahat yon may form yan pinipirmahan namin yun lahat. In-apply namin yun. Hindi ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung wala akong application. Kung hindi ko na-fulfill yung requirements, hindi ako bibigyan. Yes, definitely. Definitely. At ganito yan, ano? Itong amnesty is an act of Congress. So, ano to? Hindi siya masusupersede ng isang executive order. Di ba? Alam nyo, ito si Mr. Calide yung gumawa nito eh. At syempre, gustong-gusto nitong amo niya ni Duterte. Kaya, they've been trying everything to stop this hearing na ikakadako, no? Against kay Mr. Calida. Pero, ito na yan. Sa akin dito, makita nyo kung gaano kaduwag din si Duterte, ano? Napirmahan na pala niya ito. Kailangan pa niyang pumunta sa Israel kunyari para may busy siya kunyari at wala siyang pakialam. Pero tawag dito yung tirang na takot. No? Yan. So,
i-acknowledge yung naka-publish. Yung
na?
expiration. Hindi niya
Wala yon, bogus lahat yon. Parang yung kaso kay Senator De Lima, bogus yan. So, sinasabi ko nga, ano ngayon ang kaso ko? Na-dismiss na yung mga kaso sa civilian courts. Pero ganito yan. Itong pangyayari na to should be clear to everyone na itong si Mr. Duterte isang diktador. Hindi siya rumirespeto sa mga institusyon, so kaya ganito tayo. So, kung yung mga ordinaryong tao pinapatay, yung mga kritiko niya ikukulong, so ganyan ang kalakaran sa Pilipinas ngayon.
So, paano kung ipa-aresto na kayo?
Kung paparesto, di sasama ko. At mag-iimpake.
Sir, are you will you be asking the Senate leadership na mag-extend ng protection sa inyo?
Ganito yan, ano? I will abide by the wisdom of the Senate leadership, and my lawyers are exhausting all legal remedies to void this stupid executive order. Awan ko kung abogado ang gumawa nito, no? Malamang si Calida yan. Kaya at si Duterte na baka nag-areglo lang ito sa bar kaya naging abogado. Kasi talagang walang basis at all.
So, sir, hindi kayo magtatanong.
Yes, go. Hindi kayo pwede
Hindi mo pwedeng bawiin ng amnesty. Ano ba 'yun? 'Di ba? Tapos may double jeopardy. I was already subjected to that nung nag-try ako, tapos nung na-dismiss, ano ngayon, uulitin yon? So, ano ba yan? Magpaturo nga sila sa mga law students?
Senator, pag dumating yung arresting officer, sasama ba kayo? O hintayin niyo pa ba yun? Magtatago ba kayo or what?
Hindi ako magtatago, definitely. Sa akin lang, my lawyers are exhausting all legal remedies. I will abide by the Senate leadership. Kung darating sa punto na kailangan pumunta, mag-walk-in ako mismo. I will not resist. I will not resist arrest. I will not escape. So, haharapin ko to. Pero ang tanong ni Mr. Duterte sa utak niya, pag dumating yung panahon niya, haharapin ba niya? So, yan ang sa akin dito.
Sir, nakausap niyo na CSP, sir?
Hindi pa.
So, sir, tuloy yung investigation kay Kalida today?
Oo. As soon as matapos tong press con, i-expose ko yung mga corruption ni Mr. Kalida.
So, ano initial reaction mo nung nalaman mo yung revocation daw ng amnesty?
Alam nyo na, we have been expecting this, no? Kasi ang informasyon sa Office of the Solicitor General, pinag-aaralan nila to since last year pa. So, palagay ko, dahil dito sa hearing na to, na provoke sila, at si Mr. Duterte talagang napofrustrate na sa akin kung anong gagawin niya sa akin. So, ito na lang. Ngayon nung nakita ko, parang hindi ko maisip na talagang they would go to great lengths, even make themselves look stupid para lang to get rid of me. Sabi ko nga, isa lang ang hamon ko eh. Matatapos na ako sa buhay ni Mr. Duterte. Pumirma siya ng waiver para magkaalaman. Diba? Kung mali ako, magre-resign ako. Sabi ko, papasok pa ako sa kulungan eh. Hindi mo na kailangan gumawa ng ganitong mga kalokohan. Diba?
Sir, for the record, anong year kayo nag-file ng form yung sinasabi niyo dito?
Nung 2010 yan. Alam niyo, ano yan eh, imagine niyo, bakit ako bibigyan ng amnesty kung hindi ako nag-apply? That is a very, very clear requirement kasi yun yung tatanggapin mo yung conditions nung nag-grant ng amnesty. So yun.
Pero sabi ko, sir, sa report, wala daw sa files? Walang na-file?
Hindi yan. Sabi ko nga sa iyo, maraming pwede magpatotoo niyan. At hindi pwedeng ang question mo yung application form. Hindi. Ito na nag-grant na eh. Di ba? Inusisa na yan.
Sir, you will not resist arrest, pero sabi niyo, sir, hindi naman pinaniniwalaan yung basis. Pero hindi
ano gagawin ko? Alanganin man, di ba, yung mga uutusan na sundalo dyan, ginagawa lang nila yung trabaho nila.
Pero Senator, you'll be able to show na application form. Siyempre,
Hindi kailangan. Ang meron ako yung amnesty certificate. Yun ang importante. Ikaw, tatanungin kita. Pag may passport ka, sasabihin nila, hindi, void yung passport mo kasi yung application po. Meron ka ba application ng passport? Wala, di ba?
So, hindi mag-grant yun kung wala ka application?
Precisely. Yung pinakang proof mo, yung mismong dokumento. Kaya, anyway, I will not dignify yung kalokohan na yan. They know it, I know it, na walang basis yan, invento nila yan. Pero sabi ko nga, we'll see. Di ba kung anong gagawin?
So, patahimikin kayo?
Yes, kasi hindi ako titahimik. Lalo kong gaganahan, sabi ko nga, hindi ako matatakot, hindi ako aalis. Kundi gaganahan ako at hopefully naman yung mga kababayan natin, maliwanag na sa inyo to. Di ba? Bakit ako ayaw harapin ni Mr. Duterte?
So regular pa rin kayong a-attend ng mga hearings, sessions dito sa
Hanggang hindi pa ako na-aresto.
But the arrest could happen today, sir.
I don't know. Alam niyo naman.
Immediately, sir.
I don't know. Sabi ko nga, bahala na. Yung legal remedies, sabi ko nga, exhaust namin. Pero hindi ko iwasan yan. Mr. Duterte, hindi ako takot sa'yo. Pero ba't kailangan mo pa pumunta ang Israel? Di ba? Para magdrama ng ganito. So, anyway, basta't darating din yung araw mo, Mr. Duterte.
All right, we are seeing the Solgen, Jose Calida. I believe he's at the DOJ. He's giving a statement. Let's listen.
The Republic.
Security for, don't
I don't know about him now, but he's not a judge, he's not a prosecutor. So if he wants to file cases, let him file a case.
Sir, but did you know that the president was gonna declare the amnesty as void?
I read the proclamation.
Were you consulted?
Well, I've said before, I'm invoking privileged communication.
Sir, yung comment nyo po, kasi meron ding criticism na parang pinapoliticize daw dito yung
No, it's not true. Bakit? Paano ba siya? He's a seer. He knows what's happening. Maybe that's just a figment of his imagination.
Sir, can you explain to us po ano yung void ab initio? Kasi first time din namin.
Void ab initio. From the beginning, it was void.
Parang kuwaran ko lang, sir.
Yes.
So, sir, are you prepared for the possibility na akyat din sa SC and you're gonna have to go against Trillanes?
We are ready.
Sir, no need for concurrence of Congress, just like for the granting of the amnesty.
Void ab initio. It is as if there was none from the beginning.
Sir, has there been a case before na dineclares void ab initio ang isang amnesty?
I do not recall, just like Power to ousting a Chief Justice. Wala pa nun eh.
Sir, ano lang, just how involved were you in the review? Did they ask for your recommendation?
Well, do you want me to repeat my answer again? Privileged communication.
Sir, did the review start and when the Duterte administration started in 2016 or even before?
I really don't know what happened before. It's not private to the events during that time.
Secretary Guevara said, this is not something that happened.
I think so.
So the review has been going on for quite some time.
Probably.
Were you aware, sir, if this had been under the past?
That's a possibility.
Sir, the NPL said that the Duterte administration keeps reinventing the law kasi may co-warranto, then may ICC withdrawal, and then meron din.
No, but that's the law. Warranto is in the rules of court, isn't it? We're not inventing anything. The wheel was already invented. We don't have to reinvent it. Diba yan?
Sir, can we ask na lang if, kasi meron daw dapat hearing na yun sa Senado, were you gonna go there? Or ano po ba dapat yung hearing?
No, because I have a hearing here in the Supreme Court and I have to prepare.
Were you gonna send your representative?
No, actually, my counsel wrote a letter yesterday advising him that I cannot attend.
So sir, what is your stance on the hearing? Are you parang hindi ba dapat nila ituloy kasi have a pending petition here at the SC or pwede pong ituloy habang ongoing yung petition?
Ituloy yung ano?
Yung hearing po, di ba you filed a petition na blocking the hearing sa alam?
Here, you mean? In the Supreme Court? Yes, there's a pending case.
So sir, while that is ongoing, a-attend po ba kayo maybe next week or so you're gonna invoke that really talaga?
Yes. It's sub judice already. It's before the courts. If he wants to, he can join us here. We will debate here in the Supreme Court. Thank you also.
Well, Solicitor General Jose Calida there speaking to reporters. He's presently at the Supreme Court. It's quite clear to the Solicitor General, to Presidential Spokesperson Harry Roque, likewise to Secretary Menardo Guevara, that the amnesty granted to Senator Antonio Trillanes, they're all speaking in one voice, that it is void from the beginning. It was void from its inception, as if in layman's terms, there was none, as if there was no amnesty granted. The Solicitor General was asked if a similar incident has happened in the past, and he answered it in a way that it's almost like the quo warranto petition, according to the Solicitor General. Again, they are saying that this amnesty is not a revocation, but it's void, as if it never happened, as if there was none. Solicitor General Jose Calida there answering questions from the media. He was also supposed to be at the Senate today, but he had made it known through his lawyers that he will be unable to attend a Senate hearing today because of he's getting ready for a case over there at the Supreme Court. Let's find out the latest, what's going on at the Senate right now. Our Cecil Lardizabal is on the line. Cecil, what's the latest now?
Yes, Pinky, the minority senators are just going out of the room of Senate Minority Leader Franklin Dillon. They just had a meeting with all the minority senators, and I understand that they will be having a statement, or they will be meeting with Senate President Tito Soto. But what is clear is that they are pointing out three things. Number one, the concurrence, the need to concur the Senate and the House of Representatives with the revocation. And then another is the cases that were filed in civil court have already been dismissed. We're talking about the civil cases of Senator Antonio Trillanes. And so they're asking what case are the police arresting Trillanes for? So those are some 3 points. And just a while ago, they had a meeting with the Senate Sergeant at Arms, General Balahadia. But up to this time, General Balahadia wouldn't tell us some of the instructions that were given by the Senate President. Also, a while ago, we were able to talk to one of the arresting men from the CIDG. They're downstairs, the Senate, and they're telling us that they were ordered by a certain senior superintendent, Vicente Danao, to serve the legal order. It's not an arrest warrant, it's a legal order, that's how they call it, to serve it to Senator Trillanes. And there are, if I'm not mistaken, about 40 to 50 members of the composite team coming from the PMP and the CIDG. But what is clear is that the Senate President already gave this announcement, this statement that, he's saying that he has yet to receive the official copy of the proclamation, and then the matter concerning one of their colleagues will have to be discussed further by the Senate as a collegial body. And then, but up to this time, is saying that he will refrain from making any personal comments on the matter. But he also stressed, and also Majority Leader Senator Migsubi saying that they won't allow any arrest to happen within the Senate premises. Thank you.
Just to add to that, Cecil, a text message also coming from Senator Ping Lacson, and I'm quoting him. I asked if he can be quoted. He said that the Senate leadership will not allow Senator Trillanes to be arrested while inside the premises of the Senate. The Senate Sergeant at Arms has been directed to convey that message to the apprehending officers. They were apparently meeting, and of course this is the reaction to a statement made by Senator Antonio Trillanes that he will abide by the wisdom of the Senate leadership. So Cecil, nanggaling sila, they came from Minority Leader Franklin Dillon's office, and what's happening now? Saan daw sila papunta?
Lumabas na sila, Pinky. They're now inside the office of the Senate President. And just to give you the information that General Balahadia, the Senate Sergeant at Arms, also had a meeting with the Senate President before General Balahadia met with the minority senators. They are talking about the instructions that will be given by the Senate President, but General Balahadia wouldn't divulge it in the meantime. But I understand that they are discussing about how to go about that proclamation. I understand proclamation number 572. But what is clear is that all senators are saying that they won't, like what you said, Pinky, they won't allow any arrest to happen within the Senate premises. But right now, CIDG and PNP men are inside the premises, inside, they're within the grounds of the Senate of the Philippines. They're downstairs, the ground floor, and then awaiting for further instructions from their leader. Pinky.
Cecil, I want to go back to the points raised. Unfortunately, I did not hear the third one. You said first is that they are arguing, the minority senators are arguing, number one, it needs concurrence of the lawmakers. Number two is the civil cases of the senator have been dismissed. Cecil, what's the third one?
Yeah, Senator Bam was also pointing out that since the civil cases were already dismissed sometime in 2010 or 2011, now what are the police arresting Trillanes for? So they're asking, what is the case now that will be filed or is filed against Senator Trillanes? So that's a big question. And since there's no arrest warrant, in effect, they're saying that the proclamation is in effect the order of the president, and that will serve as the arrest order. That's why the police are just saying they are here to serve the legal order, not the arrest warrant, the legal order against Senator Trillanes.
Yeah, and I remember a while ago, Cecil, the senator already said, Senator Trillanes, saying, ano naman daw ang gagawin niya dahil inutusan lang naman to, referring to whoever will be there to arrest him. Sasama naman daw siya, he will not resist, and mag-iimpake daw siya. Remember, Cecil, those were the words of Senator Trillanes a while back over noon, sometime around that time. So, Cecil, I'm assuming possibly there will be a statement coming from the minority senators?
Right now, that's our guess. We hope to get a formal statement from the minority senators, hopefully also from the minority leader and also Senator Trillanes himself. But probably we'll get that right after they have spoken to the Senate President, just so they could clear things out, Pinky, regarding this proclamation.
Yeah, and I can imagine, Cecil, what it's like right now. Can you just tell us what it's like right now over there at the Senate? We're showing them live pictures, Cecil.
You know, it's like we're seeing a repeat of what another senator, if you can remember, Pinky, Senator Laila de Lima. This is, the same situation. All media, local and foreign media organizations are here, awaiting the latest information. It's like the same scenario. All of us are waiting here, here at the 6th floor. Outside the office of the Senate President, because of course, aside from the statement coming from Senator Trillanes and the minority senators, of course, we want to get the official statement of the Senate, of course, coming from Senate President himself.
In fact, Cecil, we can see you right now, no? So that is the 6th floor that we're seeing right now. Yan, sa labas ba yan? That is outside the office of Senate President Tito Soto. Okay.
Ito, tama ka, Pinky, sa labas mismo ng opisina, opposite the office of the Senate Minority Leader. Ang ingay-ingay, ang gulo-gulo ngayon dito, Pinky. Alam mo, hindi pa nanananghalian, no? Yung marang karamihan sa amin. Pero dahil sa syempre, trabaho natin yan. Of course, we're here to cover. Alam mo naman yan.
And obviously, certainly, Cecil, this came as a surprise to almost everybody there.
Excuse me, Pinky?
It certainly came as a surprise, the developments over there at the Senate.
Exactly. Alam mo ba, supposed to be dapat Soljan Kalida is supposed to be here because he's just invited in one of the in a hearing to be chaired by Senator Trillanes. Ito nga yung hearing on the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials.
That's right.
Dun lang. And then yesterday, we were just asking the Office of Senate of Senator Trillanes if Soljan Kalida is invited and if it's confirmed to be at the Senate hearing. Pero as of this morning, we did not get any word that Soljan Kalida will be here. And so after that, ito na nga yung nangyari, no? We just heard the information that there was a proclamation, yun nga, pag-revoke yung revoking the amnesty of Senator Trillanes, and then so on and so forth. And this is what is happening right now. We are awaiting. Hopefully, we will get an official word from any of the minority senators, or because we were supposed to have an official statement coming from the Senate President. So most probably after they get out of the office of the Senate President, then hopefully,
we'll wait for that. Yeah.
Yes, of course. We will wait for any developments and
All right,
any
Cecil.
official statement coming from them.
Babalikan ka namin. Thanks a lot, Cecil Ardizabal. Let's go to the Defense Department. They're also having a media briefing right now.
Military law and military discipline. Therefore, yung court-martial will have to be reconstituted kasi yung ibang member ng court-martial has already retired. So in which case, the acting AFP Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Salvador Mison Jr., has already instructed the convening of a general court-martial that shall be hearing the case of Lieutenant Trillanes.
Sir, that's despite the fact na nag-file siya ng resignation.
Well, kung yung pagpa-file niya ng resignation, kung sinabi natin na void ab initio yun, it will not have any force and effect anymore sapagkat balik nga siya sa pagiging military.
Yes, Dempsey. Yes.
Sir, kasi under the Constitution, granting an amnesty to any person, kailangan may congressional concurrence. And the granting of amnesty to Senator Trillanes was granted with the concurrence of the Congress. With the revocation, sir, syempre, kailangan din naman diba ng concurrence ng Congress, ng legislative.
As to the revocation, since the Constitution is silent on it, maybe the Soldier would be in a better position to give the...
Pero sir,
yeah, I know na may concurrence ng... pero wala kasi sa provision yung withdrawal of the amnesty. Di ba, granting of amnesty lang yung nasa Constitution. From what I recall. So, it's really a gray area. Maybe the DOJ or the Solicitor General would be in a better position to offer an answer for that.
Sir, about the proceedings, going back to the proceedings, so ano bang naging status, sir, when it was stopped? Yung sa hearing na, and then from there na ulit mag-start, or is it going to be from the beginning again? Paano yung mangyayari?
Yung sinasabi natin from the beginning, that is only with reference to his status as military personnel. Alright? But with regard to the proceedings, meaning general court-martial proceedings, kung saan lang tayo huminto. Ipagpapatuloy lang yung trial from there. Right now, I haven't had any access to the records yet, so hindi ko pa masagot. But theoretically speaking, as it should be, doon siya mag-uumpisa kung saan huminto bago nung mag-issue ng amnesty.
Sir, ano po implications or effect for someone who is no longer in the military?
Implication.
What is the effect if he went through the full process of court-martial and then eventually convicted? Anong epekto nun kung wala na siya sa military?
Well, wala na siya sa military dahil nga nagkaroon ng amnesty. But since yung amnesty na yun ang nire-revoke at ang effectivity niya is since the beginning or ab initio, ibig sabihin, it is as if he did not retire from the service, he did not file any application.
Yung minority senators, of course, headed by our minority leader, Senator Frank, kakakausap lang namin kay Senate President Soto, and basically, I was placed in the custody of the Senate President. So, andito until my lawyers will file the necessary petitions sa Supreme Court para ma-resolve itong kalokohan na to ni Duterte at ni Calida. This is a warrantless arrest. Maliwanag yan. Yung mga arresting officers sa baba ay walang warrant. Doon kasi sa warrant, nakalagay kung anong kaso mo at kung may piyasa ka o wala. So, in this case, wala. So, we're living basically in a de facto martial law environment of the 70s kind. So, yan yung aking statement for now.
Sir,
Sir, since nasa custody kayo ng Senate, hindi kayo aalis sa building, or pwede you're free to move around?
Ang assurances ni Senate President is for as long as nandito ako sa Senate premises, ay he will not allow any arrest. Sa akin kasi, hindi yung pagsasubject dito sa arrest eh. Kasi nakulong naman ako before at hindi naman sa hinahanap-hanap ko yan, but it's something na hindi ko aatrasan. However, what we're questioning is the principle behind it. This is a warrantless arrest, as I mentioned. So we need to fight this warrantless arrest na ito. Yung proclamation ng amnesty, kahit sa buong mundo, walang amnesty na binabawi. Okay? Lahat ng mga kaso na na-file sa akin na dismiss na, yung sinasabing mga application, lahat yon ginawa yon, complied with. Ito, gumagawa sila ng binabaluktot nila yung batas para lang magawa nila yung kanilang political objective, which is to persecute the political opposition.
Anong limitasyon nito, sir, sa pag-perform ninyo ng trabaho bilang senador while you're under custody of the Senate President?
Of course, limitado yung magagawa ko kasi if I cannot go out of the premises, I cannot meet the constituents in different concerned sectors. So, maapektuhan. But sa ngayon, yun yung advice ng Senate leadership, ng Senate minority. So, I will submit to that.
So you can attend to the session, yung mga hearings, you can attend that, sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir, comment sa DND, sabi, ni-revert daw kayo sa status as active military personnel, therefore, pwede kayo sa court martial?
Under what charge? Yun na nga ang tanong dito, no? So, kumaga, sige na, mag-magic na kayo. Pwede nyo nang gawin, ano? But, yung taong bayan, maliwanag sa kanila ito. Dapat maliwanag sa inyo ito na ito ay paghaharas at pag-persecute ng mga membro ng oposisyon. Ng mga kumukontra sa kanya at nagsasabi ng katotohanan. So, ganun lang yan. Kung ano mang magic ang gawin nila dyan, at the end of the day, ganun lang yan.
Sir, hindi na kailangan ba, sir, from this moment?
Wala na yung kanina. Hindi na kayo sasama kung hindi na kayo sa Senate premises.
Yun ang decision ng mga senador and the Senate leadership. So, ganun.
Well, sir, paano pupunta na lang kayo ng family nyo?
Wala nga. This is the first time. Sa buong mundo, sa buong kasaysayan ng mundo na may amnesty na binawi.
So how do you describe this? You were given a refuge by the Senate. How do you put this?
Basically, nilagay ako sa custody ng Senate President.
Until when, sir, na mag-stay ka dito sa Senate?
Titignan natin yan. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. In the meantime, we will exhaust all legal remedies available to us. So, pero kailangan naman sa akin mamulat na yung mga kababayan natin. This is a de facto martial law na kailangan kung nagagawa ito sa akin, pwede gawin ito kahit sa kanino.
If hindi kayo makakalabas, paano yun? Pupuntahan na lang kayo ng family nyo dito, sir?
Kung ano ang kailangan gawin, di gagawin.
Sir, you're prepared here to just to stay here for a long time?
Alam niyo, nakulong nga ako ng 7 taon eh. Sa akin, this would be a luxury compared to that. Pero sa akin dito, it's the idea na ginagano na lang basta-basta ang kapangyarihan, freedom.
Kamay.
Not necessarily. So pag-uusap pa kami mamaya, we will be requesting for a caucus after the roll call.
Sir, have your lawyer
Anong legal move? PRO ba yan, sir?
Pinag-aaralan ngayon ng mga abogado and gagawin nila yun as soon as possible.
Kasi hindi naman kayo kumpresa yung ilabas dito sa Senate?
Titingnan natin. Kung martial law na tayo, di gagawin nila kung ano yung gagawin nila. Basta ito lang sasabihin ko, Mr. Duterte, hindi ako natatakot sa'yo. Sana hindi ko umalis, para kang duwag niyan. bago mo inisyo to, lumayas ka muna para kunyari, wala siyang kinalaman dito. Well, you're definitely behind this. Kayo nung abogado mong si Mr. Kalida. But sa akin, someday, there will be a reckoning for you. At talagang mangyayari yan.
Okay, thank you. Sir, Senator Drilon? Sir, how did you come up with that setup, sir? How did you come up with that setup na dito na lang muna si Senator Trillanes?
He is a senator, and under the Constitution, he cannot be arrested while Congress is in session, except for crimes which the penalty of which is beyond 6 years. In this particular case, there is even no case. There is no case. Okay, so with more reason that the constitutional protection will apply, so that as a practical remedy, we have requested and we've requested the Senate President that the Senate takes custody of Senator Trillanes pending his ability or his remedies in our regular courts. In fairness to Senator Soto, even before we came in, he has already directed the Sergeant at Arms not to allow the arresting officers and to come into the premises. Unang-una po, walang basihan. Pangalawa, wala pong warrant of arrest. Yun po ay basic. At pangatlo, yun po, he availed of the amnesty. Now, the fact is, all the basis, the correctness of the amnesty was already ruled upon by the RTC when the RTC dismissed the cases against him on the basis of the amnesty. So all questions about the validity of the amnesty has been ruled upon by the court when the court dismissed the case. So there is no case today. Number two, if they want to file another case, first, they must go to court, file another case, and secure a warrant if warranted. But more importantly, at that point, mayroon na pong double jeopardy. Hindi na po pwedeng sampahan ng kaso si Senator Trillanes. But that's, again, that's a theory, that's a legal position which is founded on facts.
So may maasahan ba kayo sa Korte Suprema considering...
No, I don't want to pass judgment on that. We'll avail of the legal remedy. We still believe in the rule of law.
So your question about court martial.
I'm not familiar with military
Sir, may pag-abuso ba sa pag-exercise ng power ng executive dito sa nangyari?
Well, in any that is what we are here for, to resist and to make sure that the executive in this particular case would stay within the bounds of its power.
Sir, paano yung custody if on recess na yung session?
It does not depend on the session. It is the custody is defined by the building, by the boundaries of the building.
So until weekend, sir, you will...
The custody is when you voluntarily submit to the custody of another person. Certainly the Senate President did not arrest. What Senator Trillanes did and what upon our endorsement was to submit to the Senate President and the Senate the custody. We have to, the Senate President and the Senate will uphold the dignity of the Senate.
Sir, are you respecting the PNP, sir?
We have to protect the institution, and so by resisting any unwarranted and unlawful act against a member of the Senate. Yes.
Does that mean hanggang weekends?
One by one.
Does that mean hanggang weekends andito si Senator
Yes,
Trillanes?
weekend he will be here.
Yung mga pulis na sundalo,
Sir, Justice Giovanna had expressed a contradict you. He was saying that yung cancellation was cancellation of the amnesty was valid because it is void ab initio.
Well, I'm sorry, but we strongly believe that the amnesty is valid. Number two, the validity of the application of Senator Trillanes was already ruled upon by the court when the court dismissed the rebellion and coup d'etat cases against him on the basis of the amnesty. If the amnesty application was not valid, then the cases should not have been dismissed. When the cases were dismissed, that is a recognition of the validity of the application. Okay, now, so there is no question that the alleged non-submission of the application is an issue which is already ruled upon and academic because, in fact, the amnesty was granted. It's a closed case.
So can the president revoke an amnesty without congressional action?
The congressional action is not necessary here, in the sense that the issue of whether or not the president can revoke the amnesty without Congress approval is not in issue here. What is in issue here is that the amnesty was validly availed of and granted, availed of by Senator Trillanes. The court has ruled upon the validity of the amnesty application. And, you can imagine if you're saying that the amnesty can be revoked. In an amnesty, you precisely avail of the amnesty because, in effect, you admit that you committed an offense. That's why you... Now, if after agreeing that to avail of the amnesty, and in effect you admitted guilt, you revoke the amnesty and now you use the admission against the applicant, by any fair rule of justice, that is not...
So amnesty isn't something that can be revoked? So hindi siya pwedeng bawiin?
Hindi siya pwedeng bawiin. It's a completed act.
Regardless who is the sitting president?
Yes, regardless of who is the sitting president.
Sir, can you say na si Kalida and Justice Guevara may reason to the conferences?
Yung mga, I don't know to answer those questions. Pang media yan, hindi pang abogado. Okay? Thank you very much.
A lot of action going on right now at the Senate. For those of you just joining us, Malacanang issuing a proclamation that's saying not exactly revoking the amnesty, but saying that the amnesty granted to Senator Antonio Trillanes back in early 2011 is void. And that is why the president in that proclamation saying that now Senator Trillanes can be arrested by any member of the Armed Forces of the Philippines or the Philippine National Police. And that is why what we've seen already about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, is several elements of the PNP Criminal Investigation and Detection Group. They were the men who were in blue shirts just waiting outside the entrance, the lobby entrance of the Senate. Now, Senator Antonio Trillanes just briefly speaking to the media in what we call an ambush interview. Trillanes there saying earlier that he had been placed in the custody of the Senate President, Tito Soto, that this is what is happening right now is de facto martial law. He is saying that what they're going to do to him is a warrantless arrest. But he said that the Senate President, Tito Soto, will not allow a warrantless arrest in this case. We are trying to get in touch with Senate President Tito Soto so that we can speak to him and confirm this bit of information that, as Senator Trillanes was saying, that he is already in the custody of the Senate President. Now, also, Senator Trillanes telling the media earlier in that ambush interview that they, meaning the minority senators, are going to ask for a caucus of senators just after the roll call. There is a session this afternoon at the Senate. He also said that he is not afraid, addressing President Duterte, who is now in Israel, he is not afraid of him, and that he said, and we quote, "You are definitely behind this," and your lawyer, Calida, of course, referring to the Solicitor General, Jose Calida. Trillanes also saying that, quote, "Someday there will be a reckoning for you," referring to the president. Now, Trillanes, of course, as you can see earlier, accompanied by opposition senators led by Minority Leader Frank Trillanes, who did say, when he was asked how the minority senators came up with this arrangement of Trillanes being in the custody of the Senate President, he said, Trillanes saying there that under the 1987 Constitution, a senator cannot be arrested while the Senate is in session. And in this case, he said, in this instance, there is no case. There is that amnesty, which effectively effectively tinapos yung kaso laban kay Senator Trillanes. Of course, we all know the history, the very colorful history of this senator. He is a graduate of the Philippine Military Academy, class of 1995. He joined the Oakwood Mutiny back in 2003. Oakwood Mutiny, of course, referring to that hotel in Makati that he and several of his colleagues in the Magdalo group, a rebel group in the armed forces, had taken over. He was also part of that Manila Peninsula siege back in 2007. Now that happened because he and several of his co-accused were supposed to be attending a hearing at a Makati Regional Trial Court. From there, they just simply walked over to the Manila Peninsula and took over that hotel. It took several hours a day, perhaps, before government forces could take back that hotel. Those are the issues. That Trillanes is facing. Also, Senator Trillanes saying that they hope, and we quote, the executive will stay within the bounds of its powers. He said also that the amnesty that was granted to Trillanes was valid. We're going to go back now to the press conference of the Defense Department in Campo Aguinaldo.
Last question.
Action na po on this. Statements are on social media circulating.
This is
Team AFP. Nakalagay dito, sir, let this be our final warning and we speak in behalf of all the active and retired members of the AFP. Mr. Duterte, do not politicize the AFP. We repeat, do not politicize the AFP. You cannot order the AFP to arrest a civilian like Senator Trillanes. That's beyond our jurisdiction. What's your take on that?
Well, social media is social media, no? Hindi natin makilala yung authenticity, yung mga tao na nasa likod yan. Any person can use the social media. Any person can assume to be an organization with leanings, as the words were, sa armed forces, but that does not necessarily follow that they are from the armed forces. Or even then, ang sinusunod natin dito ay ang legal na mandato. Meron namang official document to that effect. And we are just following orders. Your armed forces is a professional organization. We are a mature organization. So, ang gagawin natin is always what is demanded of us from the Constitution. And we can assure you of that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Baka magtampo na sila, General Albayalde, at nandito kayong lahat.
Si Alejandro kaya kasunod, sir?
Hindi namin alam.
Sir, kaya ni-revert siya to status kasi diba beyond the jurisdiction ng military ang mag-arrest.
Yes, that is true. Hindi yun ang reason. It was because of the ab initio.
Kasi with the declaration ng Presidente na void ab initio yung amnesty, it was as if he was never granted amnesty. So, bumabalik siya sa status niya prior to that.
Pagbalik niya, entitled siya sa mga
for purposes natin, the rank is Lieutenant Junior Grade, first lieutenant equivalent, pero ang mas mataas sa Lieutenant Junior Grade, lieutenant. Walang Lieutenant Senior Grade. Lieutenant lang. Lieutenant pa.
Face value na.
Ang Lieutenant Junior Grade kasi O2, first lieutenant. So yung captain ng infantry, kasi ibalin na sa lieutenant.
Right, this is just one of the many press conferences that are being held today. Earlier, we heard Justice Secretary Guevara, also Harry Roque, live from Israel on Facebook talking about this latest development. What just happened here in the Defense Department, that is Arsenio Andolong, he's spokesman for the Defense Department. And beside him in uniform, Colonel Edgar Arevalo, who is spokesperson for the Armed Forces of the Philippines. They were just saying that Arevalo was just saying that they followed, let me say it in the vernacular, just as Arevalo said. We quote, sinusunod natin ang legal na mandato. Meron naman tayong dokumento. We are presuming that he is referring to the proclamation that Malacanang issued and that was signed by the President. Also, the Defense Department spokespersons explaining that what happened was the amnesty was not revoked. It was merely voided, meaning ab initio. It was as if he was never granted amnesty, and therefore they are explaining that he simply returns to his status before the amnesty was given. Now, that amnesty was given early 2011. Before that, he was a lieutenant junior grade in the Philippine Navy. He was facing cases left and right for his participation in various adventures, military adventures. There was, as you all remember, 2003, the Oakwood Mutiny. He and several other Magdalo rebel soldiers, rebel officers had taken over a hotel in Makati, that the Oakwood, at the time it was called the Oakwood Hotel, that is in the Glorieta area, and that is why it is called the Oakwood Mutiny. Now, several years later, in 2007, just as they were attending a hearing at the Makati, at one of the trial courts in Makati, he and several of his colleagues walked over very leisurely towards a hotel along Ayala Avenue. That is the Peninsula Manila, and that is why it is called the Peninsula Siege. He was facing several charges for that. After that, in early 2011, during the administration of former President Noynoy Aquino, Trillanes and his colleagues had applied for amnesty. They say that they had applied for it. However, the reason for the issuance of this proclamation 572, this voiding of the amnesty, is that Malacanang is claiming that he did not fulfill the minimum requirements for amnesty, and two main issues there, that he did not apply and that he did not admit guilt. Now, these two things, Trillanes saying earlier today over and over again that first of all, he did apply, and secondly, that he did admit guilt. However, when he was asked about a specific admission of guilt, he said that what they did was they simply admitted that they had broken the rules in pursuit of a moral cause. He also said that definitely he did apply. Now, earlier, a few hours ago, a video of him, it appears to be a media report, had circulated in social media, where in early 2011 he had gone to Campo Aguinaldo to file that application for amnesty. We are waiting for a very specific word as to confirmation of this matter, in the same way that we're waiting for confirmation from Senate President Tito Soto, as Senator Trillanes was explaining that he's now in the custody of the Senate President, of Tito Soto. Now, also, the other issue here, of course, just as Senator Trillanes kept repeating over and over again, is that this is what he claims is political persecution. The reason for this is because President Duterte is very angry at him. Now, of course, we all know the history of Senator Trillanes and President Duterte. He has been, identified as some sort of an attack dog against the president. He is very famous for daring President Duterte to go to a branch of a bank in the Pasig area and to sign a waiver so that his accounts there could be opened. That, of course, did not happen. What happened, it was not President Duterte who went there that day, and this was sometime in 2016. What happened was that one of his lawyers at that time, Sal Panelo, who is now Presidential Legal Counsel, appeared at that bank. There was quite a bit of action and a lot of noise that day, and all eyes were on Senator Trillanes. Now, again, For those of you just joining us, this all began early this morning when a newspaper came out with, it was an advertisement actually. They had printed the proclamation. It is Proclamation 572, which voids the granting of amnesty to Senator Antonio Trillanes. And that was what started this whole story that has been going on for the last few hours. Very soon after that, Senator Trillanes reacting very strongly to this. Justice Secretary Guevara saying that this is not actually a revocation, but more of a voiding of the amnesty, which means as far as the Duterte administration is concerned, amnesty had never been granted to Senator Trillanes. And that is why the DND just a while back, about 5 to 10 minutes ago, saying that what is happening here is that Trillanes simply returns to his status before the amnesty was given. Now, around late morning, several personnel of the PNP Criminal Investigation and Detection Group were spotted at the lobby entrance of the Senate. They were tight-lipped and would not speak to the media. However, it is presumed that they were there so that they could take custody and or arrest Senator Antonio Trillanes, but several senators had said that definitely they are not going to allow the arrest of a senator on Senate premises. Now, after that, there was that that press conference by Justice Secretary Guevara, press conference also by Harry Roque, all of them confirming this bit of news that and insisting that Senator Trillanes can be arrested by any member of the AFP or the PNP. But definitely Secretary Guevara saying that this is not a revocation because as far as he's concerned, as far as the Duterte administration is concerned, this is just a statement saying that the amnesty is void from the very beginning.
Yung sinasabing mga application, lahat yon ginawa yon, complied with. Ito gumagawa.
All right, we're going to go first to a break. In the meantime, please stay tuned to CNN Philippines breaking news. We're waiting for official word from the Senate President, Tito Soto, whether it is confirmed that Senator Antonio Trillanes has been placed in his custody. Also for what's called an alias warrant that government prosecutors are trying to procure right now and which they say will be serving as the warrant for Senator Antonio Trillanes' arrest. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is CNN Philippines breaking news. I'm Pio Ontiveros. Malacanang issuing a proclamation. It is proclamation number 572. It revokes a DND granting of an amnesty to Senator Antonio Trillanes, who was then a former Navy lieutenant junior grade, Antonio Trillanes IV. Earlier, just about 15 to 20 minutes ago, Senator Trillanes addressing the media, he says he is now under the custody of the Senate President. Here's what he said earlier.
Yung minority senators, of course, headed by our minority leader, Senator Frank, kakakausap lang namin kay Senate President Soto, and basically, I was placed in the custody of the Senate President. So, andito until my lawyers will file the necessary petitions sa Supreme Court para ma-resolve itong kalokohan na to ni Duterte at ni Calida. This is a warrantless arrest. Maliwanag yan. Yung mga arresting officers sa baba ay walang warrant. Doon kasi sa warrant, nakalagay ko anong kaso mo at kung may piyansa ka o wala. So in this case, wala. So we're living basically in a de facto martial law environment of the 70s kind. So yan yung aking statement for now.
Sir, since nasa custody kayo ng Senate, hindi kayo aalis sa building, or you're free to move around?
Ang assurances ni Senate President is for as long as nandito ako sa Senate premises, ay he will not allow any arrest. Sa akin kasi, hindi yung pagsasubject dito sa arrest eh. Kasi nakulong naman ako before at ano yan, hindi naman sa hinahanap-hanap ko yan, but it's something na hindi ko aatrasan. However, what we're questioning is the principle behind it. This is a warrantless arrest, as I mentioned, so we need to fight this warrantless arrest na ito. Yung proclamation ng amnesty, kahit sa buong mundo, walang amnesty na binabawi. Okay? Lahat ng mga kaso na na-file sa akin na dismiss na, yung sinasabing mga application, lahat yon ginawa yon, complied with. Ito, gumagawa sila ng binabaluktot nila yung batas para lang magawa nila yung kanilang political objective, which is to persecute the political opposition.
Anong limitasyon ito, sir, sa pag-perform ninyo ng trabaho bilang senador while you're under custody of the Senate President?
Of course, limitado yung magagawa ko kasi if I cannot go out of the premises, I cannot meet the constituents in different concerned sectors. So, maapektuhan. But sa ngayon, yun yung advice ng Senate leadership, ng Senate minority. So, I will submit to that.
So, you will attend to the session, yung mga hearings, you can attend that, sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir, comment sa DND, sabi, nirevert daw kayo sa status as active military personnel, therefore, pwede kayo sa court martial?
Under what charge? Yun ang tanong dito, no? So, kumaga, sige na mag-magic na kayo, pwede nyo nang gawin, ano? But, yung taong bayan, maliwanag sa kanila ito. Dapat maliwanag sa inyo ito na ito ay paghaharas, persecute ng mga miyembro ng oposisyon. Ng mga kumukontra sa kanya at nagsasabi ng katotohanan. So, ganun lang yan. Kung ano mang magic ang gawin nila dyan, at the end of the day, ganun lang yun.
Sir, hindi na kailangan ba, sir, from this moment?
Wala na yung kanina. Hindi na kayo sasama. Hindi na kayo sa Senate premises.
Yun ang decision ng mga senador and the Senate leadership. So, ganun.
Sir, paano pupunta na lang kayo ng family nyo?
Wala nga.
This is the first time.
This is the first time in sa buong mundo, sa buong kasaysayan ng mundo na may amnesty na binawi.
So how do you describe this? You were given a refuge by the Senate. How do you put this?
Basically, nilagay ako sa custody ng Senate President.
Until when, sir? Mag-stay ka dito sa Senate?
Titignan natin yan. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. In the meantime, we will exhaust all legal remedies available to us. So, pero kailangan naman sa akin mamulat na yung mga kababayan natin. This is a de facto martial law na kailangan kung nagagawa ito sa akin, pwede gawin ito kahit sa kanino.
Hindi kayo makakalabas, pupuntahan na lang kayo ng family na dito, sir?
Kung ano ang kailangan gawin, di gagawin.
So you're prepared to just stay for a long time?
Alam niyo, nakulong nga ako ng 7.5 taon eh. Sa akin, this would be a luxury compared to that. Pero sa akin dito, it's the idea na ginagano na lang basta-basta ang kapangyarihan, ang freedom.
Kamay.
Not necessarily. So pag-uusap pa kami mamaya, we will be requesting for a caucus after the roll call.
Anong legal move? PRO ba yan, sir?
Pinag-aaralan ngayon ng mga abogado and gagawin nila yun as soon as possible.
Kasi hindi naman kayo pwede ilabas dito sa Senate?
Titingnan natin. Kung martial law na tayo, di gagawin nila kung ano yung gagawin nila. Basta ito lang sasabihin ko, Mr. Duterte, hindi ako natatakot sa'yo. Sana hindi ko umalis, para kang duwag niyan. Bago mo inisyo to, lumayas ka muna para kunyari, wala siyang kinalaman dito. Well, you're definitely behind this. Kayo nung abogado mong si Mr. Calida. Basta sa akin, someday, there will be a reckoning for you. At talagang mangyayari yan.
Well, right after that, Senator Trillanes, accompanied by opposition senators led by Senator Frank Trillanes, Minority Leader Trillanes, they're asserting the amnesty granted to Trillanes cannot be revoked.
That setup, sir. How did you come up with that setup na dito na lang muna sa Senator Trillanes?
He is a senator, and under the Constitution, he cannot be arrested while Congress is in session, except for crimes which the penalty of which is beyond 6 years. In this particular case, there is even no case. There is no case. Okay, so with more reason that the constitutional protection will apply, so that as a practical remedy, we have requested the Senate President that the Senate takes custody of Senator Trillanes pending his ability or his remedies in our regular courts. In fairness to Senator Soto, even before we came in, he had already directed the Surgeon at Arms not to allow the arresting officers and to come into the premises. Unang-una po, walang basihan. Pangalawa, wala pong warrant of arrest. Yun po ay basic. At pangatlo, yun po, he availed of the amnesty. Now, the fact is, all the basis, the correctness of the amnesty was already ruled upon by the RTC when the RTC dismissed the cases against him on the basis of the amnesty. So all questions about the validity of the amnesty has been ruled upon by the court when the court dismissed the case. So there is no case today. Number two, if they want to file another case, first, they must go to court, file another case, and secure a warrant if warranted. But more importantly, at that point, mayroon na pong double jeopardy. Hindi na po pwedeng sampahan ng kaso si Senator Trillanes. But that's, again, that's a theory, that's a legal position which is founded on facts.
So may maasahan ba kayo sa Korte Suprema considering...
No, I don't want to pass judgment on that. We'll avail of the legal remedy. We still believe in the rule of law.
So yung question about court martial.
I am not familiar with military
Sir, may pag-abuso ba sa pag-exercise ng power ng executive dito sa nangyari?
Well, that is what we are here for, to resist and to make sure that the executive in this particular case would stay within the bounds of its power.
Sir, paano yung custody if on recess na yung session?
No, it does not depend on the session. It is the custody is defined by the building, by the boundaries of the building.
So until weekend, sir, you...
The custody is when you voluntarily...
All right, that was Senate Minority Leader Frank Trillanes speaking to the media. He and several other minority senators accompanying Senator Trillanes as he spoke to the media just a while ago. We're going to speak now to Dean Tony Lavinia. He is a constitutional law professor at the University of the Philippines. Sir, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Pia.
Yeah, well, sir, can we begin with this? Can amnesty be voided?
No. It cannot be voided by a unilateral act of the President. It has to be concurred in by Congress. There's no such thing as a void ab initio amnesty because there's a presumption of regularity that the previous President, the military, the Secretary of Defense that processed this application did the right thing. Here is a unilateral without any factual determination unilateral revocation of a penalty, of an amnesty.
Yeah. Well, just a while ago, we were listening in to Senate Minority Leader Frank Trillanes, and he was saying hindi daw issue yung whether Congress will concur with this voiding and or revocation of amnesty. So ano ba talaga? In other words, dapat magsabi ang Kongreso?
Yeah, kailangan kasi kung actually let's clarify the President Duterte did not nullify the amnesty that was concurred in by the House of Representatives, the Senate, diba? So in total, only with respect to Senator Trillanes, because daw defective yung kanyang pag-apply. Essentially, that's it is, diba? It's clear that he applied. It's clear that it was approved by the President and by the military brass, I mean, including the Secretary of Defense. No? So that is clear, naman. But what the President cannot do is to unilaterally revoke something that has already been granted, that required the concurrence of Congress. So,
okay.
Otherwise, every amnesty, you know, it is beyond Trillanes, Senator Trillanes. Well, I know this is directed against him as an opposition senator, blatantly a political attack, an attack against the political opposition. But this is beyond him because amnesty is a very important tool for every president in a country where we have lots of insurgencies, lots of revolutionary movements. Yeah. We've done it. The Hawks were amnestied. NPAs are amnestied. The MNLF were amnestied. The MILF is amnestied. For the first time, you have a president revoking an amnesty. That's wrong because that's a signal for the future that no government can be trusted to negotiate permanent end to hostilities.
All right. Professor Lavinia, now the other question is, can he be arrested? Because earlier tinanong din yan kay Secretary Guevara and in so many words he was saying, well, there is this proclamation, itong Proclamation 572 that can be used as a basis to arrest him. And now the word that we're getting from our justice correspondent, si Anjo Alimario, is that the DOJ prosecutors are saying that they're trying to get an alias warrant. So, ano ito? Because everybody believes that there should be a warrant for his arrest. Although the Constitution does provide for warrantless arrests if, for example, sige sir, go ahead po.
The President cannot issue a warrant of arrest. That's clear in the Constitution. Only judges can do that. Only courts can do that. I mean, so this brings us back actually to the Marcos time, presidential detention action, presidential commitment order. It brings us back to the times of the dictatorship. So that's quite clear. I mean, and so the proclamation is actually, if you ask me, void ab initio, just for that reason.
Yeah. Professor Lavinia, I hope you don't mind. I'm hoping you can stay on the line or we can call you back. I just need to go back to the Senate. Senate President Tito Soto is speaking right now.
Also, walang ganun eh. So the proper courts would be the proper venue.
Sir, matagal na kayo sa politics. Pwede ba talaga na i-revoke ang grant na amnesty sa isang rebel?
It is within the power of the President.
So walang pag-abuse sa pag-exercise ng power? Concurrence dapat ng Congress.
Sabi ka pala?
May concurrence dapat ng Congress.
Walang nakalagay sa Constitution na ganun.
So yun sa pagbawi, silence?
Oo, silent. Sa pagbawi, wala. Even sa agreement sa treaties, wala rin. Silent din eh.
Pero sir, yung pagkuha nyo ng custody, sabi kasi ni Senator Trillanes, he is under your custody.
Yes, parang he has turned over his person to the Senate President.
And yun, sir, yung inyong directive na huwag siyang arrestin dito, ibig sabihin mo ba you agree na questionable yung pagpapa-arresto sa kanya, sir?
Hindi ganun yun. I'd rather be neutral in that respect. Who am I to judge whether there is legal basis or not?
There is no warrantless arrest, sir. So
kaya nga, I cannot be a judge of that. The proper courts will be the judge of that.
So sorry, pa-clarify lang po. So bakit, sir, bakit yung kinostody si Senator?
No, it's not precisely taking custody. No? That is how it eventually na lumalabas na ganun. Pero, ang sinasabi ko, ang order is a senator cannot be arrested within the Senate premises. So if Senator Trillanes wants to remain in the Senate premises, then the instructions to the sergeant at arms is that he cannot be arrested.
Pero whether the session, whether the Congress is in session or not in session, hindi siya pwedeng pasukin dito.
Oo.
So you expect the PNP po to respect the Senate building?
I think so.
The building itself?
Pero hindi sila allowed sila na pumasok.
I think so.
Hindi kaya
To use the Senate as facilitation.
As a what?
Refuge.
Alam mo, you're looking at it as a glass half empty. Hindi ganun eh. Basta the situation is simply we cannot allow a senator to be arrested in the Senate premises. Pwedeng, kung gusto, unless the senator voluntarily goes with them, like in the case of Senator De Lima before. Nandito siya, hindi naman siya inaresto eh. Nung lumabas siya, umuwi siya muna, pinayagan siyang umuwi muna, at para kumuha ng gamit, at tapos doon siya inaresto.
Practically, sir, sanctuary itong Senate for Senator Trillanes.
Well, you can look at it that way. Ganun ang tingin ng iba. But as I said, no, very specific yung sinabi ko.
Pero sir, na-coordinate na yun properly sa mga authorities na nandito with this arresting him?
Well, you better ask the Sergeant at Arms. The instructions that I gave him was very explicit.
Dapat pala sir, nagawa din ni De Lima yun.
Ginawa niya.
Overnight.
Ginawa niya for a night. For the night, yeah.
Pero sir, hindi naman to attack, sir, against the Senate as an institution. Kasi nga pang senador siya.
Not at all. No, I don't think so. Not at all. Meron mga prerogatives ang executive eh. May mga prerogatives ang legislative. No? So we're just exercising, we are just exercising our prerogatives. The President is exercising his prerogative. The Senate also is exercising its
Sir, kung
prerogative.
mag-decide si Trillanes na umalis ng Senate building, wala na kayong jurisdiction doon?
Oh, siyempre, oo. Wala na kaming ano doon. It's no longer our concern.
Sir, clarification lang. When you said that the President has the power to remove amnesty,
It's within his power
wala po kasi
as the President.
hindi po kasi yung Constitution.
Better they ask the courts about that, but definitely it's within his power.
Pero definitely, sir, sa tagal na sir ng mambabatas, ay ito yung first time na may nare-revoke na amnesty.
I'm not sure. Ang institutional memory ko is as far as the Senate is concerned.
Pero wala kayong nare-recall pa, sir?
Wala pang nare-recall. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Pero considering na siya from the minority at critic ng administration, do you think it has something to do with sa pagiging niya? Opposition, sir?
I'd rather not venture into speculation.
So bakit hindi niya na lang siya pinayuhan to mag-yield sa authorities, surrender?
No, we can't. We leave it up to the senator to decide.
So mag-focus pa po kayo about sir, lahat ng senador?
Yeah, lahat.
So habang nandito, allowed siya mag-attend ng lahat ng activities?
Habang nandito siya sa Senate premises. Pero pag-uusapan nga namin yung maaaring maging mga limitations.
Limitation.
Okay.
All right, Tito Soto, the Senate President, confirming, first of all, that Senator Trillanes has, quote, turned over his person to the Senate President. Parang ganoon. That's the exact quote that we got from Tito Soto. And Soto, as Senate President, emphasizing that a senator, he kept repeating this, the senator cannot be arrested in Senate premises. So he says that if Senator Trillanes chooses to remain in the Senate, Senator Soto's, the Senate President's very explicit instructions to the Senate Sergeant at Arms is that no arrests can happen within the premises of the Senate. We're all aware, of course, and we've seen that video a few hours ago, members of the PNP Criminal Investigation and Detection Group waiting just outside the lobby entrance of the Senate. Now, Senator Soto, the Senate President, explaining, unless, of course, as Senator Laila de Lima did, the senator will voluntarily go with the arresting authorities. He was also asked, Senator Soto was also asked if this will make the Senate practically a quote-unquote sanctuary for Senator Trillanes. So there we have it, Senator Soto confirming custody of Senator Trillanes, and what appears to be already a position of the Senate that Senator Trillanes, no senator can be arrested within the Senate premises, and that were the Senate President's instructions to the Senate Sergeant at Arms. We're going to go back to Professor Tony Lavinia. Professor Lavinia?
Yes.
Yes. Well, did you hear what Senator Soto was saying?
Yes.
It is within the power of the President. At wala naman doon nakalagay sa Constitution na doon sa mga rules on yung pagbabawi ng amnesty.
No, I mean, no, I would have to disagree with that. I mean, obviously, if there are conditions to an amnesty, that the President would have the power with respect to that condition. But precisely the point I'm trying to make is that the facts here does not show that at all. And what the President does not have a power to revoke the amnesty granted by another President unless he's able to show that that President acted illegally or acted wrongly, and that's not the case here.
Professor Lavinia also, he said that they will not allow an arrest of any senator within Senate premises. The Senate President saying that yung explicit instructions niya sa Sergeant at Arms, yun na nga, no, na walang mangyayaring pag-aresto. Except that if any senator who, well, in this case, Senator Trillanes will choose to go with the arresting authority. So tama yun.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and I'm appreciative of that because I'm actually not sure whether Senator Pimentel did the same thing with Senator Laila, whether Senator Laila had that option at all. Of course, she was not arrested in the Senate, but that was her choice. But I'm not sure that she was given the option of actually staying in the Senate.
Well, binanggit naman ni Senator Soto si Laila de Lima, and he was saying that at first she had chosen to stay in the Senate, and then umuwi muna siya, kumuha ng gamit, saka na siya dinala sa krame. Pero hindi siya kumbaga inaresto sa loob ng Senado.
I think by that time she had already decided to be arrested. So they negotiated that part where she goes home first. But I don't know. I honestly don't know whether she had the option actually of staying in the Senate. Here, Senator Soto is very explicit that if Senator Trillanes decides to stay in the Senate, he will not be arrested. That's comforting as from my point of view. I mean, precisely because of the fact that this is a political act and not a legal act.
Professor Lavinia, in the case of Senator Trillanes, like we all presume, hindi po ba, kapag may arrest, when there is going to be an arrest, there has to be a warrant. Although there is such a thing as warrantless arrest, but that's another matter.
How can a warrant get arrest for, di ba? He's not committing mutiny now. There can be no basis for a warrantless arrest.
Yeah, oo. So, pero ang pinag-uusapan, and this is something I'm going to ask our justice correspondent in a while, Anjo Alimari, who's waiting on the line, dahil may balita that Justice Department prosecutors are asking or are trying to get an alias warrant for Trillanes.
Well, they have to file a case first. Diba?
Hindi po ba pwedeng...
Senator Trillanes is now a civilian. Noon, hinuli siya. Kasi he was allegedly committing an act of mutiny while he was still in the active service. So military law applied to him, di ba?
Yeah.
Basically, court-martial yun and everything.
Well, a while ago, there was a Defense Department press conference, and one of them, si Attorney Ronald Rubin, was explaining, and we quote, ab initio, quote-unquote, as if he was never granted amnesty, and then, quote, bumabalik siya sa status niya before the amnesty.
No!
Pwede po ba yun?
No! Ibig sabihin, active service na naman siya ngayon. Come on. Diba, how ridiculous is that argument? Senator Trillanes already retired from the military. He now has to be arrested in accordance with civilian rules.
Yeah. Hindi pwede ba nilang kumbaga i-resurrect ang dati niyang kaso? Because there was
yes, but not under military court.
Yeah. No, civilian kung civilian court pwede, kung kaso.
Hindi na siya military officer.
Okay. But, and right now, so because what the DND is saying, he returns to his status before the amnesty, and you're saying hindi pwede yun.
That's ridiculous. Are you saying now, Pia, that Senator Trillanes is now back as captain or whatever rank he was? That is so ridiculous. It doesn't it doesn't meet any kind of logical bar, diba? And factual bar.
Yeah. Well, that was
from the military. He absolutely no jurisdiction over him, diba?
Well, that
so
was
the
what was
military cannot arrest him. You can only be arrested by the military in the military context of military courts if you are a member of the military.
Okay.
Period.
And therefore, what happens to that order that the PNP and or the AFP can arrest him? Cannot.
They cannot arrest him.
Even the
That's
AFP cannot arrest.
Ab initio order.
Okay. Well, of course, this was the quote I read a while ago was said in the Defense Department briefing. And ang nandoon kasi kanina, si Colonel Edgar Arevalo, spokesman for the Armed Forces, si Arsenio Andalong, spokesman for the Department of National Defense, and itong Attorney Ronald Rubin, and that's what they were saying. As if he was never granted amnesty and that, quote-unquote, bumabalik siya sa status
Walang
niya.
problema yung as if you were never granted amnesty. But he has already retired from the military. They have no jurisdiction over him.
Okay. And you're saying...
That's a different point entirely. Right? Kasi as if he was never granted, that's fine. But it doesn't mean that life frozen, di ba?
Yeah, okay.
The reason, di ba, basic lang yan. If you mutiny and you're a soldier, you're subject to the military rule. You can be arrested under military rules, di ba? Under a military court, and the trial will be under the military. If you're a civilian, that is no longer the case, di ba?
Yes, okay.
Because in fact, you will have to be, di ba, under the military system, because you're military, part of your punishment is actually your discharge, di ba? Your dishonorable discharge, your imprisonment, whatever. All of those things can be charged against you. But that is no longer the case when you're no longer a soldier.
Okay. All right. Well, Professor Lavinia, anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
Well, I just want to say that this is very blatantly an attack against the opposition and against the critic of the president. It doesn't augur very well for democracy. The consequences, the long-term consequences as well to negotiations with all sorts of revolutionary movements, rebel groups, are endangered because of this act, which is very arbitrary, in my view.
Professor Tony Lavinia, thank you, sir, very much for being with us this afternoon. Thank you, sir. Well, let's go now to our justice correspondent, Anjo Alimario. He's at the Justice Department, or a while ago he was supposed to have been at the Supreme Court. But Anjo, can you explain to us itong sinasabi mo that prosecutors are trying to get an alias warrant for Trillanes?
That's right, Pia. We have now a copy of that very urgent ex parte omnibus motion of the DOJ prosecutors asking the Makati Regional Trial Court Branch 148 to issue whole departure order and alias warrant against Senator Antonio Trillanes. We believe that the DOJ team is on its way to the Makati Regional Trial Court to file this motion, but we were able to obtain an advance copy. Now, Pia, let me read to you portions of what's stated in that motion, and they said that it's been the trial for the coup d'etat case against Trillanes and his co-accused lasted for 7 years, and the prosecution and defense rested their evidence, and that the court, the Makati Regional Trial Court, initially scheduled the promulgation of judgment initially on October 28, 2010, and then it was reset to December 16, 2010. Now, according to the motion filed by the DOJ prosecutors, it's clear that the instant case is still pending with the Makati Regional Trial Court and has yet to be terminated through a promulgation of judgment, which was merely suspended last December 16, 2010. And they also said that Trillanes is an incumbent senator of the Republic, and he has the means and resources to flee to another country in order to escape Philippine criminal jurisdiction. It is therefore imperative that a whole departure order be issued against Trillanes. Now, Pia, that's the two prayers basically of the DOJ prosecutors. One, to issue an alias warrant against Senator Trillanes, and two, to issue a whole departure order against Trillanes to bar him from leaving the country, Pia.
Yeah, Anjo, sorry. What is that case again? Yung sinasabi mong promulgation dapat October 28, 2010, na move to December 16, 2010. I mean, we all know that amnesty applied for, granted early 2011. Anong kaso ulit ito?
Ang nakalagay Pia doon sa motion, coup d'etat. So we assume this is the community. Yeah, the 2003. If I'm not mistaken, Pia. Ito yung nakalagay dun sa case. It's stated there, one of the co-accused is Captain Milo Maestro Campo. He's one of the co-accused named here.
Okay, so kumbaga they are trying to resurrect. Is that the correct legal term, Anjo? Are they trying to resurrect this case, or they're just saying that bago na bigyan ng amnesty sina Trillanes et al, dapat may promulgation ng kaso. So ang sinasabi ng mga prosecutors is mapawalang bisa dapat yung amnesty para bumalik tayo dun sa panahon na magpo-promulgation pa lang ng kaso, ng desisyon sa kaso.
That is correct, Pia. Basically, they're saying to the court, let's reopen the case. Kasi wala pa namang promulgation. Sabi nga ni Prosecutor General Richard Padulyon, they're very close to the promulgation already. Prepared na yung judgment, yung decision mismo ni Judge Pimentel daw before the old judge who handled the original coup d'etat case against Trillanes et al. And now, of course, sasabihin ang sa paliwanag naman Secretary Guevara, there's no need for a retrial because meron ng full-blown trial na naganap na before. So what will happen, Pia, is the new judge who will handle the coup d'etat case now, if it will be reopened, will just appreciate all the facts, all the evidence presented by both the defense and the prosecution as to the case of Senator Antonio Trillanes for his coup d'etat case, Pia.
All right. Anything else to add, Anjo?
That's right, Pia. We will update the Pia as to the progress. If the court will readily or will immediately issue or grant this motion of the prosecution. As of now, Pia, we understand that the DOJ team is still on its way to Makati Court to file this very urgent motion against Senator Trillanes, Pia.
Yeah, well, it's 3:08 p.m. Office hours end at 5 o'clock. So they are hoping that when they file it, mabigyan kaagad ng alias warrant. Ganun ba yun? Agad-agad may mangyayari ngayong hapon na ito?
Yes, Pia, yun yung inaasahan nila, no? Yung handling judge kagad nung maglabas kagad nitong alias warrant. At least yung HTO pwede pa yung schedule for hearing, but itong alias warrant, that's what they're after today na ma-accomplish, Pia.
Okay, so like you're saying, they're after the alias warrant today, hoping to get that today, and they're going to. By the way, is there any word from the Justice Department, from Secretary Guevara, or from the government, from the state prosecutors? Ano bang gagawin nila? Because Senate President Tito Soto was saying a while ago na hindi sila papayag na maaresto si Senator Trillanes or any senator, incumbent senator for that matter, within Senate premises. May pahayag na ba ang Justice Department?
Things, Pia, ang sabi ni Justice Secretary Guevara, with that proclamation of the President, it already serves as an arrest order for the ASP, for the PNP to effect that proclamation, that order from the President to arrest Senator Trillanes. Now, nung sinabi natin nga, may CIDG personnel na nandun sa ground, sabi ni Secretary Guevara, yes, they can already arrest. Now, it will totally depend. Sabi nga natin kung pwede siyang yung custody ni Senator Trillanes sa Senate muna. That's possible according to Secretary Guevara. Now, we don't know yet if there's already a prior arrangement of Senate and his arresting team, kung saan ba talaga siya muna dadahin pansamantalaan until siya makapag-issue itong Makati Court ng panibagong commitment order kung saan ba dadalhin itong si Senator Trillanes pending the promulgation of his case, Pia.
All right, Anjo Alimayo, our justice correspondent, reporting to us from there. We're going to go now to the Senate. The session has begun. Now, what we're waiting for, a while ago, we already said that the Senate President, Tito Soto, has confirmed that Senator Trillanes is in his custody. At the same time, that the senators will not allow Senator Trillanes to be arrested within Senate premises. But earlier, Senator Trillanes had said that they are going to ask for a caucus after the roll call. So we're going to listen in for just a bit into what's going on at the floor, and then we'll pull out when we get a better sense of what is going to happen from here on. Let's listen in first.
Sama-samang dumaranas sa emosyonal na sakit ang buong pamilya. Hindi rin may tatanggi na dumaragdag at sumasabay pa sa kalungkutan ng pasyente ang pinansyal na suliranin na akibat ng pagkakasakit. In the Philippines, cancer is the third leading cause of adult death and fourth in child mortality. The Philippine Cancer Facts and estimates from the Department of Health reveal an alarming increase in the incidence of cancer, estimating up to 8 deaths per day for childhood cancer and up to 11 new cases.
All right, that's what's going on the floor of the Senate. The topic is not yet about what is happening to Senator Antonio Trillanes. We're going to go first to a break. This is CNN Philippines Breaking News. Please stay tuned. Right, this is CNN Philippines Breaking News. Senator Antonio Trillanes' amnesty has been voided by the Duterte administration. Proclamation 572 issued by Malacanang Palace and printed in major newspapers that came out today. Now, before we go on to other developments, we're going to read a statement that was sent by Sal Panelo, who is Presidential Legal Counsel. It is a very long 6-paragraph statement, but let me read the last 3 paragraphs, and I quote, "Even assuming that proclamation number 75 is valid and is compliant with pertinent laws, rules, and regulations of an executive clemency, the declaration of the grant of amnesty as regards Senator Trillanes as void is constitutionally allowed. Aside from the grounds mentioned in proclamation number 572, that is the proclamation of the voiding of the amnesty, quote, can be declared null even without the concurrence of a majority of all the members of the Congress. Senator Trillanes has abused a grant of amnesty, albeit void, and it compels its notification by the President, the official authority who is considered by the 1987 Constitution as the grantor of executive clemencies." Now, this last paragraph of the statement from Attorney Sal Panelo, and we quote, "The state cannot be shackled by an act of clemency it has given to a political offender when the latter pursues subsequent acts inimical to its interest and violative of its fundamental charter. The state, acting through the President, has the inherent right to protect itself from assault coming from whatever source. As Chief Executive and Head of Government, he has the power to issue orders protective of the state and its people. This is in line with the prime duty of the government to serve and protect the people under Article 2, Section 4 of the 1987 Constitution." That is a statement from Attorney Sal Panelo, Presidential Chief Legal Counsel. Now, earlier today, Solicitor General Jose Calida, who Trillanes kept referring to in his many encounters with the media, had a briefing about the revocation or the voiding of the amnesty of the center. Here's a portion of that briefing.
We have such a thing as privileged communication between a lawyer and the client. Maybe I will not comment yet. It's too early.
Said the review was initiated by governors, probably from...
Probably, he said probably.
Could that been from the Malacanang and then from the OSC? So may part mo pa yung OSC dito sa amnesty.
As I said, I'm invoking my privileged communication between client and counsel. Sir, because I'm the lawyer of the Republic. I don't know about him now, but he's not a judge, he's not a prosecutor. So if he wants to file cases, let him file a case.
Sir, but did
President was gonna declare the amnesty as well?
I read the proclamation.
Were you consulted?
Well, I've said before, I've been invoking privileged communication.
Sir, yung comment nyo na po, kasi meron din criticism na parang pinapoliticize daw dito yung
No, it's not true. Bakit? Paano ba siya? He's a seer. He knows what's happening. Maybe that's just a figment of his imagination.
Sir, can you explain to us po ano yung void ab initio? Kasi first time din namin.
Void ab initio. From the beginning, it was void.
Parang kuwaran ko din, sir.
Yes.
Sir, are you prepared for the possibility na akit din sa SC and you're gonna have to go up against Trillanes?
We are ready.
Sir, no need for concurrence of Congress, just like for the granting of the amnesty.
Void ab initio. It is as if there was none from the beginning.
Sir, has there been a case before na dineclares void ab initio ang isang amnesty?
I do not recall, just like Power to ousting a Chief Justice. Wala pa lang.
Sir, ano naman, just how involved were you in the review? Did they ask for your recommendation?
Well, do you want me to repeat my answer again? Privileged communication.
Sir, did the review start and when the Duterte administration started in 2016 or even before?
I really don't know what happened before kasi not privy to the events during that time.
Secretary Guevara said, this is not something that happened.
I think so.
So the review has been going on for quite some time.
Probably.
Were you aware, sir, if this had been under source in the past?
That's a possibility.
Sir, the NUPL said that the Duterte administration keeps reinventing the law kasi may kawaran ka din ng ICC withdrawal and then meron din.
No, but that's the law. Quorum is in the rules of court, isn't it? We are not inventing anything. The wheel was already invented. We don't have to reinvent it. Diba yan?
Sir, can we ask na lang if, kasi meron daw dapat hearing na yun sa Senado, were you gonna go there? Or ano po dapat yung hearing?
No, because I have a hearing here in the Supreme Court and I have to prepare.
Were you gonna send your representative?
No, actually, my counsel wrote a letter yesterday advising him that I cannot attend.
So, sir, what is your stance on the hearing? Are you parang hindi ba dapat nilituloy kasi have a pending petition here at the SC or pwede pong ituloy habang ongoing petition sa akin?
Ituloy yung ano?
Yung hearing, pwede ba yung file a petition na blocking the hearing?
Here, I mean, in the Supreme Court? Yes, there's a pending case.
So, sir, while that is ongoing, a-attend po ba kayo maybe next week or you're gonna invoke that maybe talaga?
Yes, it's sub judice already. It's before the courts. If he wants to, he can join us here. We will debate here in the Supreme Court. Thank you also.
All right, Soljan, Jose Calida speaking. Well, he was at the Supreme Court then for oral arguments for another case, but he spoke about not just about Senator San Trillanes, well, actually trying to avoid that, of course, because he said, he kept repeating, quote, we have a privileged communication between lawyer and client, unquote. He, of course, as a government lawyer, and also he spoke briefly about the ousting of former Supreme Court Chief Justice Mary Lourdes Sereno via a quo warranto petition. Now we're going to listen again to a briefing by the Defense Department this afternoon at Camp Aguinaldo. In that briefing were the spokesperson for the Armed Forces, Marine Colonel Edgar Arevalo, and the spokesperson for the Defense Department, Arsenio Andolong.
There is now a team of the PNP And our military police from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, they are now at the Senate, ready to implement the apprehension of Senator Trillanes. But out of respect for the ongoing proceedings, they are waiting for the proceedings to end. And once that happens, they will get in contact with Senator Trillanes to implement the apprehension. So I guess that's only the gist. You may ask your questions now for details. Kasi I think nagsalita na si Secretary Guevara kanina. He gave many details already. Ito ngayon yung ini-implement na yung words. Yes, okay.
Sir, kanina, minention po ni DOJ Secretary Guevara na kung pwede daw ituloy yung court-martial against Senator Trillanes. Is that possible, sir? Di ba parang retire na siya? Pwede pa rin suda?
Sorry, Eda. First, I'd like to introduce Attorney Ronald Patrick Rubin, our Chief of Internal Audit Service, and of course, Colonel Arevalo. Okay, sorry, Ed.
Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. With regard to that particular question, the revocation of the amnesty issued by the President ab initio effectively brings him back to his former status as military personnel. That being the case, he will again be subject, as he was subject, of military regulation, including the Articles of War, which every military personnel in the active service is supposed to be subject to. So that the answer is yes. It could be continued. Remember, it was just stopped because of the supervening event. That is the case of the amnesty, which was given to him that is now at issue. That's why nahinto yung ginagawang proceedings. Now na revoke yung amnesty ab initio, meaning from the beginning. So he will be reverted to his status as active military personnel, subject to military law and military discipline. Therefore, yung court-martial will have to be reconstituted kasi yung ibang member ng court-martial has already retired. So in which case, the acting AFP Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Salvador Mison Jr., has already instructed the convening of a general court-martial that shall be hearing the case of Lieutenant Trillanes.
Sir, that's despite the fact na nag-file siya ng resignation.
Well, kung yung pagpa-file niya ng resignation, kung sinabi natin na void ab initio yun, it will not have any force and effect anymore sapagkat balik nga siya sa pagiging military.
Yes, Dempsey. Yes.
Sir, kasi under the Constitution, granting an amnesty to any person, kailangan may congressional concurrence. And the granting of amnesty to Senator Trillanes was granted with the concurrence of the Congress. With the revocation, sir, siyempre, kailangan din naman, di ba, ng concurrence ng Congress, ng legislative.
As to the revocation, since the Constitution is silent on it, maybe the Soldier would be in a better position to give the...
Pero sir,
yeah, I know na may concurrence on... pero wala kasi sa provision yung withdrawal of the amnesty. Di ba, granting of amnesty lang yung nasa Constitution. From what I recall. So, it's really a gray area. Maybe the DOJ or the Solicitor General would be in a better position to offer an answer for that.
Sir, about the proceedings, going back to the proceedings. So, ano bang naging status nun, sir, when it was stopped? Yung sa hearing na, and then from there na ulit mag-start, or is it going to be from the beginning again? Paano yung mangyayari?
Yung sinasabi natin from the beginning, that is only with reference to his status as military personnel. Alright? But with regard to the proceedings, meaning general court-martial proceedings, kung saan lang tayo huminto. Ipagpapatuloy lang yung trial.
All right, a while ago, about an hour ago, Senate President Tito Soto speaking to the media. He's saying the Constitution is silent on revoking amnesty, but he did say that the President is well within his powers to do so. He also explained his stand on the revocation of the amnesty of Senator Trillanes, and he did confirm that Senator Trillanes is in his custody.
The proper courts would be the proper venue.
Sir, matagal na kayo sa politics. Pwede ba talaga na i-revoke ang grant na amnesty sa isang rebel?
It is within the power of the President.
So walang pag-abuse sa pag-exercise ng power? Dapat ng Congress.
Sabi ka ba?
May concurrence dapat ng Congress.
Walang nakalagay sa Constitution na gano'n.
So yun sa pagbawi, silence?
Oo, silent. Sa pagbawi, wala. Even sa agreement sa treaties, wala rin. Silent din.
Pero sir, yung pagkuha nyo ng custody, sabi kasi ni Senator Trillanes, he is under your custody. Yung
Parang he has turned over his person to the Senate President.
And then, sir, yung inyong directive na huwag siyang arrestin dito, ibig sabihin mo ba you agree na questionable yung pagpapa-arresto sa kanya, sir?
Hindi ganun yun. I'd rather be neutral in that respect. Who am I to judge whether there is legal basis or not?
They're claiming warrant for arrest, sir.
Kaya nga, I cannot be a judge of that. The proper courts will be the judge of that.
So sorry, pa-clarify lang po. Bakit, sir, bakit yung kinustody si Senator?
No, it's not precisely taking custody. No? That is how it eventually lumalabas na ganun. Pero, sinasabi ko, ang order is a senator cannot be arrested within the Senate premises. So if Senator Trillanes wants to remain in the Senate premises, then the instructions to the Sergeant at Arms is that he cannot be arrested.
Whether the Congress is in session or not in session, So you expect the PNP to respect the Senate building?
I think so.
The building itself?
Pero hindi sila allowed sila pumasok.
I think so.
Hindi kaya
to use the Senate as refuge.
As a what?
Refuge.
Alam mo, you're looking at it as a glass half empty. Hindi ganun eh. Basta the situation is simply we cannot allow a senator to be arrested in the Senate premises. Pwedeng, kung gusto, unless the senator voluntarily goes with them, like in the case of Senator De Lima before. Nandito siya, hindi naman siya inaresto eh. Nung lumabas siya, umuwi siya muna, pinayagan siya umuwi muna, at para kumuha ng gamit, at tapos doon siya inaresto.
Practically, sir, sanctuary itong Senate for Senator Trillanes.
Well, you can look at it that way. Ganun ang tingin ng iba. But as I said, no, very specific yung sinabi ko.
Pero sir, na-coordinate na yun properly sa mga authorities na nandito with arresting him?
Well, you better ask the Sergeant at Arms. The instructions that I gave him was very explicit.
Dapat pala sir, nagawa din ni De Lima yun.
Ginawa niya. Ginawa niya for the night. Yeah.
Pero sir, hindi naman to attack, sir, against the Senate as an institution kasi nga pangalan senador niya.
Not at all. No, I don't think so. Not at all.
So
meron mga prerogatives ang executive eh. May mga prerogatives ang legislative. No? So we're just exercising our prerogatives. The President is exercising his prerogative. The Senate also is exercising its
Sir,
prerogative.
kung mag-decide si Trillanes na umalis ng Senate building, wala na kayong jurisdiction doon?
Siyempre. Wala na kaming doon. It's no longer our concern.
Sir, clarification. When you said that the President has the power to revoke amnesty,
It's within his power.
wala po kasi
As the President.
po kasi yung Constitution.
Better they ask the courts about that. But definitely, it's within his power.
Pero definitely, sir, sa tagal nila, sir, ng mambabatas, ay ito yung first time na may na-revoke na amnesty.
I'm not sure. Ang institutional memory ko is as far as the Senate is concerned.
Pero wala kayo nare-recall pa, sir?
Wala pang nare-recall. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Pero considering nga siya from the minority at critic ng administration, do you think it has has something to do sa pagiging opposition, sir?
I'd rather not venture into speculation.
Sir, bakit hindi niya na lang siya pinayuhan na mag-yield sa authorities, surrender?
No, we can't. We leave it up to the senator to decide.
So, magpo-focus pa kayo about sir, lahat ng senador?
Lahat.
So, habang nandito, allowed siya mag-attend ng lahat ng activities?
Habang nandito siya sa Senate premises. Pero pag-uusapan na namin yung maaaring maging mga limitations.
Now, before and after that very brief encounter of Senate media reporters with the Senate President, Tito Soto, we were speaking to constitutional law professor Tony Lavinia. He was saying that the amnesty granted to Senator Trillanes cannot be voided. Here's what he said in that interview a while ago.
Be voided by a unilateral act of the President. It has to be concurred in by Congress. There's no such thing as a void ab initio amnesty because there's a presumption of regularity that the previous president, the military, the Secretary of Defense that processed this application did the right thing. Here is a unilateral without any factual determination, unilateral revocation of a penalty, of an amnesty.
Yeah. Well, just a while ago, we were listening in to Senate Minority Leader Frank Trillanes, and he was saying hindi daw issue yung whether Congress will concur with this voiding and or revocation of amnesty. So ano ba talaga? In other words, dapat magsabi ang Kongreso?
Yeah, kailangan kasi kung actually let's clarify. The President Duterte did not nullify the amnesty that was concurred in by the House of Representatives and the Senate, diba? So in total, only with respect to Senator Trillanes, because daw defective yung kanyang pag-apply. Essentially, that's it is, diba? It's clear that he applied. It's clear that it was approved by the President and by the military brass, including the Secretary of Defense. So that is clear naman. But what the President cannot do is to unilaterally revoke something that has already been granted, that required the concurrence of Congress. Otherwise, every amnesty, this is beyond Trillanes for me, Senator Trillanes. When I know this is directed against him as an opposition senator, blatantly a political attack against, an attack against the political opposition, but this is beyond him because amnesty is a very important tool for every president in a country where we have lots of insurgencies, lots of revolutionary movements. Yeah. We've done it. The Hawks were amnestied. NPAs are amnestied. The MNLF were amnestied. The MILF is amnestied. For the first time, you have a president revoking an amnesty. That's wrong.
All right, let's go to the Senate. Senator Trillanes is speaking right now.
Aggrieved national concern. Just this morning, in one of the national broadsheets, a proclamation made by Mr. Duterte was published there, revoking my amnesty that was given to me, or that was awarded to me last 2010. So this is the proclamation in your screen. And among the basis of the reasons why supposedly the amnesty was revoked was the non-application, that I did not file an official amnesty application form. Okay? Then the other one is the non-admission of guilt. It says there that I never expressed my guilt for the crimes that I have committed. But these are the facts. Okay. President Former President Benigno Aquino III signed Proclamation number 75 granting amnesty to active and former AFP personnel and their supporters who may have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code, articles of war committed in connection with the Oakwood Mutiny, Marine Standoff, and the Manila Pen Incident. This is the Proclamation number 75. And these are the concurrent resolutions made by both houses of Congress in support of that amnesty proclamation. Now, these are the facts. I will show this video to debunk the allegations made by Mr. Duterte.
Bago magsara ang ad hoc committee ng Defense Department sa pagtanggap ng aplikasyon kahapon, ay umabot na sa 57 ang nakapag-file ng kanilang amnesty application. Ang ad hoc committee na pinamunuan ng DND Defense Affairs Honoria Escueta ay nakapagtala na ng 57 aplikante simula ng Lunes nang inanunsyo nila ang pagsisimula ng pagpoproseso ng mga amnesty applicants. Sa kabuuang 57 nagsumite ay 22 sa mga ito ang opisyal at 35 ang mga enlisted personnel, kabilang na si Senator Trillanes sa kabuuan ng mga nag-file. Sinabi ni Trillanes na dahil sa sinasad sa requirements, inamin niya ang kanyang kasalanan sa konstitusyon at hindi sa dating Pangulong Gloria Arroyo.
Ang nakalagay kasi sa application form is a general admission of guilt, na meron na labag na kahit na anong batas, whether sa armed forces or sa revised penal code. And po yan, ever since hindi naman kami nagpanggap na yung ginawa namin napagpunta sa Oakwood and sa Manila Pen and na natural na ginagawa ng sundalo. We are man enough to admit na we have broken rules in the pursuit of our moral cause and we faced it like men. Nakulong po kami and the others were separated from the service. So it's very easy for us to admit to that.
Sir, may regret ba?
Maliwanag, may admission of guilt. Wala po tayong regret dun sa ginawa natin. Nangyari na po yan. Yan po ang iginuhit ng tadhana, so to speak. So, tinanggap po natin yan.
Si Senator Antonio Trillanes III ay naman sa opisyal ng tagapagsalita ng Department of National Defense, Yusek Eduardo Patak, na isa sa mga prerequisite na sinasad sa aplikasyon ay kasama ang mga sworn statements ng mga aplikante.
Should be sworn to. It should be a sworn statement. So meron tayong mga legal officers who will take the sworn statements. So that will be the final phase of the application itself. Now, when the application has been forwarded to the committee processes it. So unless it is a very unusual situation, then that's the only time that the committee will convene and deliberate on a particular case. However, there's still a requirement that if and when the application has been accepted, there is a 15-day allocation for any opposition to be filed against that particular application.
Si Undersecretary Eduardo Batak, RH911, being fermento ng DCRH Nationwide.
So maliwanag doon sa nakita natin na ay swore under oath dito sa application na ito. At dyan ay admitted my guilt based dun sa application form that the Department of National Defense provided. At nakalagay din doon at sinabi ng defense officials that merong inallocate na 15 days for anybody to oppose. Sana ito si Mr. Calida at si Mr. Duterte hinabol yun. So, pero wala. Diba? Kaya ngayon na-affirm yun. There was a committee who deliberated yung mga application forms for amnesty and it was approved. Sige, next. Ayan. Nakalagay din dyan, these are media reports Aside dun sa document na kanina pinakita na sinasabing wala raw akong application form, nakalagay dyan na acknowledged involvement in pricings. Okay. So, may date. So, mayroon akong personal appearance. So, ayan pa. Ang daming saksi. Hindi ko alam kung saan nagmamagic itong mga taga-Malacanang. But, syempre, if they want to get rid of a member of the opposition and stifle dissent, they will go through such great lengths. Next. Ayan po ang amnesty certificate. So dumaan na sa proseso grinant. Oh, ito yung aking ito yung court ruling sa ano ito? Sa RTC. Dun sa kasong rebellion ko, nakalagay dyan, my name, and it was dismissed. Sige. Ngayon, yung prosecution hindi po nag-file ng motion for reconsideration, kaya final yung decision na yan. Oh, here's another order for the crime of coup d'etat. Maliwanag. Andyan yung pangalan ko. Dismissed. Sige, next. So ngayon, ano ngayon ang basis kung bakit ako aarestuhin? And maliwanag dun sa kanilang proclamation that Duterte is ordering the AFP and PNP to lawfully arrest me. Lawful. Ano ba yung operative word? Meaning, kailangan mo ng warrant of arrest. Sa warrant of arrest, nakalagay doon ang krimen. Kasi kung arestuhin nila ako ngayon dito, paano ako ngayon? Kanino ako magpapiyansa? Anong korte? Ano yung krimen? Di ba? Ito yung pinakamalaking kalokohan na ginawa ni Duterte ngayong araw na ito. Dahil may mas malalaki before that. But I hope maliwanag naman na sa atin, hindi natin ito pwedeng payagan. Maaring magkakaiba man ang ating opinion sa politika, but pag mga ganito na, institusyon na ang ginigiba, kailangan natin tindigan. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the... maybe recognize...
Senator Trillanes wishes to take the floor again. You are recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Senate leadership under Senate President Soto for protecting the institution. I am not asking for anything more than that. And also to my colleagues who expressed their concern about what happened to me. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Lalakas po ang ating boses kung tayo magkakaisa. Salamat po.
The Majority Leader, you were...
Yes, Mr. President. Before we refer the speech to a committee, the request of our colleagues is that we have a caucus. So maybe we suspend for a minute for a short caucus in the lounge. I so move.
If that is a caucus, a minute will not suffice.
Okay, Mr. President. Well, we can make it one long legislative minute, which means about 30 minutes, Mr. President.
All right.
I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, session is suspended for 1 Senate minute.
All right, session's just been suspended of the Senate just after Senator Trillanes delivered a brief privileged speech. The session, of course, suspended so that the senators could go into a caucus to precisely discuss the case of Senator Trillanes. Earlier, what Senator Trillanes did was to show that he did indeed apply for amnesty and that he did admit guilt in the cases that were filed against him. He showed copies of he showed copies of Proclamation Number 75 that was issued and signed by former President Noynoy Aquino that granted him and his colleagues amnesty. Also, the concurrent resolutions of both houses of Congress. He showed a video of a news report that showed that he had gone to Camp Aguinaldo to apply for that amnesty. He said he swore under oath and admitted guilt in that application form. He also said that the cases against him had been dismissed. He showed a copy of the order of the judge that showed that the cases were dismissed. He also did say that President Duterte had ordered that he be lawfully arrested, but he says that a warrant of arrest should contain the court, the crime that he is accused of, and the bail, if any, that can be paid. Now, after he had ended that brief privileged speech, that's when Majority Leader Mig Zubiri moved to suspend the session for what they all call a very long legislative minute. It's about half an hour or so, so that senators can go into a caucus. So that is where we are at this present time. As far as we know, still members of the Philippine National Police Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, CIDG, and military police are just waiting outside the premises of the Senate. They were not allowed entry into the Senate as based on explicit instructions from Senate President Tito Soto to the Senate Sergeant at Arms. Soto had told media that there would be no arrest of any incumbent member of the Senate within Senate premises. In the meantime, Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara earlier late this morning, explained the Executive Department's decision to void the amnesty of Senator Trillanes, as well as its implications. Here's a portion of that briefing.
Pinatawag po namin ang press conference nito para masagot ang maraming katanungan na may kinalaman sa proclamation na inisyu ng Presidente na sa pagbaliwala ng amnesty proclamation insofar as Senator Trillanes is concerned. So we are here to answer questions from the media. So may we have the first question, please?
Can you just identify yourself?
Yeah, please identify yourself before you ask. All right. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Sir, Anjo Martin.
So you're Anjo. All right, Anjo.
Sir, can you walk us through the process? What went behind this proclamation? Kailan doon nag-start, sir, yung process of the...
All right. Yeah, we are talking about Proclamation number 572, signed by the President on August 31, 2018. Just a couple of days before he departed with many members of the cabinet for Israel and Jordan. All right, this was also attested by Executive Secretary Major Dea. And I was informed about it on the day of the departure of the President, verbally at least. And I got a hard copy of the proclamation, a certified copy, only yesterday. I understand that the proclamation was published in a newspaper of general circulation today, this morning. So I do not have any personal knowledge as to when the review of the amnesty given to Senator Trillanes actually began. But what I know is that this matter of review has been there for quite some time. It's not as if this happened only 5 days ago or nothing of that sort. I think this has been being discussed a couple of years ago, as far back as 2013, I guess. But it just so happened that now it was only recently that the proclamation was issued by the President. Take note that the title of the proclamation is Revocation of DND Ad Hoc Committee Resolution Number 2, dated January 31, 2011, insofar as it granted amnesty to former LTSG Antonio Trillanes IV. All right, so while the title indicates that it's a revocation, the contents of the proclamation, if you have read a copy of that proclamation, would show that it actually nullified or declared void ab initio. All right, the issuance of the amnesty to Senator Trillanes, as if it never existed, never been valid for non-compliance with certain mandatory requirements for the availment of that amnesty. So, binaliwala ito as if it never existed. It's not, something that was given and being taken back. All right? It's a declaration that it was void from the moment that it was issued. Next question.
What makes it,
Yes, Ina.
So what makes it different from the amnesty granted to the other Mandalo officers? Basically, entirely the same circumstances.
Well, the proclamation speaks of certain non-compliance on the part of Senator Trillanes with requirements for the grant of the amnesty. You will take note that there is mention of proclamation number 75, series of 2010. So that is the general proclamation of amnesty to those who were involved in the Oakwood Mutiny, Manila Peninsula siege, and Marine standoff on various dates, several dates yon. But to be able to implement that grant of amnesty, merong kinreate yung proclamation na yun, ad hoc committee sa Department of National Defense to accept yung applications, individual applications for amnesty. So may mga basic requirements. Two of the most notable requirements, and this is apparently were not complied by Senator Trillanes, ay yung formal pag-fill up in person under oath of an official application for amnesty. And the other major requirement is that he should have admitted fault, all right, or guilt doon sa mga charges na filed against him. There must be an express admission of guilt, all right, before you can be eligible for amnesty. All right, so apparently based on the review undertaken, ay hindi siya nag-comply dito. As a matter of fact, there are allegations that to the media he said na he does not admit any guilt of the offenses charged. No? Take note that for purposes of amnesty, we are talking about high crimes, political crimes, such as rebellion, sedition, mutiny, coup d'etat. And he was in fact charged with coup d'etat in a regular court of law.
That wraps up our special coverage on Malacanang's decision to void the amnesty granted to Senator Antonio Trillanes IV. We'll give you more details on that story on Newsnight at 6. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. This is Newsnight, where we go above and beyond the headlines. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Tonight on the program, Senator Antonio Trillanes facing arrest after Malacanang voids the amnesty granted to him by former President Noynoy Aquino. But the lawmaker fights what he calls the stupid order. And Trillanes is trending as netizens debate if the government's move against him is legal. Senator Antonio Trillanes, a strong critic of President Duterte, now facing arrest. That is after Malacanang, in an unprecedented move, voids the amnesty given to Trillanes for trying to topple the government over a decade ago. Trillanes, who remains in the premises of the Senate, says the move is baseless. Our senior correspondent, Cecil Lardizabal, joins us live from Pasay City. Cecil, we've followed things the whole day today as they unfolded. What is the situation like there right now?
Pia, the situation has come down at this point, although the session is still ongoing at the plenary. Senator Antonio Trillanes is already in his office, and we were told that he is now welcoming guests at this point. We heard that the wife of Senator Trillanes is there already, and also Congressman Gary Alejano is already at the office of the senator. Just this afternoon, the senator delivered a privileged speech because he wants to clarify some points. Particularly, he highlighted two provisions of Proclamation 572. One is that the proclamation stating that Trillanes did not apply for official amnesty application, but Trillanes said that he applied for such and that it was granted to him in 2010. Another provision is that it stated there that Trillanes never expressed guilt, but Trillanes is now saying that when he signed the amnesty, there was an agreement to the admission of guilt. The senator also said that the cases filed against him were already dismissed. Let's listen into this portion of a privileged speech of Senator Antonio Trillanes.
Ano ngayon ang basis kung bakit ako aarestuhin? And maliwanag dun sa kanilang proclamation that Duterte is ordering the AFP and PNP to lawfully arrest me. Lawful. Ano ba yung operative word? Meaning, kailangan mo ng warrant of arrest. Sa warrant of arrest, nakalagay doon ang krimen. Ito yung pinakamalaking kalokohan na ginawa ni Duterte ngayong araw na ito. Maaring magkakaiba man ang ating opinyon sa politika, but pag mga ganito na, institusyon na ang ginigiba, kailangan natin tindigan.
Now, one good thing about the situation of Trillanes now compared to that of Senator Laila de Lima when she was arrested last year is that the Senate as an institution through the Senate President Tito Soto made a stand to protect their colleague. Senator Soto is saying that he wants to preserve the dignity of the Senate. That's why he ordered the Senate Sergeant of Arms to allow or not to allow the PNP and the CIDG team to enter the building. As of this time, since about 12 noon, today, there are a number of them stationed outside the building. Soto also made it clear that no arrest will happen as long as Trillanes is still within the premises of the Senate. This is while the minority senators and of course Trillanes are exhausting all legal remedies versus what they call is the constitutionality voiding Trillanes' amnesty. Let's listen in to the Senate President.
Ang napag-usapan is simply, as I said, I have given instructions to the Sergeant at Arms that based on the tradition in the Senate and to preserve the dignity in the Senate, we cannot allow a senator to be arrested in the Senate premises. So if you would like to consider, or if it is considered as the Senate leadership taking him into custody, it can be gleaned that way. Pero as I said, it's his call, and then may mga limitations din yan.
The Minority Leader Frank Drilon is saying that the cases against Trillanes were filed and were dismissed by virtue of the amnesty given to him. He also said that as a lawyer, he explained that what should be done within the bounds of the law. Let's listen in.
If they want to file another case, first, they must go to court, file another case, and secure a warrant if warranted. But more importantly, at that point, mayroon na pong double jeopardy. Hindi na po pwedeng sampahan ng kaso si Senator Trillanes. But that's, again, that's a theory, that's a legal position which is founded on facts.
The senators also had a caucus this afternoon, but we will try to find out what they have discussed, because right after the caucus, they went straight to the plenary hall for the continuation of the session. Pia.
Cecil, you talked about legal remedies. Did they say they trust the Supreme Court given the new leadership?
Right now, Minority Leader Frank Drilon is saying that they don't want to pass judgment on that. What they're saying is that they want to exhaust all legal remedies and that they still believe in the rule of law. Pia.
Cecil, do they think there was an abuse of power by the executive?
Well, right now they are also, particularly the minority senators are saying that they are also talking about that. But of course, at this point, what they want to assure is that the executive, particularly in this case, will do their function based, which is within the bounds of the law. Pia.
Cecil Ardizabo there reporting live from the Senate. We now go above and beyond the headlines with former President Benigno Aquino III. President Noynoy Aquino, good evening, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello.
Mr. President, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, hi, sir. Well, sir, this is an amnesty that you gave to Senator Antonio Trillanes, and but this administration is voiding it. They're saying that he did not apply and he did not admit guilt. If he did neither, would your administration have given him this amnesty?
Can I read? I've been looking through the records just to be able to answer this correctly. There is a letter dated January 25, 2011, coming from the Secretary of National Defense. And the third paragraph of which is, I think, the relevant portion. It says, after careful review and deliberation, the committee found their applications to be in order and the applicants qualified for amnesty. And this is a report on four sets, actually, of amnesties applied for. They have in my possession two groups. No, the second list, if I'm not mistaken, this is the January 5. January 5 list. The first name of the applicants is ex-Lieutenant Senior Grade Antonio F. Trillanes, the fourth, 0-11797 Philippine Navy. Then the document lists where he is involved with. And in this particular case, it's Oakwood and the Peninsula Manila Hotel siege. So as far as our records are concerned, he did apply, and that it was deliberated by the DND ad hoc committee.
Right.
And it is embodied in resolution number 2. And the summary of all of these deliberations by that ad hoc committee was sent to me on January 25, 2011. Now, there are others. For instance, I've been asking, we're still looking at our records, because the proclamations were supposed to cover also the Marine standoff. And of the lists that were given to me, none had a description saying that they were involved in the Marine standoff. So I think there is another document that wherein the Marines had a separate time to apply as a group for this amnesty. We're trying to look for that because we found a subsequent document that said then Colonel Carubin was granted amnesty. And then there's another list of prospective applicants, which includes General Miranda and also
Renato Miranda.
Captain Milo
Maestre
Campo was also in the list of prospective applicants.
So you
and this was a dated March of 2011. We're still looking if there is a subsequent report afforded us.
You did you're still doing a very thorough study of this. You're going through reviewing all the records. Why?
Yes.
Are you covering all your bases, sir?
No. Just to be able to say a statement categorically and with pertinent evidence to back up the statements, not relying just on recollection.
All right. In other words, what you're trying to say is there was basis to grant him amnesty.
That's correct.
All right.
And this was the last step of a lot of negotiations that we had. And precisely how to move on and have the reconciliation aspect. Perhaps it should be bear pointing out that everybody from the rank of Master Sergeant up were not authorized by the proclamation to be reinstated and actually forfeited certain benefits. And I'll have to go through the list of what they forfeited, including back pay for the time that they what is the term? They left the discipline of the armed forces.
Well, right now what's happening, sir, Mr. President, is that the DOJ is trying to get an alias warrant so that they can have Senator Trillanes arrested. At the same time, the DND is saying that babalik lang daw siya sa status niya before the amnesty, which means that he could be covered by any disciplinary actions. What do you think of that?
Well, that's really kind of difficult to understand. He goes back into custody by the AFP as a civilian because he's no longer part of the military. Then I was talking to my lawyers, and unfortunately, that will be part of the judiciary records. The natural consequence of the amnesty will be if there were pending cases, then they would the final act would be a dismissal of the charges in view of the supervision, which is this proclamation 75.
Okay, Mr.
Now,
President, yes.
If they were dismissed, what would be the basis of a court to deliberate any matter? And if they don't have a matter to deliberate, what again would be the basis for them to issue a warrant of arrest?
Kahit po nasabihin ng mga prosecutors na magpo-promulgate na sana ng desisyon dun sa kaso, kumbaga naudlot lang yung kaso, parang binabalikan lang. Hindi po pwede yun?
Well, this was concurred in, it's a power granted to the President by the Constitution. There was concurrence in a joint resolution executed by the majority of all members of Congress.
Okay.
No, and yung part of it also had, everybody who applied for an amnesty would be subject to answer opposition if there was any.
Okay.
And the report given to me was nobody opposed.
Yeah. Was President Duterte within the boundaries of power? I mean, did he have the power to void an amnesty that his predecessor, in this case you, gave?
Well, one would want to know what the basis is, no? As even just an ordinary citizen. And what I read earlier was that he did not apply for an amnesty. So that's why I appealed to the records and looked at it and we found out that he did apply. And in fact, his name is the very first on that second list that was shown to me today.
Yeah, right. Mr. President, what do you think about the nature and the timing of the release of the proclamation? It came out in the newspapers first this morning. The manner that this was done.
Well, I'm also looking at the repercussions down the line. If there are certain sectors of society that rise up in rebellion and we don't address the root causes, chances are they will not lay down their arms. Now, one of the tools given to us by the Constitution, which was approved by the people, is the grant of amnesty, so that there is a way out for these people to rejoin society. Now, if they lose trust in the effectivity of an amnesty given to them, they suddenly, they might think that it is a worthless piece of paper, and you remove one avenue of attaining a cessation of rebellious activities and the continuation of the destructive effects of such an occurrence.
Mr. President, Senator Trillanes says this is two things. One, political persecution. Two, de facto martial law. What do you think of that?
Well, that point about ordering the arrest, automatically, for somebody who was part of the legislature and who has studied the law somewhat, I'm not a lawyer, one has to ask, how do you produce a warrant? And, well, number one, is there a warrant? If there is no warrant, then you have to get that warrant of arrest. Because executing an arrest that is warrantless is subject to very specific conditions. Now, amongst them, you actually see this person committing a crime. The other is that he escaped from prison. And there's a third that escapes my memory right now. But apart from those three, I don't recall any other grounds for executing a warrantless arrest.
So at this point, sir, without an alias warrant or any other warrant, can the PNP and the AFP, as directed in Proclamation 572, arrest Mr. Trillanes?
Again, if you look at the warrant of arrest, it says directing all law enforcement agencies to effect whatever it is, the arrest, the search, etc. So there is an order from the court, and that becomes a lawful order.
Okay.
In this case, if absent that, where is the authority coming from? Especially if it doesn't fall under the three conditions for warrantless arrest.
Okay, so de facto martial law, political persecution, these are the very strong words that Senator Trillanes used today.
Well, I think at the very least, they have to be explained. The administration has to explain why and how they are compliant with their mandate to faithfully execute the laws without favor.
Okay.
Which is at the very start of the Constitution.
Yes.
And also on the oath of the President in Article 7 of the Constitution, which he had to take before assuming office.
Mr. President, as former president, as the one who gave that amnesty to Trillanes and company, and as the head of the Liberal Party, the opposition, what are you going to do if Senator Trillanes is arrested?
Well, I think the party president has already stated our positions, and several of our colleagues in the Senate also stated their position. I think I can subscribe to their positions.
Which is, can you just repeat that and yeah.
Okay. Well, we will assist him as far as we are able to be able to defend his rights as well as the rights of anybody else in this country. No, and I, as a private citizen, will do what I can to help him and others in a similar situation. Now, it brings to mind that there are so many others who have been appointed to the current government who are also in the same, in a sense, the same condition. No? Now, one in particular, in the records that I have, and I have to admit, perhaps this is not exhaustive. No, he's in March of 2011, he was listed as a prospective applicant. And I have yet to see a document of whether or not he actually complied with undergoing the process. No? And given that if he didn't, then perhaps equal protection clause of the Constitution applies.
Mr. President, yes.
That guy was appointed to a particular position in the current government.
Mr. President, my one last question, brief question, hopefully a brief answer. This is not the first time that you got dragged into a controversy. Your name has come up, etc. I mean, there was like Mama Sapano, Deng Baksha, and you chose to remain silent in the last few months, well, practically the last 2 years, with the exceptions of a few ambush interviews. No, but now you're speaking. Now you're allowing yourself to be interviewed. Why?
Well, I've been talking on all these issues that have been, as you said, I get dragged into. And I think I would like to foster that open discourse, no? that debate aspect, which means that I shouldn't be dominating everything. I think there are so many people who also have a valid opinion and a valid thought that has to be brought into the arena of public discourse. So I've spent 6 years explaining my points, and I have to a few times reiterate those positions. But I think so many others have been carrying on the advocacies that I was advocating when I was a member of government.
Former President Noynoy Aquino, we hope to speak to you again, sir. Thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Okay, Pia. Night.
More on the voiding of Senator Trillanes' amnesty later. This is Newsnight, where we go above and beyond the headlines. This is Newsnight on CNN Philippines. Again, our top story, President Duterte voiding the amnesty given to Senator Sonny Trillanes for attempting a coup d'etat over a decade ago against the Arroyo administration. Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara, as the country's officer in charge, while the president is visiting Israel and Jordan, made that confirmation today, or confirmed that today. Our Anjo Alimari reports live. Anjo, can you explain to us the basis of the president's decision?
Well, Pia, it all boils down to two things. One, Senator Antonio Trillanes did not fill out in person and under oath the official application for amnesty. And two, there's no admission of guilt on the crimes he's been charged with. Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara says this simply means the declaration of Trillanes' amnesty was void from the very moment it was issued. Now, Guevara also explains that Trillanes' application does not exist in the records, even his admission of guilt. He says he has no personal knowledge as to when the review of the amnesty began. All he knows is that the review has been ongoing for quite some time. Who's behind it? Guevara says he is also not sure, but he adds this might have been studied in the past by the Office of the Solicitor General. The Justice Secretary also points out legislative immunity does not apply to Trillanes.
There is a provision under the Constitution that provides or gives members of Congress the privilege of not being arrested while Congress is in session. But take note that that will apply only if the offense charge is punishable by an imprisonment of not more than 6 years. So yun lang ang applicable yung privilege na yun.
but coup d'etat carries the penalty of life imprisonment. So what happens now? Well, the Justice Department asks the Makati court to reopen Trillanes' case, which had been due for promulgation.
As the order that I have reviewed so far this morning, it did not include the name of Senator Trillanes. But again, we're having our prosecutors in Makati check with Regional Trial Court Branch 148, check with the records to find out if there were other orders or decisions that were rendered pursuant to approving the amnesty applied for.
And Pia, just this afternoon, the Justice Department filed a very urgent motion asking the Makati Court two things. One, issue a warrant against Trillanes, and two, issue a whole departure order to bar Trillanes from leaving the country. Pia?
Anja, did Solicitor General Jose Calida confirm that he is one of those who reviewed Trillanes' amnesty?
Well, we tried, Pia. Solicitor General Jose Calida was asked with that question a couple of times, but he always invokes this privileged communication between a client and a counsel, him being the counsel for the Republic. But on Trillanes' claim that he's the one behind the revocation or voiding his amnesty,
I don't know about him, no, but he's not a judge, he's not a prosecutor. So if he wants to file cases, let him file a case.
should Trillanes go to the Supreme Court and challenge President Duterte's action? Well, Calida says he's ready. Pia?
Anjo Alimario there reporting from Manila. Coming up, reactions pouring in on social media over Malacanang's move against Senator Trillanes. Stay tuned to Newsnight. We'll be right back. Reactions pouring in on social media as Malacanang declares the amnesty granted to Senator Trillanes in 2011 void. This netizen is thankful, saying, quote, Trillanes is now serving his time, going back to where he belongs, unquote. For Claudio Poy, he says Mr. Duterte needs to respect executive prerogatives made by his predecessors. Another netizen asks why only Trillanes, when the proclamation for amnesty covers all mutineers, including Duterte administration officials, Nicanor Faildon and Danilo Lim. He says, quote, alam na. Just in case you missed it, you can still watch how the administration declared as void Senator Trillanes' amnesty and how the senator debunked all the allegations against him. That's coming up next. That's it for now. I'll see you again at 7 for the second edition of Newsnight. I'm Pia Ontiveros. This is Newsnight, where we go above and beyond the headlines. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Our top story, Senator Antonio Trillanes facing arrest after Malacanang voids the amnesty granted to him by former President Noynoy Aquino. But the lawmaker fights what he calls the stupid order. And Trillanes is trending as netizens debate if the government's move against him is legal. Senator Antonio Trillanes, a strong critic of President Duterte, now facing arrest. That's after Malacanang, in an unprecedented move, voids the amnesty given to Trillanes for trying to topple the Arroyo administration over a decade ago. Trillanes, who remains in the premises of the Senate, says the move is baseless. Our senior correspondent Cecil Alizabal joins us live from Pasay City. Cecil, we've followed how things unfolded today. What is the situation there right now?
Right now, Senator Trillanes is already in his office welcoming guests. There are many supporters and friends of the senator who are already in his office right now, the members of the Magdalo group. One of them is Congressman Gary Alejano, and we also got word that the wife of the senator is already in his office, and by the looks of it, the senator will be spending overnight here at the Senate. Well, just this afternoon, the senator delivered a privileged speech wherein he wanted to clarify some points. He specifically highlighted two provisions of Proclamation 572. One is that it states that he did not apply for official amnesty application. But Trillanes said that he applied for an amnesty and it was granted to him in 2010. Another provision is that proclamation stated that Trillanes never expressed guilt. But Trillanes said that when he signed the amnesty, it stated there the agreement to the admission of guilt. Trillanes said that the cases filed against him were already dismissed. Let's listen in to some of a portion of the privileged speech of Senator Trillanes.
Ano ngayon ang basis kung bakit ako aarestuhin? And maliwanag dun sa kanilang proclamation that Duterte is ordering the AFP and PNP to lawfully arrest me. Lawful. Ano ba yung operative word? Meaning, kailangan mo ng warrant of arrest. Sa warrant of arrest, nakalagay doon ang krimen. Ito yung pinakamalaking kalokohan na ginawa ni Duterte ngayong araw na ito. Maaring magkakaiba man ang ating opinyon sa politika, but pag mga ganito na, institusyon na ang ginigiba, kailangan natin tindigan.
One good thing about the situation of Senator Trillanes now compared to that of Senator De Lima when she was arrested last year is that the Senate as an institution made a stand to protect their colleagues. Senate President Tito Soto says he wants to preserve the dignity of the Senate. That's why he ordered the Senate Sergeant of Arms to not allow the PNP and CIDG team to enter the building. Up to this time, since around 12, today there are a number of them stationed outside the building. Soto also made it clear that no arrest will happen as long as Trillanes is within the premises of the Senate. Minority senators and Trillanes himself are saying that they will exhaust all legal remedies versus what they call the unconstitutionality of voiding Trillanes' amnesty. Let's listen in to the Senate President.
Is simply, as I said, I have given instructions to the Sergeant at Arms, that based on the tradition in the Senate and to preserve the dignity in the Senate, we cannot allow a senator to be arrested in the Senate premises. So if you would like to consider, or if it is considered as the Senate leadership taking him into custody, it can be gleaned that way. Pero as I said, it's his call. And then may mga limitations din yan.
For the part of the minority leader, Senator Franklin Drilon is saying that the cases filed against Trillanes were dismissed by virtue of the amnesty provided to him. Drilon, as a lawyer, is saying that what should be done within the bounds of the law.
If they want to file another case, first, they must go to court, file another case, and secure a warrant if warranted. But more importantly, at that point, mayroon na pong double jeopardy. Hindi na po pwedeng sampahan ng kaso si Senator Trillanes. But that's, again, that's a theory, that's a legal position which is founded on facts.
Senators also had a caucus this afternoon, and we asked the Senate President on what they have discussed, and he said that all his colleagues, all the senators, are supportive of his position, giving the custody or providing custody of the Senate to Senator Trillanes. But we also asked him about certain limitations that he was mentioning, and he said that they will discuss about that later on because they will still have to wait for the decision of the court pending the possible warrant of arrest. Pia.
Cecil Ardizabal there reporting live from the Senate. Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara, as the country's officer in charge while President Duterte is visiting Israel and Jordan, confirmed the president's move to declare Trillanes' amnesty as void. Our Anjo Alimario explains the basis behind Mr. Duterte's decision.
It all boils down to two things. One, Senator Antonio Trillanes did not fill out in person and under oath the official application for amnesty. And two, there's no admission of guilt on the crimes he's been charged with. Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara says this simply means the declaration of Trillanes' amnesty was void from the moment it was issued. And Guevara also explains Trillanes' application does not exist in the records, even his admission of guilt. He says he has no personal knowledge as to when the review of the amnesty began. All he knows is that the review has been ongoing for quite some time. Who's behind it? Guevara is also not sure, but he adds this might have been studied in the past by the Office of the Solicitor General. The Justice Secretary also points out legislative immunity does not apply to Trillanes.
There is a provision under the Constitution that provides or gives members of Congress the privilege of not being arrested while Congress is in session. But take note that that will apply only if the offense charged is punishable by an imprisonment of not more than 6 years. So yun lang ang applicable yung privilege na yun.
But coup d'etat carries the penalty of life imprisonment. So what happens now? The Justice Department asked the Makati Court to reopen Trillanes' case, which had been due for promulgation.
As the order that I have reviewed so far this morning, it did not include the name of Senator Trillanes. But again, we're having our prosecutors in Makati check with Regional Trial Court Branch 148, check with the records to find out if there were other orders or decisions that were rendered pursuant to approving the amnesty applied for.
The Justice Department has filed a very urgent motion asking the Makati Court two things. One, to issue a warrant against Trillanes, and two, to issue a whole departure against Trillanes to bar him from leaving the country. Now, on Trillanes' claim that it was Solicitor General Jose Calida who was the one behind the revocation of his amnesty.
I don't know about him, no, but he's not a judge, he's not a prosecutor. So if he wants to file cases, let him file a case.
Should Trillanes go to the Supreme Court and challenge President Duterte's action, Calida says he's ready. Anjo Alimario, CNN Philippines.
Former President Noynoy Aquino confirms Trillanes did apply for amnesty. This was granted during his term. The former president tells CNN Philippines he reviewed documents in the center's amnesty application. Mr. Aquino adds he will assist Trillanes, quote, as far as he is able to, unquote.
As far as our records are concerned, he did apply, and that it was deliberated by the DND ad hoc committee.
Right.
And it is embodied in resolution number 2. And the summary of all of these deliberations by that ad hoc committee was sent to me on January 25, 2011.
As former president, as the one who gave that amnesty to Trillanes and company, and as the head of the Liberal Party, the opposition, what are you going to do if Senator Trillanes is arrested?
Well, I think the party president has already stated our positions, and several of our colleagues in the Senate also stated their position. I think I can subscribe to their positions.
Which is, can you just repeat that and yeah.
Okay. Well, we will assist him as far as we are able to be able to defend his rights as well as the rights of anybody else in this country. No, and I, as a private citizen, will do what I can to help him and others in a similar situation.
This is Newsnight on CNN Philippines. Again, our top story tonight, President Duterte voiding the amnesty given to Senator Sonny Trillanes for attempting a coup d'etat a decade ago against the Arroyo government. The Justice Department now seeking his arrest, and the military saying it should have custody over the senator. AC Nichols tells us more.
As far as the military is concerned, Senator Antonio Trillanes is no longer just a civilian in the wake of a presidential proclamation. Since President Duterte's Proclamation 572 voids the amnesty given to him in 2011 over a number of mutinies in 2003 to 2007, the AFP believes Trillanes reverts to his military status. This means the military has jurisdiction over him. When asked for the legal basis, AFP officials said they are simply interpreting the proclamation.
Well, yung sa amin is based on our opinion, on our understanding. Ngayon, kung merong issue with regard to his if it's correct, whether he is supposed to be back to military control or hindi, that can always be challenged before the court.
Trillanes was then a Navy lieutenant when he got involved in military uprisings during the Arroyo administration. He faced criminal and administrative charges. He resigned from the military when he ran for the Senate. The Defense Department says Trillanes can be tried again before a court-martial, and previous legal cases against him will continue. In fact, there is an order to convene a general court-martial to hear Trillanes' cases. The military certified there is no available copy of the senator's amnesty application. This was stated in the proclamation. But when prodded how such documents could have gone missing, defense officials did not give a clear answer, but said they continue to look for them.
We're still looking for the documents. That certification was issued a little earlier, but we have not exhausted all our efforts to find it.
As a military personnel facing trial, the DND says Trillanes should be detained at the AFP Custodial Center. But the Senate is insisting it has jurisdiction over Trillanes. The AFP says this is an issue that should be threshed out between Malacanang and the Senate, and that they will just follow instructions handed down to them. AC Nichols, CNN Philippines.
Senator Antonio Trillanes facing possible arrest after President Duterte voided the amnesty granted him in 2011. And that decision also drawing mixed reactions online. This is Newsnight, where we go above and beyond the headlines. Welcome back. Senator Sonny Trillanes facing possible arrest soon. That's after President Duterte voided the amnesty granted to him in 2011 for attempting to topple the Arroyo administration over a decade ago. Administration officials explained that the amnesty was void from the start. They say Trillanes did not comply with the requirements of the amnesty program, including admitting guilt for the coup attempt and formally applying for amnesty. Trillanes refuting this claim in a privileged speech at the Senate. There, he showed pictures of his amnesty application and a video where he admitted guilt. Trillanes says Mr. Duterte's move was a clear case of political.
Thursday or Friday, the Justice Department has just filed a very urgent motion for an issuance of an alias warrant and a hold departure order against the senator. An alias warrant is issued when the subject fails to appear in court for a scheduled date before any plea has been entered. In this case, the DOJ says their motion for an alias warrant is valid since President Duterte voided the amnesty given to Trillanes by then President Noynoy Aquino. A whole departure order, meanwhile, would bar Trillanes from leaving the country. But since Judge Soriano has yet to decide on the motion, he says Trillanes cannot be arrested just yet.
So basically, sir, Senator Trillanes cannot be taken pa from the Senate by operatives of PNP-CIDG.
I don't know by what authority they will do it, if they do it. But definitely not on the basis of halimbawa yung what we have on record right now. Okay, because as far as our records are concerned, if my recollection is correct, there is no warrant of arrest.
Soriano says he still has to review the records of the case, which is composed of 53 volumes. The last time he checked the case was 5 years ago, and it was already handled by 3 judges. He will also evaluate the many legal issues that may arise from Trillanes' case, such as the questions of double jeopardy, the legality of the president's proclamation, among others. Soriano, meanwhile, does not want to give any hint as to his possible decision on the case. Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
Vice President Leni Robredo slams Malacanang's move, voiding Trillanes' amnesty. Robredo says the action proves the administration is hell-bent on silencing critics. The Vice President adds the issue is used to divert the public's attention from what she says are problems crippling the country, including the rising prices of goods and rice shortage. Robredo urges the administration to recognize the amnesty granted to Trillanes and instead focus on addressing the needs of the Filipino people. For the first time, you have a president revoking an amnesty. That's what a constitutional law professor says. Speaking to CNN Philippines, Tony Lavinia notes an amnesty cannot be voided.
It cannot be voided by a unilateral act of the president. It has to be concurred in by Congress. There's no such thing as a void ab initio amnesty because there's a presumption of regularity that the previous president, the military, the Secretary of Defense that processed this application did the right thing. Here is a unilateral, without any factual determination, unilateral revocation of a penalty, of an amnesty. Well, I know this is directed against him as an opposition senator, blatantly a political attack, an attack against the political opposition, but this is beyond him because amnesty is a very important tool for every president in a country where we have lots of insurgencies, lots of revolutionary movements. We've done it. The Hawks were amnestied. NPAs are amnestied. The MNLF were amnestied. The MILF is amnestied. For the first time, you have a president revoking an amnesty. That's wrong.
Reactions pouring in on social media as Malacanang declares void the amnesty granted to Senator Trillanes in 2011. This netizen is thankful, saying, quote, Trillanes is now serving his time, going back to where he belongs, unquote. For Claudio Poy, he says Mr. Duterte needs to respect executive prerogatives made by his predecessors. Another netizen asks, quote, why only Trillanes when the proclamation for amnesty covers all mutineers, including Duterte administration officials Nicanor Faildon and Danilo Lim? He says, quote, alam na. That's it for tonight. Thank you for your time. I'm Pio Ontiveros. See you again tomorrow for News Night, where we go above and beyond the headlines.
This is the newsroom on CNN Philippines. Tonight, former President Noynoy Aquino comes to the defense of embattled Senator Antonio Trillanes against Malacanang's move to void his amnesty. Hello and welcome. I'm Ruth Cabal. Thanks for joining us. Senator Antonio Trillanes will spend the night at the Senate to avoid arrest in the wake of a presidential proclamation that voided his amnesty granted by the Aquino administration. Our Cecil Ardizabal tells us what happened at the Senate today.
Senator Antonio Trillanes is already welcoming guests in his room at this point, and by the looks of it, the senator will be spending the night here at the Senate. The senator delivered a privileged speech to clarify some points about the Proclamation 572. He specifically highlighted two provisions. One is that the proclamation stating that Trillanes did not apply for official amnesty application. Trillanes said he applied for an amnesty and that it was granted to him in 2010. Another provision is that the proclamation stating that Trillanes never expressed guilt, but Trillanes said that when he signed the amnesty, it stated there the agreement to the admission of guilt. Trillanes also said that the cases filed against him were already dismissed. Let's listen to some of the portions of Senator Trillanes' privileged speech.
Ano ngayon ang basis kung bakit ako aarestuhin? And maliwanag dun sa kanilang proclamation that Duterte is ordering the AFP and PNP to lawfully arrest me. Lawful. Ano ba yung operative word? Meaning kailangan mo ng warrant of arrest. Sa warrant of arrest, nakalagay doon ang krimen. Ito yung pinakamalaking kalokohan na ginawa ni Duterte ngayong araw na ito. Maaring magkakaiba man ang ating opinyon sa politika, but pag mga ganito na, institusyon na ang ginigiba, kailangan natin tindigan.
One good thing about the situation now of Senator Trillanes compared to that of Senator Laila de Lima when she was arrested is that the Senate took a stand to protect their colleague. Senate President Tito Soto says he wants to preserve the dignity of the Senate. That's why he ordered the Senate Sergeant at Arms not to allow the PNP and the CIDG teams to enter the building. There have been a lot of them stationed outside the building since this afternoon. Soto also made it clear that no arrest will happen as long as Trillanes is still within the premises of the Senate.
Ang napag-usapan is simply, as I said, I have given instructions to the Sergeant at Arms, that based on the tradition in the Senate and to preserve the dignity in the Senate, we cannot allow a senator to be arrested in the Senate premises. So if you would like to consider, or if it is considered as the Senate leadership taking him into custody, it can be gleaned that way. Pero as I said, it's his call. And then may mga limitations din yan.
For the part of Minority Leader Franklin Drilon, he said that cases filed against Trillanes were dismissed by virtue of the amnesty. He explained as a lawyer what should be done within the bounds of the law.
If they want to file another case, first, they must go to court, file another case, and secure a warrant if warranted. But more importantly, at that point, mayroon na pong double jeopardy. Hindi na po pwedeng sampahan ng kaso si Senator Trillanes. But that's, again, that's a theory, that's a legal position which is founded on facts.
Minority senators, including Senator Trillanes, are saying that they will exhaust all legal remedies against what they call is the unconstitutionality voiding Trillanes' amnesty. Cecil Ardizabal, CNN, Philippines.
Former President Noynoy Aquino confirms Trillanes did apply for amnesty. This was granted during his term. The former president tells CNN Philippines he reviewed documents on the senator's amnesty application. Mr. Aquino adds he will assist Trillanes as far as he is able to.
As far as our records are concerned, he did apply, and that it was deliberated by the DND ad hoc committee.
Right.
And it is embodied in resolution number 2. And the summary of all of these deliberations by that ad hoc committee was sent to me on January 25, 2011.
As former president, as the one who gave that amnesty to Trillanes and company, and as the head of the Liberal Party, the opposition, what are you going to do if Senator Trillanes is arrested?
Well, I think the party president has already stated our positions, and several of our colleagues in the Senate also stated their position. I think I can subscribe to their positions.
Which is, can you just repeat that and yeah.
Okay. Well, we will assist him as far as we are able to be able to defend his rights as well as the rights of anybody else in this country. And I, as a private citizen, will do what I can to help him and others in a similar situation.
Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara as the country's officer in charge while President Duterte is visiting Israel and Jordan explains the president's move to void Trillanes' amnesty. Our justice correspondent Anjo Alimario takes us through the reasons behind Mr. Duterte's proclamation.
It all boils down to two things. One, Senator Antonio Trillanes did not fill out in person and under oath the official application for amnesty. And two, there's no admission of guilt on the crimes he's been charged with. Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara says this simply means the declaration of Trillanes' amnesty was void from the moment it was issued. And Guevara also explains Trillanes' application does not exist in the records, even his admission of guilt. He says he has no personal knowledge as to when the review of the amnesty began. All he knows is that the review has been ongoing for quite some time. Who's behind it? Guevara is also not sure, but he adds this might have been studied in the past by the Office of the Solicitor General. The Justice Secretary also points out legislative immunity does not apply to Trillanes.
There is a provision under the Constitution that provides or gives members of Congress the privilege of not being arrested while Congress is in session. But take note that that will apply only if the offense charged is punishable by an imprisonment of not more than 6 years. So yun lang ang applicable yung privilege na yun.
But coup d'etat carries the penalty of life imprisonment. So what happens now? The Justice Department asked the Makati Court to reopen Trillanes' case, which had been due for promulgation.
As the order that I have reviewed so far this morning, it did not include the name of Senator Trillanes. But again, we're having our prosecutors in Makati check with Regional Trial Court Branch 148, check with the records to find out if there were other orders or decisions that were rendered pursuant to approving the amnesty applied for.
The Justice Department has filed a very urgent motion asking the Makati Court two things. One, to issue a warrant against Trillanes, and two, to issue a whole departure against Trillanes to bar him from leaving the country. Now, on Trillanes' claim that it was Solicitor General Jose Calida who was the one behind the revocation of his amnesty.
I don't know about him, no, but he's not a judge, he's not a prosecutor. So if he wants to file cases, let him file a case.
Should Trillanes go to the Supreme Court and challenge President Duterte's action, Calida says he's ready. Anjo Alimario, CNN Philippines.
Now let's go back to the Senate for the latest there. Senator Antonio Trillanes met a number of visitors in his office as he spends the night there. Our Makoy Popioco is at the Senate. Makoy, can you tell us about the mood? Who were Trillanes' visitors now?
Yes, Ruth. Well, Senator Antonio Trillanes briefly talked to the media a couple of minutes ago. We asked him about how he feels. He said he is okay and he is in fighting form. He also said he will spend the night in his office here at the Senate and he will stay here until everything is resolved. Trillanes shares it's hectic in his office because his lawyers are studying their legal actions. He says they will definitely file a case. His lawyers, however, did not give details on the case and in which court they will file it. Trillanes then attacked President Duterte and said the president is a coward for ordering his arrest while he is in Israel. Let's listen to Senator Trillanes.
Makoy, go ahead. So what else is happening there right now? Who are the visitors of Senator Trillanes?
Well, that was supposed to be a soundbite, but Ruth, Senator Trillanes' lawyer, attorney Ray Robles, said they're studying what case to file and which court to file it. He maintains the impending arrest of the opposition senator has no legal basis. Supporters and colleagues have started to visit the senator. Among those who arrived here are Senator Cynthia Villar and Armed Forces Judge Advocate General Colonel Serme Legazpi Ayuyao. However, Trillanes' camp refused to disclose the details of Colonel Ayuyao's visit. We're still here outside the senator's office, and the Senate halls are completely silent now. Most employees have gone home. With how hectic things are inside Senator Trillanes' office, it looks like it's going to be a long night for the opposition senator and his team. Ruth.
Makoy Popioco there reporting from the Senate. Presiding Judge Andres Soriano says it might take him 1 to 3 days before he can decide on a very urgent motion to issue an alias warrant and a whole departure order against Senator Antonio Trillanes. Soriano presides over the Makati Regional Trial Court Branch 148, where coup d'etat charges were filed against Trillanes and several others for the 2003 Oakwood mutiny. Soriano's statement means an arrest warrant may be issued either tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday. An alias warrant is issued when the subject fails to appear in court for a scheduled date before any plea has been entered. In this case, the Justice Department says its motion for an alias warrant is valid since President Duterte voided the amnesty given to Trillanes by then President Noynoy Aquino. A whole departure order, meanwhile, would bar Trillanes from leaving the country. But since Judge Soriano has yet to decide on the motion, he says Trillanes cannot be arrested just yet.
So basically, sir, Senator Trillanes cannot be taken pa from the Senate by operatives of PNP-CIDG.
I don't know by what authority they will do it, if they do it. But definitely not on the basis of halimbawa yung what we have on record right now. Okay, because as far as our records are concerned, if my recollection is correct, there is no warrant of arrest.
Soriano says he still has to review the records of the case, which is composed of 53 volumes. He explains the last time he checked the case was 5 years ago, and it was already handled by 3 judges. He will also evaluate the many legal issues that may arise from Trillanes' case, such as the questions on double jeopardy and the legality of the president's proclamation, among others. Soriano does not want to give any hint on his possible decision on the case. That's the newsroom tonight. Thanks for watching. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good evening.